good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are listening. Welcome back to Lord's for the start of the second day of the inaugural Women's Test match here at the home of cricket, Lord's. And England are about to resume in reply to India's 285 all out yesterday. It was a cautious beginning to the innings yesterday after the early dismissal of Tammy Beaumont, LBW to Kranti Gord for 2, but now England are 21 for 1 after 11 overs, and it looks like we're going to, yes, we are starting with spin, and it's going to be the left arm spin. Over pitch, driven square of the wicket on the offside for 4. That was a half volley outside the off stump. Sri Charani, she's caught me by surprise. I was expecting, as Jarrod Kimber said yesterday evening, that the seamers would begin, but it is Sri Charani with a left arm spin who's going to bowl the first over of the morning. Good morning, Jarrod Kimber and Raf Nicholson.
Good morning.
Yeah, I wonder if it's because there's not a single cloud in the sky and they just think it feels like a spinner's day.
Well, I mean, I suggested that as a possibility yesterday, and you said the seamers have bowled well enough, and I agreed with you that...
I still would have bowled the seamers, but I'm just saying I wonder if
maybe both seamers prefer the pavilion end. That could well be the answer.
More generally, England have a terrible recent record against left arm spin.
Right, so Sri Charani's in for a bit of work today then. That's pushed away defensively, square of the wicket on the offside. And there's no, it's fielded at Silly Point. I suspect that may well be the case. I mean, she could it'd be in for a long day if England managed successfully to bat through the day. It's Heather Knight on strike at the moment. You've got a slip and a Silly Point and a catching extra cover as Charani is in once more. Quicker one outside the off stump, left alone.
The more fascinating thing might be if they don't have a seamer at the other end. Because I think I'm not against them trying spin at one end, but I'd like them to. I thought their seamers deserved a little mini spell while the ball's still newish this morning.
Yeah, I'd thought so. It's only 11 overs old. Here is Sri Charani, and it's pushed out towards cover, deepish cover, conceding a single, and England are underway.
Obviously, a big day for Sri Charani, who is on Test debut. Let's not forget.
When I say underway, I meant rotating the strike, because we of course had that lovely cover drive for 4 from Heather Knight, who moves on to 6 now.
She's definitely changed her mind from what she was planning to do last night, which is get to the close of play. First ball she's hit through covers, this one she milked the field. So normal Heather Knight has resumed.
Her sense of occasion, I think, might well come to the fore today. I mean, she could get a good ball at any time, as anybody can, but you can see Heather Knight, you can picture her rising to the occasion. Quicker one outside the off stump, left alone by Boucher.
It seemed to keep a little bit low and spin quite a bit, didn't it?
A couple did yesterday, didn't they, from the nursery end? A couple did keep low from Sayali Satgari, who was bowling seamers from this end. Pushed away for a single by Boucher as on the leg side as she takes a single off the last ball of the over. So good start, safe start for England. It is a magnificent day, as you said, Jarrod. Not a cloud in the sky. It really does look and feel like the perfect batting day, Raf.
Absolutely. And it's an interesting question as to how England approach today and how attacking they want to be. I had a long debate about this with Sid Egan, who I'm both married to, but also we run cricket here together, so he is something of a women's cricket expert, about how England approach today, and whether from here, I mean, we were talking manners yesterday about a 4-day test match and how that limits you and kind of creates a situation where you almost feel that you have to, even at the start of day 2, be thinking about.
Kranti Gord begins from the pavilion end. She is, we are going to have a seamer from the pavilion end.
Jarrod's happy. But yeah, you almost have to be thinking about kind of how you approach it, because you are so conscious of time. So what do we think England need to try and do today in order to set themselves up in a position to have enough runs to only bat once and then be able to bowl India out cheaply?
It's actually Sayali Satgari who's driven through the offside. It's a delightful shot from Maya Boucher for 4 through mid-off. It was overpitched from Satgari. Nice half volley and eased away by Maya Boucher. The more runs that come off the middle of her bat, the more hopefully she'll lapse into Hampshire mode. She's scored a lot of runs this season, hasn't she?
She has. She's responded brilliantly, because obviously it was disappointing for her to be left out of the T20 World Cup squad. But it was just a couple of days after that she came out and hit her first 100 for Hampshire.
2 slips and a gully as Satgari is in once more, just back of a length here, and pushed defensively this time to mid-off. And there's no run.
Now Boucher does, of course, have a Test 100 to her name, struck against South Africa, I think it was a couple of years ago. So she is, I was going to say, no stranger to this format. No, it's all relative, isn't it? They are all slight strangers to this format, but Boucher has, she has scored runs for England in Test cricket.
Here is Satgari once again, right arm over the wicket, left aligned by Boucher outside the off stump, and taken by keeper Yastika Bhatia. Was that Test match in Bloemfontein?
That's right, yeah.
An example of how to do something really half-heartedly. South Africa staged that Test match and had the bare minimum television, but couldn't afford the review system, had no ultra edge. It was a pathetic display. If you're going to stage
Plus
a
you're
Test
in Bloemfontein.
If you're going to stage a Test match, do it properly. Off the back foot, punched away up towards mid-off.
Noted tourist hotspot. Bloemfontein. Just so many women from England flying over going, I can't wait to go to Bloemfontein.
I have to say that anybody who does end up in Bloemfontein, if you fancy a good time, look out for the Mystic Cafe.
That is a great tip. If I'm ever there, now I know where to go.
You will never be there.
Bloemfontein's the place where if you ask for something vegetarian, they give you chicken. 31 for
With
1.
a snarl.
Here is Satgari again on the back foot, pushed out towards mid-off. Nicely done by Boucher, who takes a single. Mid-off, it just dropped a little bit deeper because of the off-drive earlier, which went for 4, and that would allowed Boucher to take the single off the last ball of the over. She moves to 22. Heather Knight has 6. England are 32 for 1 after a couple of overs this morning.
I mean, it is worth remembering, and it's annoying because I wrote my piece yesterday, but I was on the way in this morning, I was thinking about the fact that it wasn't that long ago the women's English team were playing in a private ground owned by an American billionaire. You know, like we're at Lord's with full setup, like lots of press in yesterday, not as many today, but you know, a full setup, good crowd. It looks like more people in today than there was yesterday. And yeah, they were playing at Wormsley. Have you ever been to Wormsley?
Yeah, no, I
Of
have.
course you
Yeah,
would have,
absolutely. Yeah, a couple of times.
For Pims and sandwiches.
Yeah, I did find that the whole thing was very, very much geared towards the corporate VIP and hospitality. And I was sort of looking for the media tent, and there wasn't one. This was one of the earlier games at Wormsley, and I was like, sorry, is there somewhere for the media? And I was, it was like, somebody looked down their nose at me. That's a low full toss. And it is Kranti Gord who's come into the attack now. Well, how odd. 1 over from Sri Tarani.
I think they've changed. Did they change ends? No, I don't think they did change ends.
No. How odd.
Maybe they heard me.
What, the seamers really deserve to have a go with the new, while the ball's still quite new?
Is it? I didn't see anything in the first over that suggests to me she shouldn't have bowled another one once they'd bowled her.
Is it just the surprise factor? They're just trying to get under England's skin by saying we're in charge.
Anyway, it's Kranti Gord outside the off stump, left alone nicely from Boucher.
I mean, it didn't seem like it seemed like it was pre-planned because they changed very quickly, right? It wasn't the sort of situation where Tarani was coming up to bowl and they suddenly went, no, you're just having the one. So maybe there was always a thought of let's just try and over early on. They don't start as well against spin.
Just one.
But
though.
why wouldn't you give her 3? Then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm struggling here.
2 slips in a gully and a short leg as Boucher drives up towards mid-off, straight to the fielder, and it's Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, who does the fielding.
It does remind me, though, of the sort of thing that in the change room, everyone's like, yeah, this would be great. And then you go out and you do it and nothing happens, and everyone's like, oh, okay, it was just a normal thing that happened.
On the subject of venues, this is a preposterous question to you, Raf, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Here's Cranty Gould outside, edged! Gone! Boucher has been caught out by the length. She didn't know whether to come forward or back, and she was static in the crease, and she's ended up pushing at one, neither forward nor back, thin outside edge, and straight through to keeper Yastika Bhatia. That was a batting error, I'm afraid. Yet credit to the bowler. Just sort of, well, good length probably, not back of a length, but Boucher was unsure about whether to come forward or play back. Wobble seam delivery. And I guess, you know, as a bowler, Jarrod, Raf, you say, well, that's where I was bowling it. Batting error, though.
It's a very weird shot. I'm not sure exactly how she ended up in the position that she did. The ball's come back in, so it's the second time in this test match we've seen a ball come back in and someone get an outside edge to it. But I think at one stage she thought she was going to play it wider, and as you said, she was in the wrong position. From the beginning, and then she's ended up just poking at it, and a little bit of extra bounce, I'd say, Raf, as well, so a little bit of seam movement, a little bit of extra bounce. It was a good delivery, but I think Maya Boucher would like to say to the analyst, if you could just delete the file, I don't need to see that again.
Absolutely. There's a lot of emotion involved in this test match, and you could see how disappointed and I suppose frustrated with herself she was. She will be fully aware that was her error, and perhaps, you know, just trying to look to be a bit too expansive very early on in the day here on the second day at Lord's. Be very, very disappointing for her to have got out.
Yeah, I think it was. I think what actually happens there, as much as anything, is that it was a slightly better ball than she thought it was originally going to be, because she set up, like as I said, like she was just going to slice that through the offside. And the reason I think she gets confused with the length, Manners, is she's playing that on width. And next thing you know, the ball's actually really close to her, and she's just ended up playing a weird shot. It would have been a really good ball if she'd played a proper shot to it.
Cranty Gould in once again to the new batter, skipper Nats Skipper Brunt. So back to that preposterous question, which I'm going to suggest that I know the answer to anyway, but is there something that particularly about venues that is particularly suitable for women's games, women's test matches? New Road, Worcester, has staged the most, 8, with Oval in second place on 6, and Taunton and Scarborough with 5 apiece. The Oval, here's Cranty Gould once again. Forward comes Siva Brunt, pushing it defensively out into the offside. So I'm thinking New Road, that staged the most. Now, I can understand that. Good facilities, not too big. So in the days when you weren't expecting huge crowds, so you didn't want too big a venue, but excellent facilities, good, that sort of thing. But the Oval, stage 6, I mean... now we've become we're expecting 20,000 today, but is there anything else about a venue that makes it suitable for women's tests?
That they're prepared to have you play there.
Very good. Okay. You mean there are some venues that aren't so keen?
Well, we're at one.
Been 142 years waiting.
I did look this up. And I couldn't get the exact number, Manners, but I think there's been 190 Eton versus Harrow games played at Lord's. And then the one women's test match. So
a lot of talk, of course, throughout in the build-up to the test match, and also yesterday about the fact that it must not be a one-off. That if Lord's would be serious about progress, then it has to be a regular event. Satgari continues, and there's an appeal for leg before wicket. Up goes the finger. Didn't expect that. Well, Anna Harris has raised a finger almost immediately, and Heather Knight's in trouble here. She's going to consult with Nat Siva Brunt, but the immediate body language from the skipper suggests, okay, she said, well, look, we've got 3. I think we should probably use one. I just had the impression it was heading towards leg stump initially, but I have to say Anna Harris has had a faultless.
Director. We have a player review for LBW.
It
the
does
original decision
hit
is
her
out.
high.
Check the feet. Is
I
a
think
fair
it
delivery.
straightens though,
Go
Manners.
to front on, please.
I'd love to see
Up the
exactly
slope.
what the ball did, yeah, because it felt like it came out of the hand because she was playing a shot almost completely separate to what the ball that was delivered to her. It's hit her very,
close
very
to the
high,
back.
right
Careful
on the
to
top of the
edge, please.
pads.
I think India will be quite conscious of the one that they didn't
Play it
review
through.
last night.
Play it through.
Oh, it's the top of leg
Flat
stump though,
line.
isn't it? You're right, man.
Flat
It's
line. Just play
clipping.
it back again.
Yeah, probably top corner.
Yeah, I think that's clipping. I think Heather Knight's in trouble here.
Stop there. Play it through. Flat line.
It does hit her above the knee
Satisfied
roll.
there's no bat involved.
You
Go
can-
through.
It is. It's
Ball.
very leg side.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad review. I just think that it may be enough, but
I'm surprised Anna Harris gave it out, and so
Decision is
quickly,
out.
to be honest.
Pitch is
But
outside,
the
impacted
decision
line.
is out on the field,
Umpire's
and it
call.
is
Go back to Anna on
just
field, please.
clipping. So that is the end of Heather Knight. I must say that if that had been given not out, that's a most umpires would have given that not out on the field. I must say, it certainly there was nothing plumb about it, and it's just clipping the outside of leg stump. I think Heather Knight can feel aggrieved might be too strong a word, but
Well, I think
she knows that it would have been not out more often than out.
I think myself and the umpire were both tricked a little bit by the fact that she was squared up. And when you're squared up, generally that means the ball's a little bit straighter. But actually, it's just, I think Heather Knight just played the wrong shot. And she's just got herself slightly in the wrong position there. And she's playing down a leg side line. And she's missed it there. But huge wicket. Some people suggested they should start with seam today. But whoever those people are, Raf.
Just talking nonsense again,
Yep.
Jarrod.
Yep, I'm surprised producer Scott didn't tell me to stop moaning about it earlier. But this is a huge start for India, isn't it? That's 3 wickets to the seamers now as well. It's a huge advantage for India.
I was talking to England legend Claire Taylor last night, and I said what really worries me is that England could find themselves 30 for 5 halfway through the morning session tomorrow. Well, they're 32 for 3. They've lost their last 2 wickets without adding to the score, and I'm nervous now.
Here is Satgari, and that's a leg glance, and very nicely played by Alice Capsey, the new batter, and she's off the mark with a 4. Beautifully played, actually. Satgari's bowling little in-swingers to the right-handers, and she's just helped it on its way, Alice Capsey. I did have a premonition. I thought that England might struggle. I mean, I said quite a lot yesterday. I thought there was plenty in the pitch for the seamers and the spinners haven't even got into the game yet.
Yeah, I think Raf was telling Dan Norcross this morning how much I was moaning about England's bowling yesterday, which I was. And I don't think they used the conditions as well as they could have. They bowled a lot of poor balls in between unplayable deliveries, and the Indians are not doing that.
Satgari in full length on the line of off stump and pushed away defensively by Alice Capsey. So Natsiva Brunt yet to score. Alice Capsey on 4. England have lost 2 early wickets inside the first 16 minutes of play, and well, they're up against it now.
How many bad deliveries have the Indian seamers bowled? Because by this stage, all 3 of the English seamers had bowled a full toss each, let alone down the leg side, short, over pitched, wide.
Here is Satgari again outside the off stump, just wide enough for Alice Capsey to leave it alone.
There was that one over pitch one right at the start of the day, wasn't there?
That was
a spinner though, wasn't it?
Of course,
Yeah.
apologies.
Yeah. I mean, even then, I don't think that's a bad delivery for a spinner. You're right. It wasn't it was a bit of a loosener to start the day, but it wasn't a drag down. It wasn't down leg side. Yes, it probably wasn't a wicket-taking delivery, and they bowled a couple of average deliveries.
Satgari in again, another leg side delivery and another leg glance from Alice Capsey. This time, though, it'll be cut off down on the fine leg boundary.
But they haven't sprayed the ball. Now, I know these are 2 very different kinds of attacks. One is a bit more line and length, and the other one is a faster attack and everything else. But the fact that all the England bowlers had trouble yesterday, and the 2 Indian seamers, who are probably, I would say, slightly slower than all three of the England bowlers. I know Satgari's quite a bit slower, but Jarrod is not quite. She's about Izzy Wong's pace, I would have thought, overall, maybe a little bit slower. But it's noticeable how much more accurate they have been. And this is a pitch where there is sideways movement.
Is it the advantage of having had 10 days longer to bowl with the red ball? Because obviously that's the silver lining of getting knocked out of the T20 World Cup without reaching the semi-finals.
It could help. I think they're just different kinds of bowlers, though, as well. It's probably a combination of both, though.
Deepti Sharma's just been moved to leg slip. I think it's a good move with these in-swingers to the right-handers. That's turned away by Siva Brunt for a single down to Chorani at fine leg. So the England skipper is off the mark. And at the end of the over, 37 for 3. Disastrous start for England, but there is plenty of depth, as always, in the batting lineup. With you're talking about Izzy Wong. What a fantastic personality and character. And is she not just waiting for her career to finish on the field so she can become a commentator and media personality off it?
I think Izzy Wong's wonderful. She was so great in the press conference last night. Full disclosure, I didn't actually go because I was scrambling with my report, but I did listen to the recording. And she kind of combined a real sense of fun and, saying things like, I had to get my dad to bring me my cap because I'd forgotten it.
Half volley now from Kranti Gordon, the driven not timed by Siva Brunt. She'll take a single out on the leg side.
You have no idea the Pandora's box you just opened.
She was absolutely fabulous. There was also respect bordering on reverence for the former players, and she was acutely aware that this opportunity and the career and the status of the women's game was all due to those who had gone before.
And that was really that was what I was about to kind of come on to say, that she actually there was a real seriousness and a recognition of that in what she said, and the kind of the weight of this occasion. She really acknowledged that.
Kranti Gordon again. That's defended by Capsey. 39 for 3.
I do think some of that comes directly from head coach Charlotte Edwards, who is herself a sort of a part of the history of the game, but also is very kind of conscious of it, and was actually in the long room before play yesterday talking to all of the past players, and being at the portrait unveiling of Jan Britton, who's kind of her iconic hero in the game.
Kranti Gordon again, defended by Capsey once more up towards mid-off.
And she's really, since she took over as head coach, she's really kind of tried to pass on that sense to the players that you might be in a professional era where everything is done for you, where you literally, you get transported everywhere in business class flights and nice air-conditioned buses, and you have 30 support staff doing everything for you. But it's only relatively recently that wasn't the case, and on the shoulders of giants we stand.
Forward comes Capsey again, defending, no run.
And obviously it helps that Charlotte Edwards herself was an amateur for most of her playing career. She had a very professional approach, but she didn't make any money playing for England. And so it's great that she's now kind of back in and around the setup, and she's almost that link between some of those older players and that older generation who rang the bell here so movingly yesterday, and the current crop of highly professional players.
Kranti Gordon again, over-pitched on leg stump and flicked away, beautifully timed. Wonderful timing that from Alice Capsey. Gosh, she's flicked it away behind square on the leg side, and I don't think Satgari had more than 10 metres to cut it off down on the boundary, but she couldn't get there. Beautiful piece of timing. 4 runs.
Big moment here for Alice Capsey, obviously on Test debut. She's been in the England setup. Well, she made her England debut in July 2022, and she's been in 3 previous Test squads, so it's 4th time lucky in terms of actually making it into the 11.
Kranti Gordon again, quicker one there, a bit of zip on that one outside the off stump and left alone. Do let us know wherever you may be listening. We've had a couple of messages in already. Scott says, hi ladies and gents, listening to you from New Zealand. David Downey says, really looking forward to see how England get on today. And we've had messages from Budapest in Hungary, Melbourne, Australia, and several listeners in India as well. So do let us know where you're listening.
A lot more Indian fans here today than yesterday. I don't know if that's weekend-based, but it was noticeable on the way in. In fact, I could see like a whole family of Indian fans just coming around at the moment, whereas yesterday there weren't any here, so that's awesome to see.
Lots of families as well, which is really, really nice.
Really noticeable as well. It's a very different atmosphere to you find often in the Meta men's test match. Satgari in full down the leg side. She hasn't got that one right, and it's left alone by Nat Sivabrunt.
Yeah, I don't think you really realise how different Lords is unless you travel around the world and you see what other crowds are like. Because families in Indian grounds and Australian grounds are very common, but families on day 1 and day 2 of a Lords test match, I thought they were banned.
They are very unusual. Very unusual. And I can't help wondering whether the Moe dispensary behind the media centre does quite as much business. That's pushed away defensively by Sivabrunt out on the onside towards mid-wicket.
I didn't end up doing it yesterday, but I was going to count how many times we saw corks come onto the outfield, and I would say it's probably the lowest percentage of corks on the outfield I've seen on day 1 of a Lord's test.
More ice cream sold than champagne drunk.
Yeah. I've tried to get some of the stats, in fact, from the MCC this morning on what the rate of children's tickets were yesterday compared to normal days. They've gone off to try to find it for me. They're not sure they have it.
Here's Satgari once again to Sivabrunt, pushes that one defensively straight back. I mean, obviously we're very fortunate we don't have to buy a ticket, but they're £30. That's tremendous. I mean,
yeah, that's for the adult ticket, obviously, and yeah, incredible value. And I think that we are seeing that reflected in the number of people who have turned out for this test. They are hoping to break the overall a record crowd at a women's test match.
Oh, I thought that had been done already. Here is Satgari once more from the pavilion end. Drive, mistime from Sivabrunt, hits the inside edge. And I think somebody maybe is jumping the gun, because I read in the media that they had already sold a record number of tickets.
It's a record for a women's test in England, which is only about 23,000, which was Trent Bridge in 2023. But the record overall in the world was the MCG in January 2025, which is, I think from memory, was about 33,000.
So they're not there yet? I thought there were 15 or 16,000 sold today. Well, it'll be close. Here is Satgari once again from the pavilion end, and that's driven through the offside. Beautiful shot from Sivabrunt. 4 runs up the hill into in front of the grandstand. Lovely shot over pitch from Satgari, and Sivabrunt with the first boundary moves on to 6, and England up to 47 for 3. Just a message quickly in from Robert Stainthorpe. He says, "I'm listening whilst on holiday in Lake Como."
Yeah, over-pitched and well put away. So we said they hadn't bowled a lot of loose balls. That one certainly was. So Melbourne has the record. So if this record gets broken, Melbourne will announce a women's test within a couple of hours of that record being broken.
Satgari in again. On the back foot, punched up towards mid-on. And no run, straight to the fielder. End of the over, 47 for 3. England have lost a couple of wickets today. Maya Boucher for 23 and Heather Knight for 6. We've also got a listener in Amstelveen in the Netherlands. Paul Thomas says he's listening from the Netherlands. Well, you're all very, very welcome, and hopefully we'll be in for as an absorbing a day as we were yesterday. I'm delighted to say that as we look out from the media centre, the left-hand side of the ground is open. Well, at least the mound stand is, and there's a very prominent group of probably 100 or maybe even 150 tickets there. Any idea who they are, Raf? You've got the binoculars on them. There's a big block group booking in the mound stand away to our left. Next delivery is pushed away defensively, no run.
I think that is the rock choir who are going to be performing today in the black t-shirts.
Yeah. Didn't we already talk about this 5
Off
minutes ago? Was it off air, was it? It's the rock choir.
I couldn't remember who they were. And when are they performing, Raf? Is that during the lunch
break? They were
break?
performing out the front as you came in. Did you not? Which gate did you come in?
I came in the north gate, but I was very early, unlike you, Jarrod. Their little edge. Oh, that's a brilliant catch at short leg. Oh, no, I don't think she's got her hands underneath it. Well, it was an inside edge onto the pad, and Richa Ghosh at short leg has done herself a bit of a mischief, I think. She's inside edge onto the pad, popped up in the air. Richa Ghosh was trying to get there, and well, I thought initially thought that she'd taken the catch, but she immediately did not celebrate. I think for two reasons: one, she didn't take it, and she's hurt herself, or I don't know. Did she land on the ball? She's winded, and well, I tell you, I mean, Alice Capsey thought she was gone then, didn't she?
She did. We're just seeing a replay of the catch. I think she had it, and then it came out of her hands as her elbows hit the turf.
Not. Oh, I mean, she never really had it in any sort of control, did she? It's sort of fingertips all the way through.
She then sort of rolled it along her arms, and then it's popped out of the gap in between her shoulder blades.
I wonder how much experience she's got in fielding at short leg. She is, of course, a keeper. Full and wide outside the off stump from Cranty Gord. She's bowled beautifully this morning, 2 for 13.
If you watch what happens, and it is interesting to have a look at her in this, when the edge goes up, she goes up really high. So I think she just thought it was going to fly up in the air, and then suddenly she realizes it's not going to reach her. It might have even hit the ground earlier. I'm not sure she ever really got her hands under it. So even when she was clasping for it and bouncing it off her badge, she might have already dropped it.
Bold! Cranty Gord has knocked Alice Capsey's off stump out of the ground. Cranty Gord has a third, and England in big trouble now. 47 for 4. Little away swinger, beats the outside edge. Terrific seam bowling from Cranty Gord. Oh my goodness. And Alice Capsey has gone for 9. England 47 for 4.
Well, I mean, I heard something like one of the Indian players say, it's coming after the drop catch. So that obviously they were very confident. But again, this is, it doesn't look like a sensational ball, but it hasn't bounced very much. And if you look at the replay, she's forward, she's got her head over the ball, her elbows up in the air, and yet, unfortunately, off stump is absolutely splattered behind her. So she's just played the wrong line, is my guess there.
If it wasn't for the ball, that would be a glorious textbook defensive stroke, wouldn't it? But then it took.
The stump.
Yeah, exactly. So if you could just, in terms of the highlights for her, if you could just kind of, get rid of the stump flying out of the ground, then that would be fine.
Delightful whimsy, Ralph. Yeah. Magnificent, perfect, technically correct forward defensive shot, without the off stump.
Yeah, I just
on that note, Melinda Farrell taking over from me.
Yeah, I just wonder if she just plays up the wrong line, because it really did look like she had it covered even when we saw it live. But beautiful bowling this morning, moving the ball around, keeping it in good areas. Sakari's bowled a little bit looser, not loose by any means, but a little bit looser, whereas God has just been incredibly accurate at the spot, moving it, sometimes in both directions, a little bit in the air, a little bit off the pitch. We did say yesterday we thought there was something off this surface, and the Indian bowlers have certainly found it in a way consistently that the English bowlers have not. Isn't that right, Melinda Farrell?
That is right, Jarrod Kimber. It's just been a terrific performance by India's bowlers this morning, and they have England, well, in all sorts of trouble, if not quite on the ropes. They're dancing perilously close to them. So we see Amy Jones now come out to the middle to join Nat Siva-Brunt, and desperately need to put some kind of partnership together and settle things down. But here's Cranty Gord again, and just pushed out in front of point by Amy Jones. I'm joined by Georgie Heath. Hello, Georgie.
Hello, we'll talk about partnerships. Well, duo comes together again. Mel Farrell, Georgie Heath at your service. And, well, I think England needs someone to come to their service now, don't they? Because it's not been the dream start for them today. Still people rolling in, and they've missed so much of the action already.
Gord in again over the wicket, and it's a wristy little flick out into the offside by Jones. No run. Yeah, it's just been almost a bit bamboozling, isn't it, the way that India have gone about it this morning. It was a wicket maiden by Kranti Gaud there, who's just been outstanding. 47 for 4. Siva Brunt is on 6. Amy Jones yet to score.
Yeah, well, they're going to just have to take their time here. They've got plenty of time in the game. Got to get themselves in, these two, and start trying to rebuild a partnership here, because they've been somewhat frazzled, this England batting line, up by the first. It's not even been an hour. What's it been? Half an hour? 35 minutes?
35 minutes.
35 minutes. We're being shown Charlotte Edwards on our screen. She doesn't look too stressed, sat in the shade in her sunnies at the moment, but maybe she's just got a very good poker face.
Tell you what, she did double duty, triple duty yesterday. She was there for the unveiling of the portraits in the morning in the pavilion, coaching all day, and she came afterwards to mix with the former players. And as we start a new over from Satgari, and Siva Brunt is forward in defence back down the pitch. Yeah, she was there after they had just a few drinks there here in the media centre with a lot of the former players coming up as well. And she was there doing the rounds and mingling. That's an impressive effort.
Oh, I reckon it's because there was a big bowl of crisps. You know, she heard that there were free crisps and in she came. But it was nice, actually, to get to see some of the former players. I still, even after working women's cricket for a long time, find it thrilling when they know my name.
In comes Satgari once more, and it's just pushed back down the pitch once more by Siva Brunt. She's got a short leg in, and that dropped catch before. It's interesting because, well, I think a few people thought Risha Ghosh would be keeping in this match, and it is Yastika Bhatia who's in there, and Risha Ghosh was the one who was fielding under the helmet. Maybe she's too used to having the gloves, but I believe it's because Yastika Bhatia is seen as having greater levels of fitness, as it's a full delivery, and this is driven straight down, ends up taking off the bails at the non-striker's end, and because Satgari got her fingertips to it, the umpires are going to check this.
Director, we have
Amy
a run out
Jones
at the ball's
was
end.
in her
Can we
crease
get your
there.
offside angle?
Yeah, Amy Jones doesn't look too worried. She did well to get back. She wasn't backing up too far down the pitch, but there would just be sort of England would think, could nothing go our way if this was fingertips, take out the stumps at the non-strikers end. Jones going without scoring, but she doesn't look too stressed at the moment. She's just come together with her captain in the middle, just having a little chat while this gets sent upstairs.
Satisfied. Ready for my decision for the big screen?
Yeah, she was well and truly in. So no danger there. But all of this just keeps England on their toes a little bit. And the threat is never far away this morning. Still to reach their 50. 4 wickets gone. And they're up to Amy Jones at the crease already. Satgari in. Just as turned into the leg side by Siva Brunt. No run. And you know, when we found out the results of the toss, I was a bit surprised that England decided to insert India. I wondered if it was a slightly defensive move from England, and we may well look back at this 285 as being above par, perhaps, on a pitch. Isn't so easy to bat on. As Satgari is in, it's full outside the off stump. This time, the drive does get past. She's playing very, very straight, Siva Brunt, and that's 4 runs. Beautiful, full delivery, over pitch and straight down the ground.
Yeah, absolutely stunning shot this from Nat Siva Brunt. Just not quite as straight as the previous one, meaning she doesn't take out the stumps at the other end of the pitch, but gets the appreciation from the members, and that is a beautiful looking stroke. You can hold the pose, and Nat Siva Brunt, it just makes it look effortless.
A lot of pressure on her now, though, isn't there? There's a lot of pressure on the captain.
I think she's one of those people that just isn't rattled by it. We've seen her come into these kind of situations so often throughout her career as captain and as a player. And she just drops this one defensively into the leg side. And she's a person that can turn up on the big stage when required, but then also turn her hand to different kind of situations as the 19th over comes to a close. 51 for 4. And I think in a crisis, she is someone who'd be very high up my list to call.
Well, if you look at her recent form, it's been outstanding. And obviously, she's been playing in other formats. But in the Women's T20 World Cup that we've just had. There was another T20 in Cardiff before that. So if you look at her last 5 innings, 57, 46 not out, 48, 75 and 58 not out. That was in the final. That is some run. As Gord continues, full delivery, lovely Yorker that's just jammed out by Jones.
Yeah, right in the block hole. She is absolutely fired up today, Kranti Gold. 3 for 13 from her 8 so far, and still firing at almost 70 miles an hour as well. The accuracy there too, so proving very, very difficult for this England side. I do have one gripe though. She's not got a shirt tucked in.
Oh, boy. That is like wicket-keeper in short sleeves, isn't it? As Gord is in once more. That's flicked around the corner. I think it's maybe a come off the pads. They come through for a single. Just waiting. No, there's bat on it as well. Umpire Sue Redfern doesn't lift her leg. It's always that waiting, isn't it? You're just waiting for the... Is it pad? Is it pad?
Yeah, as the batter, you're like, no, I've definitely got something on there. Add it to mine. Add it to mine. Get me off the mark.
I always think that leg buys aren't real extras as well. It always annoys me. As Gord in. That's a defensive shot, drops on the outside from Siverbrunt, no run.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they should be added to your batting score, but I do think it's a very, sometimes it's sort of tactical. You've got your leg in the way, you've done something to keep it out. So, yeah, interesting, different one, but it's cricket in all its nuances, isn't it? Like yesterday we were talking about hitting the helmet, the 5 runs, but it can't hit 2 helmets because it's dead after the first one.
Well, when I'm looking at how many extras there have been, and there are a lot of leg, I kind of take off the leg buys. As Gord in, shorter delivery, whips the pull to Siverbrunt, and that's 4 runs. That one just sat up nicely. She picked the length up early, ball seaming into her, and she just helped it on its way, playing with the angle.
Yeah, lovely looking stroke this from Nat Siverbrunt, sat up to the perfect height. It was around her waist, and she's just able to whip her hands across and play it almost like a sort of double-handed forehand we might see in some of the Wimbledon finals over this weekend, and just slaps it away to the ever-filling up grandstand over to our right in the sun.
Next ball from Gord actually moves away and beats the outside edge of the bat, and Yastika Bhatia, well, she's underarmed the ball onto the stumps and knocked the bails off, just for good measure. Everything they're doing at the moment, India, is trying to apply pressure to England.
Yeah, don't know what India had for breakfast today, but it's paying off nicely, and I'd quite like to know if it's ever going to help me if I ever play again, because that has beaten the edge by a gnat's whisker.
Next ball is just pushed towards mid-on, no run. And that's the end of another excellent over from Kranti Gord. 56 for 4. Siverbrunt on 14, Jones on 1. And that previous delivery, she's scrambling the seam. And just the way it came in, a beautiful wobble seam. And then just a slight movement away to beat the outside edge of the bat. She is bowling brilliantly.
It's one of those ones, every time you watch the replay, you just assume it's then going to hit the edge. It almost looks closer each time, and I know she doesn't edge it, but it's like you don't know what's going to happen because it's just, I can't even explain how close that is to the edge of the bat without being an edge. But England will be relieved that it's not the edge, because it means it's still 56 for 4. Their captain is still out there in the middle. 14 from 20. Amy Jones at the other end yet to really get going. 1 from the 4 that she's faced.
Lovely hum here today. Even the hum is slightly different. I don't know, different makeup of hummers, perhaps. Sakari starts a new over. It's just driven, but without any real timing or power by Jones.
The Lord's hum, infamous. So you sort of have at different places, you'd imagine it's a different hum here to what you might have at somewhere like Trent Bridge or the Oval. You think the Oval or T20 on a Friday night is going to make a very different noise to a Lord's hum on a Saturday morning. More glugging, maybe.
This is the press box, commentary box hum, as the next ball's just well down the leg side. Just producer Scott is just shaking his head.
He's just
in
thinking,
despair.
right, when I put this roster on tomorrow, let's either put someone else in with these two or separate them.
Yeah, he's gone to great lengths today. We've got a commentary rotor that's got aeroplanes on it for internationals, and it's all very organised. So Satgari is in once more. It's a very high elbow defensive shot from Jones up to long on, no run.
Yeah, this is going to be a real test of the patience of these two out in the middle. They're both seasoned veterans as part of this England side, been around a long time, but obviously don't play that much Test cricket, as we've said a lot. But they now have to just dig in at this point. They've just got to see themselves into this partnership nicely. They saw wickets just tumbling this morning and sort of have to put that chaos behind them and just bring an essence of calm, try and see out these two. God, it can't go on forever, and then see what happens when perhaps the spinners are brought back in.
Satgare in full delivery, driven up to mid-off, no run. Oh, I think just what India have done though is they've been much more disciplined with their lines. There's been the odd stray one, of course, down the leg side, or perhaps short one, and even if they've pushed it up and been a bit fuller, they've found, I think, their lines much more quickly than England did yesterday, realising that the pitch is doing enough. So if it's around that right area, pitch might do the rest. As the next ball is full and wide, and that's put away. Lovely shot from Jones, first boundary from her. And after bigging up the discipline of the Indian bowlers, she's offered a wide half volley.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want if you're Amy Jones, looking for your first boundary of the day, given the width and able to just free up her arms and dispatch it through the covers all along the carpet. Absolutely no sign of any kind of danger going aerial there. It was just there to be hit. And you'd be disappointed if you missed out on one of those. Perfectly balanced, holds the pose, down on one knee, and all the fielders can do is fetch it from beyond the boundary.
Two slips and short leg go down as the next ball goes down also, well down the leg side. It's all going down here at Lord's at the end of that over from Safgari. It's 60 for 4. Jones moved to 5 with that boundary. Siva Brunt on 14.
Yeah, it was just an overcompensation, wasn't it, to end the over. He's gone too wide outside the off stump the previous delivery, and then just sliding down the leg side to close out the over.
One of the things Izzy Wong said in her press conference last night was asking about that first session in particular, when there were enough bad balls for India to put away, and she said they were sort of struggling. They were realising that it wasn't swinging on the length that they wanted to bowl, as the next ball is just dropped into the leg side, no run. And so it did really take them a while to settle on a length, but also to settle on that line, as they just didn't feel it was doing anything on what they thought would be sort of a dangerous line. But India have figured it out pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think India have learnt from the way England went about things yesterday with the ball, from their mistakes and what they did well.
That one's wide but not put away. They'll get the single. It's stopped at point. And I think what they've done though, India, and it's not been so much relying on the swing, but they've been really good with the wobble seam and just getting the ball to nip. And I think that's been their real strength. His teammates coming into high five Jemima Rodriguez for that stop at point. She's gun. She's an absolute little terrier, fox terrier in the field, isn't she? As the next ball is full and just turns Jones inside out a little bit as she fends it away.
I think being globally known as a gun fielder is such a flex. I mean, anyone can work on their bowling, anyone can work on their batting, and you can get good at those things, but it takes real tenacity and time, effort and energy to become a really, really good fielder. And there are some fielders out there you just think, I'm just not taking that on. Jemmy Rodriguez, one of the best around. Lindsay Smith in that England squad, played in the T20 World Cup. As this is pulled away, sat up, there to be hit and dispatched by Amy Jones. Goes out to the boundary at deep mid-wicket, all along the carpet. It was there to be hit, and she's not going to miss out on those.
Well, they've left the leg side quite open. The offside very much stacked. And so if you're going to bowl short, it really is there to be pulled. They've got fielder down at fine leg. They've got that short leg in, and then they've got another fielder at mid-on. Other than that, there's no protection at all on the leg side. As in comes Gord once more, and it's defended straight back down the pitch. So we've got 2 slips and a gully and a point. They've got an extra cover and mid-off as well. So a lot of protection on there, and the pressure on the bowler to just bowl to that field. Amy Jones taps a bat as Broad is in, and she works this one into that vacant leg side through mid-wicket. And because there's no one within cooey of that, they managed to get 2 runs.
Yeah, it's sort of gone into that no man's land, hasn't it, to close out the 22nd over, so 67 for 4 now. Just dropped into that no man's land, making it easy to come back for their second. You know, sometimes when you've got sort of 3 fielders converging, but they're all coming in from such a distance that actually it doesn't matter anyway. Plenty of time to get back, 2 pretty quick between the wickets. And you sort of wonder maybe about Nat Sciver-Brunt and that calf and the issues she was having during that T20 World Cup. But then obviously she came back into the side in the semi-final and the final and just performed as she always does. So it's whatever weird techniques they've been trying to fix this calf of hers. There was a lot of discussion of it, and I'm not doctor. We need Dr. Raff to tell us about them, perhaps.
But you are Nurse Georgie.
I am Nurse Georgie, but I think that's more about just trying to, you know, see people through triage or something like that.
You see us all through the hard times.
You see, exactly. I'll hold your hand, and that's about as far as it goes.
Well, bowling change now. Sneh Rana is going to come into the attack from the pavilion end. Bit of off spin coming in now. Still 2 slips and a short leg, so they're keeping that position in for Nat Sciver-Brunt. Sneh Rana takes off. Full ball, flighted, gets past the outside edge of Sciver-Brunt, who I think really was just covering his stumps and getting well forward in defence.
And then goes off to do a bit of gardening, as you do. As soon as the ball passes your edge, I'll just head up the pitch and do a little bit of gardening here. Have a prod. I sometimes wonder whether that's almost more of a mental reset.
Well, they're keeping the pressure on with the 2 slips and the short leg. Gord is in once more over the wicket. Another flighted ball whipped through the leg side and down towards deep mid-wicket. They'll take a single.
Yeah, happy enough to work around in singles here. They know they've got plenty of time. It's not about trying to take it on. It's about rebuilding a partnership here, these two. They came together at 47 for 4, so just building nicely.
Yeah, long way to go, though. This is a really important period of the game. Amy Jones pushes the next one back towards the bowler. Sneh Rana does the fielding herself. Yeah, you can just feel it, can't you? Real tension around this right now. India on top. Jones. Next ball, she flays at it. It goes outside the 2 slips fielders, but you get a huge amount on it, so it comes to a complete stop about 10 metres inside the boundary. And they run 2 or 3 there, Georgie?
Well, I'm not actually sure. Just checking here. I was just watching on the collision
They've
between
got 3.
Jones and
3.
Bhatia. Was that Sciver-Brunt and Bhatia?
Yeah.
But they seem okay.
They're okay. They did run 3 in the end. So now it's Siva back on strike. I was too busy watching if the ball was going
I was
to...
watching the collision, so between us, we've done well.
Luckily, we've got a scoreboard, hey? It's just
I went in the scoreboard recently. You can,
did
you know,
you?
you can go on inside over to our left below the scorers.
Yeah,
Day
the
before,
old one.
Oh, it's really cool, the old one. So you go inside, and then being the curious human I am, I went, what does this lever do? You pull it down. Problem is, it then brought a run on the front, which was meant to be a blank board. So then the rest of the day, this is just worked into the leg side by Siva Brunt. They set off quickly for the first one, looking to come back for a second, going to take on the arm, and that's really good work by this English duo out in the middle. And 2 more to the tally. Score moves on to 73 for 4. So yeah, you can pull the lever and it changes to being a number 1, but then the problem was we all were out on the field doing different media things and everything for the rest of the day, and all I could think was staring at this board that then just had this random 1 on it that someone then had to go and fix because it was in the background of pictures. So yeah, now I've just admitted that it was me on air.
The next ball just played behind Yastika Bhatia, or Prisha Ghosh, I should say, at a short leg. I'm getting the 2 mixed up. Just a comment from, I'm trying to see the name here, Glenn Lord, listening to the great commentary from my home in Burgundy. Where's Burgundy? I need to know. Tell us where Burgundy is, Greg. Because we're happy to have you on board anyway. End of the over, 74 for 4 now. England on the rebuild with Siva Brunt on 19 and Jones on 14. So I've been in a couple of scoreboards in Australia. That famous Adelaide scoreboard, which is wonderful, and the Wacker scoreboard, the old one there. And I can tell you, they get up to about 50 degrees on hot summer days. And I do not know how the scorers are actually able to cope. It is like, it's genuinely like walking into an oven. Not that I've ever actually walked into an oven, but that would be really dumb.
You go and turn up at Mel's house. Excuse me, just got out the oven, my bad. Yeah, honestly, I don't know how they concentrate, how they get through the day. You probably come out about 10 kilos less, having just sweated. You just have to keep getting changed as well. So I did a mascot event in the heat once.
Sri Tirani has come on to bowl from the nursery end, and the first ball's just worked into towards deep mid wicket, and they take a single to Siva Brunt.
I tell you what, it's very hot inside a mascot costume, even in England. I was great fun. I was at the women's T20 finals day last year. Instead of a race, they did a giant game of Hungry Hippos. So you're on a big inflatable with a rope attached to your back, and you have to jump into the middle, grab a ball, and put it in the bucket behind you.
Around the wicket comes the left armour, and it's pushed into the covers by Jones. No run.
But yeah, great fun. I mean, until I was like, actually, I'm so warm, I don't know what to do with myself. But yeah, and then also when a child punched me in the face while I was wearing my mascot costume, I wasn't too pleased about that one.
Well, I hugged a mascot recently, and he really stank of sweat. The next ball just comes off the outside portion of the bat and down to behind point.
I did say I refuse to go inside this mascot costume unless I have confirmation that it has been cleaned.
They do really stink.
Yeah.
They really do. And I'm a hugger. I'll hug everyone, but I really regretted hugging that mascot. It was not pleasant.
I like a mascot though. You get some really cool ones, especially athletics events. They always seem to, and the Olympics and all that kind of thing. They always got gymnastic backgrounds.
Flatter delivery from Tirani. She's got a silly point in now for Jones. We've had the short leg in for quite a while, but it's a silly point. Rishiko, she just took 2 steps to stand right on the edge of the cut strip and then took 2 steps back. That's tossed up, flighted and beautifully carved away. Oh. And it's gone all the way, has it? Yes, it has. A diving attempt at a stop in the outfield. That's a little bit of release from Jones. She's carved 3 boundaries now.
Yeah, I think there'll be a bit of disappointment there from Harleen Deal. She's somewhat harbour bridged that, just jumped straight over it. But Jones starting to pick up the tempo now. She's 18 from 20. Siva Brunt at the other end on 20. So after it took her a long time to get going and find that first boundary, she's now just elevating that strike rate.
Harleen Deal on as a sub fielder. I'm not quite sure who's gone off, actually. Next ball from Tirani is defended back down the pitch by Jones. And that is the end of the over for Tirani. 5 runs coming from it with that boundary to Amy Jones. 79 for 4 now, England, with Sivabrunt on 20 and Jones on 18. And you really suspect that England's fortunes in this test really might hinge on this partnership now right in front of us. Sivabrunt has a couple of test centuries to her name. Amy Jones does not. She does have a half century in test cricket. This will be the real test.
What an opportunity to step up, though, for someone like Amy Jones. A long way away, something like that, but a great opportunity for her.
First ball of the next over's in the air. Cries of catch it, but it drops short. Rana just tossing the ball up, and Sivabrunt tried to get to the pitch of it. Just sort of ballooned off the top of the bat.
Yeah, heart in the mouth moment there. Coming in off the boundary of the field there, just letting it fall a couple of yards short in the end. Harleen Deal out there patrolling, getting all the action at the moment.
Next ball's just played along the ground to wide mid on. No run available. So just that would be the absolute worst possible outcome for England, I think, if Sivabrunt was to depart now. So it's Kranti Gord who's come off. That's why Harleen Deal's there. Next ball's full but on leg stump and just helped around the corner by Jones. It won't go all the way because Sri Tirani is out there patrolling.
I really like the intent from these two running between the wickets. They both set off for that first run really hard, almost like you would see in a T20 where you put that pressure on the fielder, you run the first one hard, try and turn ones into twos. It's hot out there and they know that they still want to keep this scoreboard ticking over. But it's really good effort from both.
Next ball's another full one and it's pumped down towards the long on boundary. 4 runs to Amy Jones, and if the ball is there to be put away, she has decided she's going to take it on.
Yeah, she makes that look very easy on the half volley. Goes aerial, knew that she'd got the elevation to get it over the fielder, mid on, and just rolling away to the boundary out inside, in front of a packed out pavilion.
The next ball has just fallen outside the off stump and just dropped into the offside by Jones. And she has actually gone past Sivabrunt now, moves on to 24 at a run a ball. So some aggressive options. She's on strike now as the next ball is full and she just opens the face and glides that very fine. It's not going to go all the way. They've run 2 very hard. It's ready to take the third, but Shafali Verma was onto it quite quickly. So bit of an expensive over there. 88 for 4 and 9 runs coming from that runner over. And the players are going to take drinks now. Sivabrunt on 21 and Amy Jones now 26 at a runner ball. And we're going to have a changeover. So thanks to Nurse Georgie, it's time to get the doctor in the house. As Raf Nicholson slides in beside me, I'm going to make way for Neil Manthorp. But please, Dr. Raf, give us your diagnosis of England's ailments in this first hour of play.
Well, I think if they were attached to one of those life support machines, then it might be flatlining any moment now. Nat Sivabrunt, obviously very, very important to England's efforts from here. Amy Jones has come out and been pretty attacking so far, which is an interesting approach given the tricky situation that England now find themselves in. 88 for 4. They resumed this morning on 21 for 1 and then lost those 3 wickets in a tumble which must have been about half an hour ago, because that's the last time I was on air. So I think I've cursed England this morning because I've been on air for all of those wickets so far. Neil Manthorp is back beside me. Do you agree with my diagnosis?
How could I possibly disagree? No, I mean, it's. I just had this premonition that that India's bowlers might make more use of conditions, better use of conditions, more profitable use of conditions. I mean, it's a good cricket pitch, isn't it? You know, we've seen run scoring possibilities, and they've been taken by the likes of Smriti Mandana and half centuries as well from Harmanpreet and Deepti Sharma, and the seamers were really, Krantigord especially, very, very impressive. And I don't know what's the way now. Grind it out or counter attack for Sivabrant?
Well, Amy Jones seems to be taking the counter attacking approach. It'd be very interesting to know what Charlotte Edwards, head coach, said to her before she came out to bat in terms of the approach.
Gary Morgan told us that, or reminded us that Amy Jones had 7 single figure scores in their last 9 innings. So sometimes you do that, and you go, well, I can't get any worse. Let me hit myself out of trouble, hit myself into form.
Yes, that's certainly possible, and it has to be said that she's actually looking in reasonable touch so far this morning. But she's had a very, very difficult World Cup. She had 1 half century right at the start of the tournament at Edgbaston on the opening night. That was the night that Danny Wyatt made a glorious 100. But it's one of those where if you look at the scorecard, it actually doesn't quite match up to what the 50 actually looked like, because it was really quite scratchy, honestly, insofar as you can be scratchy in a T20. And then she's had this run of single figure scores. She basically she likes to just sort of plonk it into the hands of a ring fielder. That's her favourite way of getting out. And obviously that's we're in a test match situation now, so it's got to try to kind of adapt her approach anyway. And perhaps, you know, it's a different colour ball, it's a different format, and that will feel like enough of a fresh start that she can kind of put the World Cup behind her.
I think you need to put everything as much as possible out of your mind, don't you, in a situation like this? Don't look at the scoreboard, don't think about the match situation, just literally focus on, I know it's the oldest cliche in cricket, or one of them, but just, you know, ball by ball, take it one ball at a time and treat it on its merits, and just hope that you can build partnerships in blocks of 10 runs and just get that total somewhere. I mean, the follow-on figure is 135, and that was just looking like slightly concerning at 47 for 4, but now it's 88 for 4. Amy Jones 25, Sivabrant has 21, and we've got the 2 spinners in operation at the moment, Shrey Chirani with her left arm and Sneh Rana with her off breaks. Chirani it is to continue after the drinks break, and there was quite a number of personnel on the field during that drinks break. There must have been over a dozen tending to both teams, the batters and the fielders. That's pushed away through the offside by Sivabrant for a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
Well, it's hot out there, so those drinks are heavy, Manos, to carry onto the field.
They weren't all carrying drinks. I don't know who everybody else was. And there was, of course, a television camera as well out there, and a sound person. Pushed again defensively this time by Amy Jones into the offside. A runner ball 26 to her at the moment.
Interesting that Charlotte Edwards, head coach, has very much got into the habit of coming onto the field during the drinks break. I didn't see whether she was out there or not just now. I don't think she was.
Here's Chirani again. It's just short enough to be pulled by Amy Jones, and she pulls it beautifully through mid-wicket for 4. Very, very quickly seizing on that length. I mean, it wasn't a long hop or a drag down by any means at all. It was maybe a yard and a half shorter than the length that Chirani's wanting to bowl. Jones very quick, seize upon the scoring opportunity, and she's up to 30 now from 28. England 93 for 4. Disastrous start this morning, losing Maya Boucher for 23, Heather Knight for 6, and Alice Capsey for 9. Cranty Gord with figures of 3 for 25. Little inside edge now as Amy Jones looks to tickle this one through the leg side, but it's collected by keeper Yastika Bhatia.
Yeah, lots of runs been scored through that mid-wicket region this morning, and that was a lovely stroke from Amy Jones. I wonder if there's an element perhaps also of wanting to prove the media wrong.
Using her feet beautifully, driving through extra cover. That's a wonderful shot from Amy Jones. It will be cut off in the deep by the cover sweeper, Sneh Rana.
I was one of those who...
Cranty Gord, sorry. She's Sneh Rana's bowling. Cranty Gord sweeping on the cover boundary.
Easily confused. I was one of those who suggested that they might not actually play Amy Jones in this test match, and I certainly wasn't a lone voice in that.
Forward comes Jones to the next one, driving out towards extra cover, and there's no run. So Charlotte Edwards, I presume, has the final say, or if not the sole say in selection, so she opted for continuity and loyalty.
There is an England women national selector now, Lydia Greenway, who obviously knows Charlotte Edwards very well. They played together for many years at Kent, so Greenway will have had some say in that as well. But yes, as I understand it, it will have been Charlotte Edwards who has the final decision. And you're right, that's a good word, continuity and loyalty as well. I mean, Charlotte Edwards is very loyal, but I think she also knows when to when to move on as well. I mean, this is a kind of one-off match, isn't it? Really. So they're not necessarily going to be thinking about the long-term future of England wicket-keeping just over the next 4 days.
Rana in once more, pushed away defensively behind square on the offside. She's such a huge figure in English women's cricket, Charlotte Edwards, and I mean, there was certainly a feeling that it was time to move on, and there was a huge backing for her for her appointment as coach. That's played away defensively again by Siva Brunton. There's no run. Sometimes with a figure as personality, and obviously a playing reputation as huge as hers, there is a problem in any sporting team with the coach being too strong a personality, too much of a presence, if you know what I mean. And so when you mentioned the fact she's been coming onto the field during the drinks break, pushed away defensively up towards mid-off, I just sort of made me feel a bit nervous, because the captain's the captain on the field normally during the game, and not for me to comment, but I am. Of course it's for me to comment. Here's Sneh Rana again, and sweep shot. Oh, and that's hit very hard and hits Risha Ghosh at short leg on the right shin by the looks of it. Fortunately, she's got quite substantial pads on. I presume they're her wicket-keeping pads underneath her trousers.
Yes, I think you're right. And the keeper did go and kind of give her a pat on the shoulder there, as if to say, "Oh, sorry, mate, you're in the firing line there." I suppose that's what you're there for, really.
Slip as well as a short leg as Sneh Rana is in again and driven straight back to the bowler. Nicely fielded. She just actually collides with Amy Jones at the non-striker's end. Do you know what I mean about the coach?
I do know what you mean. I do absolutely know what you mean. I think there's a really interesting dynamic that's taken place. I'll come back to that thought after this ball.
Which is played defensively, 95 for 4.
I think that Charlotte Edwards appointed Nat Sivabrunt as her new captain because my sense is that Charlotte Edwards is somebody who likes to be in charge. She's what we would sort of, let's say that the world is kind of divided into type A's and type B's, and type A's are kind of very full of energy, and they always want to be in the action, and they never sit still. And your type B's are very chilled, very relaxed. Nat Sivabrunt is a type B, so therefore she's a type B captain, and that is one of the reasons why when Charlotte Edwards came into the head coaching role, it was Nat that she wanted as her captain. Now, admittedly, there weren't a whole heap of options for her to choose from, but my reading of it was that Charlotte Edwards wanted somebody who she could kind of say, this is what I want you to do, and Nat would go out and execute that.
Sri Charani left arm spin in, wide outside the off stump, driven by Jones to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Single, 96 for 4.
So I think that your reading of it is absolutely correct, actually. That by coming out onto the onto the field kind of during drinks, she is very much sort of trying to control things.
Charani, and once again played defensively by Siva Brunt.
Now, I mean, I massively rate Charlotte Edwards. I think she's brilliant, and you only have to look at the results that she's had as head coach of basically every single team that she's coached to see that this is a technique as a coach that works for her. It's a sign that she wants to kind of be in the action, I suppose.
Whipped away through the leg side out towards deep mid wicket, this time by Siva Brunt for a single. India have insurance fielders at deep mid wicket and cover sweeper, deep backward square as well. I'm a huge fan in many ways of type B captains who don't necessarily say a great deal. Here is Charani again. It's overpitched and driven down the ground by Jones straight to mid on. But there are some players who need a type A captain. Do you know what I mean? Like the type B captain arrives and might say something like, well, you all know what we need to do, get on with your jobs. And there are some who need a bit of table thumping and a rah-rah speech from the captain, and need a bit of extra motivation, if that's the word. Pushed away up towards mid-on, and they go through for another single. I mean, there's a lot to be said for the type B approach, but you see those players looking at the captain, right, come on then, I need pumping up here.
I think that's really true. England have made a lot of having what they've kind of termed a leadership group around Nat Siva Brunt, who I think maybe have brought a little bit more of that.
Oh, that's a lovely shot from Siva Brunt, driven away through the offside. It'll just be a single. Cover sweeper has been busy for the last couple of overs. Cranty Gord on the cover boundary.
So I think that somebody like a Charlie Dean, who very much now is sort of seen as the captain in waiting, if you like, officially England's vice captain, is somebody who perhaps is a little bit more hands-on. And there was an incident here in the World Cup final a week ago, England v Australia, where Sophie Eccleston thought that she had taken a catch and it was ruled not good by the third umpire, and Eccleston was absolutely fuming about it and looked like she was going to go and berate one of the on-field umpires, and Charlie Dean just came over to her and said, look mate, calm down, and kind of almost physically got between her and the umpire. And that is the thing that you would expect to see Nat Siva Brunt doing as the captain, but she didn't. She was thinking about something else, maybe who was going to bowl the next over. It was actually Dean who went and did that more type A proactive thing.
Sneh continues, another over off breaks, and it's driven down the ground only as far as mid-on. Nobody ever said that captaincy was easy. Well, I think probably, it was probably quite easy for Steve Waugh. He had 6 or 7 individually brilliant match winners. He didn't have to do a great deal. That's a lovely power sweep out towards deep square leg from Siva Brunt. She will get a couple, and some excellent work on the deep square leg boundary as well from Sri Charani, but it does bring up the 100 for England. 101 for 4 to, I would say, enthusiastic but similarly muted applause from an excellent crowd. Close to 20,000 expected today. I think a few more will be coming in this afternoon. We're certainly not up to that number yet, but delighted to see the mound stand to our left as we look from the media centre. That's open and has been filling up gradually throughout the day. The Warner stand well populated, the grandstand, the lower level, also well populated. I think most of the crowd though are in the Compton and Edrich stands either side of the media centre. That's pushed away defensively. Up on the onside by Siva Brunt. She's 26 off 40 Amy Jones has 34 at a runner ball. Excellent counter-attack from the England keeper. The run of form in the T20 World Cup was, in the end, not problematic, I suppose, because England reached the final and won 5 out of 5 in the group stages. Next one is played defensively by Sciver-Brunt. It's interesting, you know, because Nat Sciver-Brunt is a phenomenal cricketer, and she, you know, you assume that, and she's an all-rounder, that she has this big presence not only as a player but as a personality, and looks can be deceiving, and that's an attempted sweep through the leg side. She didn't really make contact with it. So it's really interesting to hear that she is more of a quiet sort of leader from behind type thing.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to think about the fact that she's married to Catherine Sciver-Brunt, who's the complete opposite.
Pushed away defensively out on the onside. Well, that explains why the union works then.
Exactly. Yeah, they say opposites attract. I also think that Nat does a really good job of, you know, she's the kind of yin to Catherine's yang, in the sense of Catherine was always a very, very fiery character as a bowler on the field, and is kind of known for being a very passionate individual, not afraid to say what she thinks about things, and Nat is just the quiet, calm one in the relationship, and it works really well, and that then sort of translates into, I mean, I think Nat is a very calm batter as well. She's very calm at the crease, she's very composed, and it makes for, you know, we've seen so many fantastic innings for her over the years in an England shirt. Whether that necessarily, as you say, that style of captaincy works for some people, but I think there is a feeling at the moment that it's possible that the handover to Charlie Dean may come sooner rather than later. Obviously, there was no way that they were going to think about anything like that between the end of the World Cup and this match. They barely had long enough to have a couple of red ball net sessions, let alone be thinking kind of very holistically about the leadership group and the captaincy. But I think that probably will be a conversation that Charlotte Edwards has over the next few weeks.
Sri Charani continues with her left arm spin. It's wide and full length, and a drive from Amy Jones is picked up in the covers. Talking of Izzy Wong. Let's go back to Izzy Wong, who travelled around with the T20 squad and didn't get a game. But she said that her and Lauren Filer were spending as much time bowling with the red ball as possible. Forward comes Jones again, playing defensively out towards extra cover. And there's that lovely moment where she said, we were fighting over the red balls because there were only 4 of them in the bag.
Yeah, I thought that was slightly strange, because clearly the plan, it feels like the plan all along was for her and Filer to take a backseat in the World Cup, ready for this match. So therefore you'd think that there would be plenty of red balls around, but no.
Only 4 of them. Yeah. Driven down the ground by Amy Jones as far as mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, it was interesting. There were lots of classic moments when Izzy spoke to the media after the day's play yesterday, and she had an outstanding day, a couple of wickets and a brilliant catch. But, the fact that Heather Knight, when she located her test cap, found that it had mould inside it, that's again over pitch from Charani and driven through the offside by Jones. She's striking the ball really cleanly and crisply at the moment, Amy Jones. She'll get a couple. It'll be picked up by the busiest fielder comfortably in the Indian team at the moment, Kranti Gaud, on the cover boundary. But it's indicative of how seldom test matches are played. Heather Knight had to find a test cap and find that it had gone mouldy.
Yeah, very, very, very funny. And Wong is a great entertainer, as we were saying earlier.
Off the back foot now, punched up towards mid-off. Not only was she respectful to the point of reverential about all the England cricketers who've gone before, but she spoke in the same glowing terms about the Test format, and just how much she loves it, and loves it far more than any form of white ball cricket. That one is smashed really hard by Jones, only as far as cover. There are 2 cover fielders as well as a mid-off. But again, you know, she's not the first and she won't be the last woman to say, we'd like more Test cricket, please. Can we have more?
Yeah, I honestly think that's a very, very common view amongst women from all nations, even those who don't currently have the opportunity to play Test cricket, such as the New Zealand women's team. West Indies haven't played a Test in years and years, and the one that they had organised against Australia earlier this year got canned because of financial reasons. But Test cricket, we love Test cricket. We all love Test cricket, and you know, young women grow up watching Test cricket and kind of learning how to love Test cricket and its unique rhythms in exactly the same way as young boys do, and to therefore then kind of turn around and say, well, because you don't have a dongly bit between your legs, that means that we're going to deny you the opportunity to participate in the pinnacle format of cricket. Just not fair, is it? Sorry, am I allowed to say that? I'm just looking round just to check that I haven't got myself in trouble. Thank you. Good.
Now then, on that subject, okay, we've got do we have a change of bowling? We do. Deepti Sharma's into the attack with her off breaks. A good friend of mine who lives in London, Jonathan Knowles, he actually alerted me to the fact that tickets were only £30, and when he found out, he bought a couple immediately. So he's come for today, and he's coming tomorrow. But he asked a question. He said, "You won't know the answer to this, Manners, so ask Raf." And it concerns Test status. The next one is pushed defensively away on the onside by Sivabrant, who remains 26 off 45. Amy Jones has 36. It's a good counter attack from England. It's a good fight back and stabilisation. Deepti Sharma in again, played defensively by Sivabrant. Test status. He said, why does it just follow that the countries who have men's Test status automatically have women's Test status? He said, what about the Netherlands? Well, you know, they're a good team. Why can't they play Test matches? Pushed off the back foot defensively up towards mid-off.
The Netherlands have played a women's Test.
Jonathan? Well, there you go. I didn't know that.
But
clearly he didn't either.
No, this was over 2 decades ago, before the ICC took over running the women's game.
Deepti Sharma in again, played away defensively, no run.
Until 2005, women's international cricket was governed by its own separate body called the International Women's Cricket Council, which was set up in 1958. It was a volunteer-run organisation, but it was completely separate to the ICC.
And a lovely on drive, attempted anyway, by Natsiva Brunch. Doesn't quite time it inside half of the bat. Fielded at square leg, no run. The over comes to an end. The first one from Deepti Sharma. England 103 for 4.
So, in terms of Test status in the women's game, up to 2005, if you were a member of the IWCC and you wanted to play a Test match, then you did. And it was on the two kind of women's organisations in both of those countries to organise it. And so you do have lots of examples of kind of countries playing Test matches, and there was no way for the ICC to stop them. They had no kind of regulatory power over women's cricket. Then you move into a situation in 2005 where basically the IWCC ran out of money and went to the ICC, and they took over women's cricket. And then women's cricket subsequently then has to subscribe to the same model of governance as the men's game, whereby Test status essentially aligned with being a full member of the ICC. So if you are a full member of the ICC, then you can play men's or women's Test matches. The ICC have never managed to get their heads around the fact that actually women's cricket has its own distinctive history, and therefore it doesn't always align properly, or it's not always appropriate to just have status in the men's game mirroring status in the women's game, or it's rather vice versa, because it's basically whatever goes for the men is also seen as appropriate for the women, and often it isn't, because we've kind of come from our own different history. The Netherlands were a founding member of the International Women's Cricket Council. They had a very good team up until the 2000s.
Change of ends for Sneh Rana, and she's in now from the nursery end, and it's pushed away defensively on the offside. I just need to remind people why they are hearing such incredible account of the history of women's cricket. That's driven. That's a lovely shot from Amy Jones out to extra cover, and it's fumbled briefly by Jamie Rodrigues. The only person in the world with a doctorate in women's cricket, the women in whites, Dr. Raf Nicholson. That's why you are learning about women's cricket if you didn't know all of that already. So the Netherlands have played a test match, driven down the ground towards mid-on, straight to the fielder. Any other non-traditional, non-full member nations who have played a test match, or is it just the Netherlands?
Well, Ireland obviously a full member now in the men's game, but relatively recently, Ireland women played a test match about 18 years before Ireland men did.
Pushed away through the onside, and they go through for a single to the sweeper on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Nat Sciver-Brunt moves to 27, Amy Jones has 37.
And in fact, I get quite frustrated when people talk about the first Ireland tests, when actually what they mean is the first Ireland men's test. So yeah, Ireland women played a test against Pakistan women in 2000.
Here's Sneha Rana again on the back foot, and punch straight back to the bowler. And how did that happen? How did the women play test matches so much earlier than the men?
Again, it was just a case of the Ireland and Pakistan women's associations got together.
Too short from Sneha Rana, and it's pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. Quickly onto that, Amy Jones. Gee, she's playing positively for someone supposedly short of form. But, she takes another single out towards deep mid-wicket. Jones moves to 38. Sciver-Brunt has 27. England 106 for 4. Please do carry on with that, Raf. Melinda Farrell's going to take over, but I am listening with a keen ear just behind you.
Yeah, so all that would have happened in order for Ireland women to play a test match would be that the Irish Women's Cricket Union and the Pakistan Women's Cricket Association would have got together and said, let's play a test match, and they did. And so there was this point. So Pakistan were quite a new team in 2000. They'd only been playing women's cricket. There'd only been a Pakistan women's team for about 3.5 years at that point. And I think that there was a feeling that playing a test was a way to really develop their cricketers. So yeah, they went to Ireland and they said, well, we're coming there anyway to play a few matches. Can we play a test? And they did. So I think that you know, one of the kind of points that I've always tried to bring out in my work and in the book very much is that the history of women's cricket is unique from the history of men's cricket and doesn't always mirror it.
Thanks, Dr. Raff. I like a school day on a Saturday, a bit of education. Always learning something here. Around the wicket, this time to Jones, who just punches this into the offside, and there's again no run. Score remains 106 for 4 as Dr. Raff leads us, and Mel Farrell appears back in commentary.
Yeah, I still don't have a designation.
I was just going to say, I haven't got there yet. As Charity again, left armer comes round the wicket to the right-handed Jones, who just punches this to cover, and there's again no run. She remains on 38. Sciver-Brunt at the other end, 27.
Maybe if we've got a doctor and the nurse, and we've got, well, Jarrod's a, maybe it could be the Undertaker. Just come in when it's all completely done.
Again, round the wicket, gives it the big heave-ho. In the air, into the leg side. Fielder coming round from mid-on. Can't get there, and it plugs somewhat. But Amy Jones not getting a hold of it, looking to go the aerial route. More height than distance in the end, but lands safely and she survives.
Well, she's been prepared to be a bit more aggressive, Amy Jones. And that's all well and good, as long as she doesn't actually get out. It's a real trade-off, isn't it?
Round the wicket again, and this time is driven all along the carpet. Beautifully straight from Jones. That's going to be 4 more. Rolls away in front of the pavilion. And she's looking in fine form here in the whites.
Oh, that was a glorious shot. We saw Nat Sciver-Brunt play a drive straight down the ground for 4 earlier. It looks somewhat different when Jones plays it. It's a very traditional high-elbowed shot when Siva Brunt went down. That was more of a slap along the ground. Plenty behind it.
Charney in again now, and this time punched up to extra cover by Jones, and there's no run. Score remains 112 for 4. These two came together at 47 for 4, so building nicely. We said that this partnership was going to be crucial, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to rebuild this English innings after the chaos of the first half hour of play today. Final ball of the over, Charney round the wicket, just straying on the pads down the leg side, worked away by Jones towards that boundary at deep mid-wicket. The rolling stop, and they'll come back for a second. Jones moves on to 46, end of the over. 33 overs gone, England 114 for 4.
Yeah, it's been a good half hour for England in the time that we've been off, Georgie, in the fact that they haven't lost any wickets and they've been able to find runs. I think this pair have run between the wickets really well. And it's interesting. It looks like they've settled on the roles where Siva Brunt is just anchoring this at the moment and recognising that Jones is the one who is in fine touch as far as being aggressive goes. Talk about being aggressive. Jarrod Kimber has just come in and he's causing havoc, as always.
I've never understood why Scott won't just give us cables that are long enough for our desks. I don't really understand his job, but I think cable length should be something that he should be looking at a lot. No? Don't you think that when it comes to cable length, Scott comes up short? It's a shame you snorted away from the microphone then, because a whole generation of people just missed out on that snort. Oh, double snort. 114 for 4 here on talkSPORT Cricket. It's a lovely sunny day. Cables are a little bit short, but other than that, we're handling it. More stands are open today as well.
Sneh Rana is in from the nursery end, and this is just blocked and defended by Nat Siva Brunt. And there is again no run. She remains on 27. Score 114 for 4. So just past 12:30, heading towards the last half hour before lunch. And gets down and gives it the slog sweep along the carpet. Good running. Jones coming through from the non-strikers. She set off early, but the arm came in and would have been heart in mouth for a moment. The last thing England need is to just throw away a wicket for a run out.
It was the wrong end. She went to the wrong end, unfortunately. It's the person with the calf injuries end I would have been throwing at. But she saw there was a half a chance at the non-strikers end, and she threw. I think if Jemmy had, or maybe if she got a better call, I'm not sure there's any way that, yeah, Siva Brunt would have been run out by meters at the other end.
This one just blocked into the offside by Jones, who's 46.
So they've had two, I would say now they've had 2 3/4 chances to get rid of Siva Brunt. They had the top edge, which I still don't understand how it wasn't at least dropped off the sweep, and that run out.
In again now is Rana, and it's driven back along the ground by Jones and fielded at long on. And one more to the total. Jones moves on to 47. Score moves on to 116 for 4.
Georgie, this must be the first time in quite a period where Amy Jones has made any runs. I was looking at her record. It's just dropped off a cliff the last couple of years.
She made some runs leading into the T20 World Cup, as this time Siva Brunt just dances down the pitch and just blocks this into the leg side. There's again no run. And he sort of did think, it was almost felt, don't use up all your runs now kind of situation.
I looked in all T20 cricket. She's averaged 15.5 in the last 2 years, I think, which is quite low for her, obviously.
Rana in again now, the big stride out, just blocked in defence. And just dribbles away into that leg side to close out the over with a dot. 2 runs coming from it. 34 overs gone, 116 for 4. But it's interesting with Amy Jones because she still seems to get picked up around the world. So she goes over and plays in the Women's Mid Bash, or the WNCL over in Australia as well. So whether it's an aura thing or whether it's a historical thing.
Sometimes it's. I think historical is probably the way of looking. Are you allowed to use that word today, by the way? I think what happens is once you've got a reputation, it actually takes a few years to kind of break the reputation. And also people are like, yeah, but she's still Amy Jones. She'll make runs. And it's when you look at the record and she's averaging 15.5, that's at the point maybe in the next year when teams start to go, maybe we don't want her.
Well, seven of her last 9 international innings, Amy Jones has been out for single figures.
Is that good? Huh?
No.
No.
Wow.
I mean, if that's the sort of number that I'd heard a lot of people talking about. That's why I looked at domestic as well, and it's right across the board her runs have dried up.
Well, Shricharani in again, left arm round the wicket, and Jones just gives herself room and looks to punch this through the offside. Can't get it through the infield, and there's again no run.
I mean, of course, she's got the added bonus of being a very good keeper, and that is one of the other reasons she gets picked up all around the world.
This time punched along the ground up to mid-on. Again, can't get it through.
That's it's quite interesting to me that she's the one who's taken the aggressor role with these two out in the middle. It's quite often you could see Siva Brunt taking on the very positive option. She's been quite happy to hand it over to Amy Jones.
Jones again punches into the offside and again can't get it through. The tumbling stop gets appreciation from the crowd over in the grandstand. It doesn't look as busy over in the grandstand today, but I think that's because the stands over to our left are open today, so people are slightly more spread out. Goes aerial this time. Fielder at mid-on for a moment, thought she was in the game, and in the end just watches it plop over her head. Doesn't quite make it to the rope either, but Amy Jones would have been heart in mouth for a moment.
I'm not sure what happened there. Who is that out there at mid-on? I don't know if she misread it or she got in the wrong position, but is it Harmison? But yeah, she definitely got herself in all sorts of a mess there.
This time defensively pushed out into the offside, and again no run.
The fact that she didn't even put her hand up. I'm not sure she would have reached it, certainly the way that she was running, but she could have made a much better effort to get back towards where the ball was. It's a couple of times they've done that with lofted balls.
Round the wicket again, and this time looks to give herself a bit of room and just punches this up to wide mid-off, and again there's no run. Closes out the over with a dot. 2 runs coming from it. 35 gone, 118 for 4. Trails still by 167.
But even that, the last ball there, Amy Jones is not to be deterred because she skipped down the pitch again. So it's clearly a tactic to try and take on the spinners. And there have been a couple of streaky shots, and she's been a little bit fortunate. And she's still out there, though. And so much depending on this partnership.
You've got to ride your fortune, haven't you? There was a moment earlier when she hadn't yet scored off 3 deliveries, and she was very nearly run out at the non-striker's end, and the bowler got a fingertip to it and managed to ricochet into the stumps. So now Siva Brunt on 28 faces up to Sneh Rana, just defended off the back foot, and there's again no run.
I was almost a bit surprised when the wickets fell that Harmanpreet Kaur maybe didn't turn to Deepti Sharma. Just such an experienced wicket taker, and they're just letting England just come back into it a little bit more as well. India.
Rana in again, gives this a little extra flight. Played off the back foot, just punched behind point by Siva Brunt, and they'll scamper through for a single. She moves on to 29. It brings Jones back on strike, who's on 49 from the 58 that she's faced. England 119 for 4.
She's just bowled one over Deepti Sharma, and that was a maiden as well. That's all we've seen of her.
On again, and now punched into the offside by Amy Jones, and that should race away to the boundary. It might just fall short, but either way, she brings up her half-century. A much needed knock from the England keeper, and she gets the appreciation from the crowd.
been an entertaining innings from Amy Jones, and she's really stood up when England were in all sorts of trouble. We were 47 for 4. She's come out, she's taken the pressure off Nat Sciver-Brunt and really taken on the aggressive option. She's come down the track, I should say. She's used her feet. She's been prepared to go aerial and take some risks in that as well. It's not been risk-free by any means. It was just what England needed, and they need her now to keep going on.
The one slip in and the short leg for Sciver-Brunt, who gets the big stride out and just blocks this defensively into the offside. Score remains 122 for 4. So just the 15 minutes now until lunch here on day 2. This time gets down and sweeps it away. There is protection out in the deep on the rope, so will just be 1 as it goes straight to the fielder. Long leg. 1 more to the tally. Sciver-Brunt moves on to 30.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how long we go now without seam bowler or Deepti Sharma coming in. So that 1 over was quite bizarre. They've done 2 sort of 1 over spells today that I don't understand at all. The first one was to begin the day, and they've brought it back again for Deepti Sharma. But I would have thought by this stage they should have been rotating back through their seamers. The ball's moving and moving around a little bit. Was there only 5 balls bowled in that over?
That's what I was just thinking.
Close enough.
Round it up.
That's how we'll get to 100 overs in a day.
Just take 1 off every over. This time punched again into the offside, and again there's no run.
Don't tell me the hundreds had no impact.
Yeah, the 100 meets Test cricket. That is very confusing, I have to say. I'm just going to look at something else to see if that was short.
Charney in again, and this time is blocked into the offside by Sciver-Brunt. Again, there's no run. A beautiful day here at Lord's. The hum around the ground. Good crowd in again here for day 2 of this women's test match. 4 days here at the home of cricket. Ashri Charney approaches the left arm round the wicket. And Sciver-Brunt again just doesn't quite times this. Finds the bottom edge of the bat. Can't get it past mid-on, and there's again no run.
I think it's confused everyone. I think Cricinfo is still on a 5 ball over.
This time aerial into the leg side. Nat Sciver-Brunt says, you bowl it there, I'm going to have some of that. Sends it all the way for the first 6 of the day.
Wow, that was properly pummeled by Nat Sciver-Brunt, who's been largely quite defensive. It's been Amy Jones who's taken them on, but that was a reminder of the power, the explosive power of Sciver-Brunt. He just got down a little bit low and swatted that one over the deep mid-wicket boundary.
How does Charney respond? Time just worked into the leg side by Sciver-Brunt. Backs up the boundary with a single. So I think it was a short over, yes?
Well, that seems to be the agreement of just Gary, who is our statistician, reckons it was a 5 ball over, and so does Cricinfo, and so did Sky Sports. So everyone's a little bit bemused and befuddled.
Constant state of mind, really. Down the pitch this time from Jones, who can only punch it up to a wide mid-off. Can't get it through, and again there's no run. So 7 runs coming from the over. 37 gone. England 130 for 4.
Yeah, that's probably a bigger issue from the third umpire. They're the one who should have contacted the umpires and told them that made a mistake. Umpires on the field occasionally do that. I played in a club game recently where the umpire called over and I said, only 5 has been bowled. And he said, no, I think you're wrong. I said, let's check with the scorers. because I was trying to steal the strike at that point. So I knew exactly how many balls there were to go in the over. So it's a normal thing that occasionally the umpires will get it wrong. They're doing lots of things. But generally the third umpires will say, but either that message wasn't passed along or it was passed along too late and they decided that it was over. But yeah, it is something that you see occasionally in international cricket.
You know what? Sometimes it's hard to count to 6.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they made it 5 for the 100 for the kids.
Punched straight back to the bowler this time. Right, Nat Brunt.
Well, there's no sign of them taking their foot off the pedal in the lead up to lunch.
As Rana approaches again, right arm over the wicket, and Steve Brunt works this into the leg side and goes out to deep mid wicket, and they add one more to the tally.
Yeah, Siva Brunt, they just showed something on the TV that shows she's gone through the sort of England academy when it comes to facing spin. She's either played the ball very far back or very far forward, nothing in the middle.
Jones facing up now, slightly fuller from Rana and just blocked defensively by Jones, who stays on 52. Score remains 131 for 4, just the 10 minutes now until the lunch break.
And that research that the ECB found was via Roll Jarrod. She comes in again with some off spin here, and this might be caught at short leg, it's out. Wow, a little bit of an edge onto the pad, popped up. We saw that from the quick bowlers earlier, but this time it's a spin, and that is a huge wicket, completely against the flow of the game.
This is the kind of thing that just happens so often with Amy Jones. She just looks like she's getting England out of a bit of a pickle, and then something like that happens, and it's just a wicket out of nowhere. There was no real pressure building. She looked like she was comfortable, and then just a wasteable wicket really just pops up, easy grab, and now England find themselves 5 down.
Well, just before lunch, it really does boggle the mind and frustration for England, because it was such a good partnership, so much depending on it, and just wanting to get through to the lunch break with those 6 wickets still intact, and Amy Jones just pops that up for Risha Ghosh, who's been fielding under the lid at short leg, waiting for another opportunity after she spilled one earlier. And so Amy Jones, she's got the half century, but I think England would have liked to see her stay out there a lot longer.
Look at I know this is going to sound like very, very small mercies, but they're not worried about passing the follow-on anymore. And when Amy Jones came in, the follow-on was very much in the conversation. So I don't know how many people actually know this, but in 4-day cricket, the follow-on changes. So in 4-day cricket, it's 150 runs, and in 3-day cricket, it's 100 runs, and in 2-day cricket, it's 50 runs. So it was 150 runs, but they still needed 135. And when Amy Jones came out, especially with her recent form, as we talked about before, we weren't necessarily thinking that Amy Jones was going to be able to get them there. So they've got themselves back into a position where they're still in the game, but now they've obviously got an all-rounder here. They've got Sophie Eccleston who can hold the bat, but then they've still got 3 seamers who come in later. So it's not as if their tail is probably a little bit stronger than India's, which was basically combusted the moment it touched the field. But this is not a strong tail either. So they've got to make the majority of their runs in this partnership and the next partnership, and they're a long way behind in this game.
Well, it brings Maddie Villiers out to the middle on Test debut. And Mel, we saw her earlier, didn't we? Going through some sprints in the far pocket of the ground. Whether that was a fitness test of some form, we weren't really sure. We didn't think you'd want to be running sprints in this heat for fun.
No, I think it was a fitness test. I was just wondering if she'd picked up a little niggle. So it'll be interesting just to see how well she is running between the wickets. There's no way you're doing general fitness stuff.
I think sprints would make me less fit.
But she was going through quite a few out there, just up the other end of the pavilion end, but where there was sort of a bit of room where the boundary rope has created a pocket. And
Gubby Allen's pocket. It's Gubby Allen's pocket.
Is it?
Well, it's Gubby Allen's stand, so
Yeah.
I'm calling it Gubby Allen's pocket.
You can-
Also, because it would annoy him that there are women on the field. And actually,
in his pocket.
actually, just in general.
It just annoy him that there are women.
And just people,
Oh,
really.
but-
Anyone. I don't think Gubby Allen really liked anyone other than himself.
Oh, we all have those days, don't we?
He had that for pretty much a lifetime, which was his main skill. But yeah, it's funny actually how much they've used that area of the ground for warm-ups and things. I saw quite a few of the England players and the Indian players. Obviously, yesterday we talked about the ball going on the field from some warm-ups out there.
So a little delay before things get back underway here, but Sneerana in now from the nursery end, and a beautiful vintage Test match defensive shot from Maddie Villiers, her first shot played in Test cricket, and there's again no run. Score remains 131 for 5.
India immediately being aggressive. They've run out the helmet for Rodrigues, and she's at silly point. Short leg also, slip.
And Fuller this time right at the toes of Villiers and just punched back towards Rana. So a successful over, just the one run and the wicket coming from it. 38 gone, England 131 for 5.
Yeah, I wouldn't actually. I like that they've got the 3 players around the bat. If she bowls slightly shorter length than that, I'd also bring in a leg slip. I'd have 4 around the bat, especially in this session now. There's no reason why you can't over attack, and I do the same for Siva Brunt. I'm pretty sure they're going to put the deep mid wicket back out because they had her out earlier. Yep, and here she goes out there at the moment. No, bring her in. If you want to hit at this stage to deep mid wicket, I'll take a boundary or 2. Or do the opposite and put all the fielders out and say, you can happily take a single here. We'll bowl to the player who's just come out. But you've got an advantage now, and you've created it. And Deepti Sharma exists.
There you go, Mel. Your prayers have been answered. Deepti Sharma from the pavilion end, just right at the toes of Siva Brunt, and she just plays this defensively into the leg side. And there's again no run. Siva Brunt 38 from 68 now. Maddie Villiers yet to get off the mark at the other end.
This is odd though. She's only going to get another 1 over spell.
This time punched back up towards Sharma, who falls over in her follow through but fields the ball cleanly.
It's like a club cricketer, 1 over specialist.
Is it a spell if it's 1?
Oh no, it's definitely a spell.
She's in again now, right arm over the wicket, just right targeting at the pads. Big appeal from Sharma. And just going to come through for a discussion here. There's a lot of hands on hips, a lot of double teapots out in the middle. And we're going to send this upstairs.
I think it's a bit more leg side than they think it is. It's spun a little bit extra.
Yeah,
TV umpire to
Just
director.
looking back at
We have a
that.
player review for
First
LBW.
reaction was
The
definitely
original
that it was going
decision is
down
not
leg.
out. I've checked the feet's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
I think even more so though now, with the way that she's bowled this over, I would put everyone around the bat and everyone else on the boundary and change the game up. Yeah, that's going to miss leg. I'm
Ball
not
close
even
to the
sure
bat.
it hit her
Check
in
ball
front of
there.
leg, in fact. She's got a middle stump
Flat
guard,
line, keep playing through.
and it's hit
Flat
almost
line.
the outside of her
Flat line, just play that
pad
back
as
again,
she's gone
please.
straight down the wicket. Indians are starting to go back into positions.
Play it forward.
Yeah, they're going back now, and
Satisfied there's no bat involved.
wonder
We'll go through to
that
ball tracking,
might
please.
mean that this is the last over. They might sneak another one in. But just
Original
as the
decision
umpire takes
not out.
his time, James Middlebrook, the
Pitch in
TV
line,
umpire.
impact in line. Missing the wickets. Go back to our own field, please.
Yeah, Indians all back in position now. Anna Harris vindicated in her decision, not out. Impact in line, missing the wicket.
Would have hit a 5th stump though.
You know
Georgie,
what? Yeah.
so
There's a lot of innovations in cricket. Maybe one day, every time you lose a review, you get another stump.
If I'm the coaching staff, I'm going to be saying to them, not only did you waste the review, but you've wasted 5 minutes of us bowling at them before the break with them under pressure here.
Well, Deepti Sharma, 3 deliveries to come in this over now. And that's Siva Brunt on strike. She's 38 from 70 as Sharma is in again, targeting at those pads of Siva Brunt, who just plays this off the back foot and punches it to mid-wicket. And again, there's no run.
Okay, so we've had 4 balls in this over. This is when I would bring everyone in and say, if you want to have a big slog over the top, feel free. but I want to keep Maddie Villiers on strike as much as I can now.
Sivabrunt dances down the pitch, gets to the pitch of the ball, and again can only work it to mid-wicket. So 5 dots from Sharma, looking to close out a maiden here.
Sivabrunt suddenly has to do some gardening down the middle of the wicket with 1 minute to go to lunch. Some traditions never die.
Sharma's in again now, full, and Sivabrunt gets the big stride out, plants that left foot and just drops it into the offside. And again, there's no run. Maiden from Deepti Sharma. She came back into the attack, 131 for 5 after 39.
I've just managed to sneak in another over, so that's fortunate for India at least. So another opportunity here now. They've got Villiers on strike, and immediately you see the fielders around the bat again, either side of the cut strip, slip in as well.
Sneh Rana in now from the nursery end, and this is just punched off the outside edge into the offside by Maddie Villiers, who gets her first couple of runs in Test cricket as they come back easily for a second. She was looking for a moment like going back for a third. And that's Sivabrunt at the other end with a calf injury and slightly longer in the tooth, saying no, stay there. Score moves on to 133 for 5.
Lovely way of calling her old, isn't it?
She's got quite nice teeth.
They do say the calf injury, like traditionally in sport, the calf injury is the old man's injury, isn't it? And so isn't it great that we could have it for an old woman as well?
When you've commentated on as many Legends leagues as I have seen many a calf go.
Oh, yeah, the calves get tighter and tighter.
Honestly, just start calling it the calf league.
Just brought in a fielder to protect point, quite deepish as well.
Rana in, and Villiers just plays this defensively into the offside. It's Jemmy Rodrigues there under the helmet.
They just want to keep her on strike, don't they? They don't want her to get an easy boundary or get off strike at point. So it makes sense. I still think I bring in an extra catcher. I'd probably take cover out at this point and put in a leg slit.
Here comes Rana from the nursery end. A little bit of extra flight, finds the outside edge, backwards a point from Villiers. Early call of 2. And they're going to easily come back for a second. And that's Sivabrunt not even turning around to think about a third.
She said no to the third before she'd started the second.
But if Villiers was doing some kind of fitness test, she looks to be absolutely fine running between the wickets. And she's actually played a couple of really confident strokes for someone who's just walked out. And she's got fielders around the bat. And they're just opening the face. Now they're just bringing that point fielder in.
Yeah, they're going to have 2 slips,
yeah,
which I'm happy with that.
Yep.
I like the leg slip, but she's bowling wide of off stump, so nothing wrong with this either.
Just in again now, targeting right at the feet of Villiers. Just pushes this to Rodrigues under the helmet. Get them all up. Everyone around the bat. Last 2 deliveries before lunch. A little bit of extra flight again, played defensively into that offside, and does get it past Rodrigues this time for another single. So it brings Nat Sivabrunt back on strike for what should be the last delivery before lunch here on day 2.
I think Nat Sivabrunt will be quite happy to get in and have some lunch and some refreshment as well on another hot day. I'm looking forward to lunch too.
Sneh Rana is in, final delivery of the day. Nat Sivabrunt just punches this into the offside and they scamper through for a single. Maddie Villiers keen to run through. So 1 more to the total. 40 overs now played by England, and they'll head into lunch. 137 for 5. Nat Sivabrunt unbeaten on 39 from 73. Maddie Villiers at the other end, 5 from 7 on Test debut. The first time she's headed out into the middle with the bat during a Test match, and she's looked very comfortable so far. But that wicket of Amy Jones will just have given the Indians the rile up in their tails as they head towards lunch, because England were looking to really rebuild something as they headed into the final half an hour before lunch, but Amy Jones going for 52, just a very regulation catch for Richard Gosch at short leg off the bowling of Sneh Rana. Has just brought India well back into it earlier on today. England started the day 21 for 1, but then there was a quick fall of wickets, 3 falling in quick succession. Bouchier, Knight and Capsey all going fairly cheaply before Amy Jones and Nat Sciver-Brunt really built things back up, and then Jones dismissed with the score 131 for 5. So the game very much looks like swayed in India's favour at the moment, especially getting rid of Jones in the last half hour before lunch. But Nat Sciver-Brunt, ever reliable for this English side. The captain's still out there. She's unbeaten on 39. Maddie Villiers at the other end. England, they still trail by 148 runs as the teams head off. The ground staff head out to the middle to have a look at the pitch. Lots of floppy hats on. And everyone at Lord's decides to head off and find a little bit of lunch, which is also what we're going to do here now. So England will resume after lunch. 137 for 5, trailing by 148 runs.
folk, rock and contemporary chart hits, inspiring individuals and communities to join together and sing pop and rock songs without the need to audition or to read music. Today we welcome 300 rockies from London and the home counties to perform a selection of uplifting songs to get all of you on your feet. Lords, please give a huge welcome to Rock Choir. Lords, will you give it up please for the Rock Choir? After a successful first year, the Toyota Good for Cricket prize draw is back, helping local clubs keep scoreboards ticking over. Buy a ticket in the Toyota Good for Cricket prize draw and support your local club. Each club receives 100% of the funds it raises. Ticket bundles start from just £5, giving you 5 chances to win. And Toyota has again provided a prize pot valued at over £200,000. That includes 3 brand new Toyota cars, money car buy experiences, international match tickets, and plenty more. So buy a ticket and support local cricket. Visit toyotagoodforcricket.co.uk now. Terms and conditions apply. 68% of women and girls believe if they see themselves visually represented, it encourages them to try new sports. That's why to help inspire the next generation of female cricketers and drive further visibility of women's sport, Metro Bank and the ECB have created a new photography bank of high-quality images of women's and girls' cricket. The images will be accessible to local cricket clubs free of charge by the ECB Resource Hub, with professional standard imagery available to use across their websites and social channels to assist with the formation of new teams and recruitment of players. Hankook's premium crisps brand Tyrrells is a proud team partner of England Cricket. To celebrate this iconic partnership, Tyrrells have created a brand new limited edition flavour, English ham and mustard, inspired by the flavours of a great British picnic and the charm of a summer's day at the cricket. Made using only the finest potatoes, this limited edition is free from anything artificial because great flavour speaks for itself. Check the Tyrrells website now where you can pick up a pack before it's too late. Created heritage trail will allow visitors to explore Lords through their phones, discovering the stories and landmarks that make the grounds unique. Children can pick up a little Lords Explorer activity book and colouring pencils from the Vitality Performance Centre that's full of fun games and quizzes to do throughout the day. There's plenty more thrilling cricket to watch at Lords through the rest of the summer. The 100 and the new-look London Spirit men's and women's teams will be in action at Lords through July and August. There'll be 5 match day. That includes the final on the 16th of August. And we'll be topping the season off with our final test match of the summer. That's at the end of August, when England's men return to take on Pakistan. It's your last chance to watch the test team at Lords in 2026. Limited tickets are available via lords.org. Do you want priority access for future England internationals? All you have to do is join the We Are England Cricket Supporters Club for free today. It's your chance to be in the queues and get early access to tickets. You can find out more and join online at ecb.co.uk. The We Are England cricket team have been in ground here at Lord's today. Let's have a look and see what they've been up to.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to our coverage of the women's test between England and India, live from Lord's. First time we've seen a women's test at this storied venue, and it's been great entertainment so far. But England have been in a little bit of trouble, to say the least. They've lost 4 wickets in the morning session. They came in at the start of the day 21 for 1, and it's pretty fair to say that India have bowled really well in the first session, although really solid partnership between Nat Sivabrunt, the captain, and Amy Jones, the wicketkeeper, at least brought some relief and mounted a little bit of a fight back. They are currently 137 for 5 in response to India's first innings total of 285. I'm Melinda Farrell, starting you off in the afternoon session alongside Dr. Raf Nicholson and Professor Jarrod Kimber. As we get play underway, the teams, or the Indian team at least, just in a huddle on the outfield, just inside the rope in front of the members' stand. And Nat Sivabrunt walking out alongside Maddie Villiers. Sivabrunt, the taller figure. She was joined by Villiers just before lunch after Amy Jones, who made a fine century, quite an aggressive one, just popped one up to short leg. It was, particularly good timing for England, but Maddie Villiers came out and played some confident strokes. And they'll be looking to continue the fight back. What did you make of that first session, Raf Nicholson?
Not great from an England perspective, certainly. I mean, I wish Amy Jones had played like that in the T20 World Cup. It's a little bit of a surprise, but I enjoyed Sid Egan's post on Blue Sky about this. He said India are missing a trick with Amy Jones. Instead of a slip and a silly point, they just need to put some catches on the ring, then she'll spoon it straight to them. Anyway, they did get her in the end just before lunch.
You can't just quote your husband and then pretend like you're quoting some expert, by the way.
Oh,
And it's also your website you're quoting. What is this?
some Sid Egan bloke.
Some guy called, what is it, Sid? I think that's how you pronounce it.
Saeed
Egan?
Egan.
Look, if you can be known as Professor Jarrod Kimber, then I can quote my own husband.
I didn't say you couldn't quote him. I said you had to make it very clear that there was a conflict of interest.
Deepti Sharma gets the afternoon session underway.
I like undernoon. I think we should go for undernoon.
Undernoon is when you sleep in and then it's the afternoon and you're under your blanket still. That's an undernoon, isn't it?
Oh dear, oh dear. Deepti Sharma coming over the wicket, flighted and just gently pressed into the leg side by Nat Sivabrunt. There's a short leg in for her, as there has been pretty much all day.
Do you want some
And the
crowd
slip-
stats?
Oh, please. But maybe wait till after this ball.
No.
Next one is defended back down the pitch.
Yesterday there were 700 children's tickets sold, which we believe is the most ever sold on day one of a Lord's Test. 1,800 today, which is probably by far the most they've ever had on a day two of a Lord's Test.
So Sharma in once more. She bowls full, and it's dug out back down the pitch by Sivabrunt. That's fantastic, isn't it? To see
Yeah.
that. Usually, if it's day 5 of a men's test and it's the people's
That's
Monday,
the only, yeah, and sometimes day 4s as well if it's half price. I've never seen this like for a normal ticket a day before.
next ball flighted and full again and just pushed up to mid-on, no run. Oh, that's fantastic to see. One thing that changes dramatically during a Lord's Test, the only time you ever have to queue for the ladies' loo is during a women's match here. Next ball, Sivabrunt gets deep in a crease and works this into the leg side. And they'll take off for a single. Couldn't get any further because who was that fielding there? It was Jemmy Rodriguez, isn't it? Square leg. Just managed to get a hand on it.
I did enjoy during the T20 World Cup matches here. They brought in extra portaloos, women's portaloos for the additional female spectators, but they made sure that they had ICC T20 World Cup branding on the side of the portaloos.
Well, they do own their own toilet, mobile toilet company.
Actually?
No. It would be awesome if they did, though. And I now feel like they might have missed the trick based on your face.
Raf, as someone
That's
who
why
has
they
worked,
call me Professor.
yeah, as someone who has worked with Professor Kimber for a long time, we have to have a discussion about how much you can believe him. End of the over 138 for 5.
Thanks, Mel. I'll make sure to take everything he says now with a pinch of salt.
ICC also have their own brand salt.
Really?
Kranti Gaud starts another over, and that is driven sumptuously by Sivabrunt on the first boundary of the afternoon session.
Well, that's a juicy warm-up ball. We've been praising the Indian seamers last night and this morning for just how accurate they've been. And she's just come in here and said, would you like a throw down, Nat? Here you go. Here's a full toss for you. And it's been smashed away. I don't think Nat Sivabrunt was even thinking about hitting that for 4. And suddenly she went, well, I can't not hit this for 4.
She's just warming up in the undernoon.
That was a very undernoon delivery, actually. Probably the most undernoon delivery I've seen.
Well, yes. Oh, maybe I should get under my duvet and go back to sleep.
Do you say duvet or doona?
I just said duvet because I'm in England.
Yeah, you would say doona in Australia,
I would
right?
say doona
Yeah.
in Australia, yes. It's very confusing. Next ball is on the money, shall we say. Much better from Kranti Gaud, who has been the best bowler for India, certainly in terms of wickets. This is her 11th over. She bowled 4 maidens. These figures of 3 for 29. She really has led the way. Bowled well. Great seam position. Got it wobbling about in the morning and caused quite a bit of trouble. She's in again now and just turns around, almost appealing, and then pulling out of the appeal because it sounded very woody.
I do remember being in Australia and there was a big sign saying, don't take the doona out of the cabin, and I didn't know what it meant, and I was anxious that I might do it accidentally without realising.
Just looking around at everything, go, could this be a doona? No, that's a cat. That's a cat. That's soap.
Next ball is just whipped up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, Doona is, I think Doona's a company, isn't it? And they made duvets, but very thick, weird duvets that became very popular in Australia. But we, you know, a bit like you would say Hoover for vacuum. Yes. Some people say Hoover. So we say Doona, and it's only taken me about the first 18 years of living in England to occasionally say duvet.
Good. Runs in and bowls, and they are appealing seriously, and a good job they did too, because the finger goes up, and it didn't take Grunty Gord long to strike again. That's her 4th wicket, and it's that of Nat Sciver-Brunt. And that is a huge moment. They're just talking about it. They have reviewed. They know how important this wicket is.
I'm not sure what the review's for. I don't know. It's not too high. It's not down leg, and she didn't hit it.
I'll tell you what the review's for. It's because it's Nat Sciver-Brunt.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was hinting at. It's nice that you said it fully. But I don't see any cricket reason for the review. Just trying to have a look now. She's come forward, half press forward. It's hit her on the back leg. It's going to hit the top of middle and off, would be my guess. She just, again, is there any, a little bit of seam movement back in has just beat the bat, and that it just looks plumb. It is high, but not that high.
No bat involved. Can we go through to?
It has to be said too. There's a
tracking.
big old gap between bat and pad that ball has just careered through onto the back pad. Hard to see how this isn't out.
Second time we've seen.
The decision is out.
This is going to be plumb.
Side off. Impact in line.
Yeah, 3 reds.
Hitting wickets. Can we go back to Sue on field, please?
They just showed that Sciver-Brunt's face before it came up, and she looked at it where, I may not get this one. She didn't walk off, though, to be fair. She did hang around, but that's hit the middle stump 3/4 of the way up. Absolutely plumb. And again, Gord just getting a little bit of movement in both directions, this time just nipping back. But, and again, we see an English batter with non-straight bat. As Mel said, away from the pad and also playing up the wrong line. You could probably get away with 2 of those things, maybe not all 3.
So 2 wickets falling either side of lunch. Of the 2 set batters put on a good partnership. Amy Jones before lunch, and now Nat Sciver-Brunt after lunch. England 142 for 6 now. Villiers is out there on 5. Hasn't been out there for long, and Sophie Eccleston walks to the crease now, and England really are in a bind.
Yeah, if you look at what's to come in the England lineup, I would say India are now through into the tail. I know Sophie Eccleston does like to think of herself as an all-rounder, and she certainly has hit some. She's hit some nice shots in her time, but she's never kind of crafted a real test innings of the kind that you would need from here in order to dig England out of this hole that they find themselves in.
I'd probably say number 8 who can hold the bat is probably what she is, right? Like she's certainly not terrible with the bat, but she can hold it. But after this, there isn't a lot of batting to come.
Grunty Gord is in, and first up, it's a big swish outside the off stump from Eccleston. Goes through to the keeper.
Can I just rephrase, Mel? At number 8, who thinks she can hold the bat after that shot? That is a terrible first shot. I mean, what was she thinking there?
I think this is it, that Eccleston likes to think of herself as an all-rounder, but has not necessarily demonstrated it to other people.
You've just described my entire life.
Well, it's the end of the over, and England 142 for 6. and really are in all sorts. And we're going to see Deepti Sharma again, no longer bowling 1 over spells. This is the second over, isn't it, for her?
This is her third over.
Oh, this is the third over. Oh, I missed the second one.
Depending on how you feel about spells, you could argue this is her third spell, and she's bowled 3 1-over spells so far. Or you could say that there was a spell on either side of lunch.
You can't describe an over as a spell.
Oh, yes, you can.
Yes.
If you haven't played enough bad club cricket. I've seen lots of overs that are a spell in bad club cricket.
4 fielders around the bat as Deepti Sharma bowls and Villiers defends.
One of my favourite things to do in cricket is if someone comes on and they're a friend of yours and they bowl a really bad over, you go up and you go, good spell. The captain hasn't even told them they're not bowling the next over yet. You've just called it.
Full delivery, and Villiers gives herself some room and ends up just slapping that to extra cover. They've got a slip in, and they've got one either side of the cut strip, so short leg and then a silly point. Really putting on the pressure at the moment, trying to squeeze life out of England's innings. The next ball's driven very nicely, though, by Villiers. And doesn't quite get past the second fielder. Got past one. And then it stopped. So she has looked pretty good, though, I have to say, as Villiers.
She's got a very solid technique. And when you think that this is her first kind of serious innings in red ball cricket, and really will be the first time that she's ever batted with all of these very close fielders in around her, and I think that does something to you psychologically, obviously, as well as testing your technique and your ability to defend, and this is the first time she's done it, and she's looking pretty good so far.
But it's Eccleston now on strike as Sharma floats one up, and Eccleston just drives it straight back to Sharma. Yeah, it's a good point, actually. Something I don't really think about is that the batter's not being used to fielders under the lid. As deep goes in once more, and there's a cry of yes, but it's just defender back to the bowler.
I just think, Mel, it's something that's really difficult to replicate in practice, and especially as we've kind of talked about at length, the very limited amount of time that England have actually had to prepare for this Test match.
Sharma bowls a flattered delivery, and Eccleston works it into the leg side. But, they won't get a run. Preet Kaur ending up just doing a little bit of soccering of that. She was shepherding the ball along the ground. Always makes me nervous when I see fielders do that, because I just think, oh, don't tread on it. Next ball's fuller from Sharma. It's just punched up to wide mid-off, no run. And that's the end of the over. There was a no ball in there. I thought that over was a bit longer. I missed that no ball.
Makes up for the 5 ball over we had before lunch.
We did have a 5 ball over before lunch, and it was very confusing. 144 for 6. Now Eccleston yet to get off the mark. Villiers, who definitely looks the most assured out there. She is on 6.
Did you enjoy the rock choir at lunchtime, Mel?
I really liked the rock choir at lunch, and just so people know, it's not as though there are a bunch of
We could tell you
boulders.
really liked it. I really liked it.
No, I did actually went outside to listen. So it's not a bunch of boulders. It's an actual choir singing.
Thanks for the clarification.
Welcome. Next ball is a big swish from Villiers. And the accompanying gasp from the crowd.
So you're not suggesting that there were rocks singing. You're suggesting it was human beings in the form of the genre known as rock music.
Yes, that is correct.
Can you imagine how confused everyone was on YouTube when you said that? Everyone hearing it and just thinking, why are boulders singing?
Have you ever heard boulders sing? It's quite refreshing. God, and the next ball's just defended into the
You're
offside.
going to snort, aren't you? I think we might have lost Raf as well, by the way.
She's gone very pink.
I'm back.
Also, apologies for before lunch and encouraging Mel to snort. Maybe we need like like a little script, Scott, for any time she snorts. Oh, did it happen then? Was that one?
Oh God, bowls one that's well wide of off stump, and it's another quite wild hack from Villiers.
It is interesting that they both decided, we're just going to swing at everything now, which was maybe they're also looking at the order beneath them and thinking that they have to, but I don't know if they. Not really sure why they need to do this. The ball's old. They're facing a seamer. I'd just wait for the bad balls and put them away.
Well, it's struck the pad, and there are a few half appeals, but that ball was angling in and would have gone down the leg stump for sure.
So still to come for England are Izzy Wong, Lauren Bell and Lauren Filer. And I did once see Lauren Bell make a 50 for Berkshire back in the Women's County Championship, ye olden days when it was an entirely recreational competition. But it's fair to say she's not really replicated that for England.
Our next ball is bowled by God, and Villiers just leans back. She likes to give herself a little bit of room to access the offside, but it's pretty well patrolled and there's no way through.
Both teams have pretty fragile tails. I don't mean an actual tail. What I mean is, sorry, just in case anyone's getting confused out there.
God in, and that's wide of off stump, but just chopped straight into the ground by Villiers. And that's the end of the over, 144 for 6. It's a maiden over. What have you liked about God and the way that she's bowled? Because I think the way she's used the seam has been really impressive, and she's found a really good length to make it work for her.
Oh, she hasn't bowled down the leg side. She hasn't bowled wide. She's bowled very accurately on a pitch with a little bit of help. She swung the ball early on, and when she was swinging it, I didn't think England was as worried. The minute she started bowling the wobble ball and started seaming it around, she caused them a lot more troubles. But she keeps the stumps in play and she keeps the outside edge in play all the time. And she has a relentless line of length in a way that the England seamers, outside of maybe one of Izzy Wong's spells, didn't really have. And so she's using the conditions. There is a little bit on this surface. And she's consistently found just that little bits of movement.
Deepti Sharma to continue from the pavilion end, and the first ball is just defended into the offside by Eccleston. I think that's it. What you would have to say generally is that India's seamers have just been more disciplined, have settled on a line and length and pretty much stuck to it. As Sharma is in and bowls and just pushed out into the covers. Eccleston, no run. And then they've got the added bonuses. They've got an extra spinner as well. And you think about, if this game goes into day 4, what that might mean. Really flights the next ball, and they're going to take on the single. It was just square of the fielder at extra cover. So they do get through, brings Villiers onto strike.
Yeah, I mean, I think day 1 was a relatively even day, we thought.
Deepti tosses one up, defended back to her.
But actually, it's looking increasingly like almost getting to 300 is going to be the innings that that sets the tone and sets the game up for India, given where England are at the moment.
Villiers crouches as in comes Sharma, and it's just pressed into the ground in front of her. Richard Ghosh in there, fielding under the lid. Jemima Rodrigues on the other side, on the leg side, also under the helmet. Flatter, quicker delivery, and again Villiers leans back, gives us some room, slashes it towards the covers, but it can't get past the fielder. And he will just get a single. So a couple of singles off that over. And England now 145 for 6, with Villiers on 7 and Eccleston on 1. I go back, I did really raise my eyebrows when England won the toss and gave India the opportunity to bat first. I didn't know whether it was a defensive move, if they thought there might be a bit more in it. But, you know, bright sunshine, the opportunity on day one to bat at Lords on a pitch that we've seen deteriorate, or at a ground where we've seen pitches deteriorate. Seemed like an odd move, Jarrod?
I think if they'd bowled properly, they probably would have had India in all sorts of trouble. If they just bowled top of off stump and tried to seam it around.
Gord back for another over. And first ball's just played into the covers. All of a sudden, it's really become much harder to score and to pierce this ring.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I thought you were finished. Tell us about
I
rings.
am.
So the ring in a cricket field is where you have the fielders trying to stop the singles. No, so I think they wasted the new ball, and I don't think they actually, outside of one spell from Izzy Wong,
This next one's defended into the offside.
did what they needed to do, which was just come in and hit the seam over and over again and get the movement. So they read the pitch right. They didn't bowl right to that pitch, and caused themselves lots of issues that they didn't need to.
I actually think that bowling first was the aggressive move, because it's a way to it's the best way to try and maximise your chances of taking 20 wickets is to bowl first.
God in bowls, and just a little twist of the wrist to push the ball out to point. And won't take a run, and it was actually, the ball was absolutely fired back in then by Jemima Rodrigues. I don't know that Krunty Gord actually enjoyed that ball being fired in that quickly.
Completely unnecessary throw. I'm all for it. More of that. Also, like if it does hit the stumps, it wouldn't have been a run out. It would have just been 4 overthrows.
Next ball is, it's just popped back down the ground over the head of the bowler by Sophie Eccleston. And there's a couple of runs there. It wasn't really with any great timing or force, but just a little chip over the bowler's head.
And I think that Jarrod's right, actually. Nat Brunt said at the toss yesterday that she felt that bowling conditions would be best right at the start of day one. And if England had actually kind of taken advantage of them a bit more, then they could have had India bowl that much more cheaply.
And Krunty Gord's next delivery thuds into the pad of Eccleston, who was a long way down the pitch, and she turns and looks to the umpire, but again it was without much conviction. That ball probably would have gone down the leg side as well. Oh no.
What? No! No! Why are you reviewing this?
What? Well, that's,
Do you want to see where fifth stump is going to be? Is that the plan?
do you know, that's just
TV
taken me
umpire to
by
director.
surprise, because
We
I
have a
didn't
review
think
Because
for
you
a
understand
second.
the laws
The
of
original
cricket,
decision
and that
is
the ball
not
needs to
out,
have
check
hit
the
the
feet, it's
stumps
fair delivery,
after hitting the
go
pad.
to front on.
Well, I mean, we'll have a look at the replay, but certainly first impression was that that had gone well down the leg side. Well, we'll find out.
All close to the back, can we just go through to ultra edge?
I mean, if they quickly go out there and move leg stump, it might still hit it.
Flat line,
I mean, when that
satisfy
hits
there's
the
no
pad,
batting ball. Can we
that
go
looks like
through
it's
to ball
almost
track?
the impact
It,
is.
it may be impact outside on the leg stump
Yeah.
line. That's how bad this call is. They didn't even appeal that much, and then suddenly they had a conversation,
Going
and
ball tracking.
also the camera's on the leg side here. I think if the camera was on the offside, it would even be
Pitch
further
and
down the
line,
leg.
Impact umpire's call. Missing wickets. Can we go back to Sue on field, please?
There you go. Impact. With
Umpire's call.
umpire's call.
On impact, on the leg
Oh
side.
dear.
Oh, no,
That-
I'm sorry. I'd like to apologise to all the talkSPORT listeners. That's sixth stump.
Might even be seventh. That is a shocking review. That really is. That just totally blew me away, which is why I did a double take when I realised they were reviewing. Anyway, God is back, and the next ball just played out into the offside by Eccleston. That's a total waste of a review.
That's the same deliveries come up next, Raf, and they didn't review that one. It's the exact same thing. That was closer. That was actually hitting fifth.
I wanted them to review that one just to see what your reaction would have been, Jarrod.
Well, but the strange thing is, they've only got one review remaining. By the way, India. England have two. But they didn't even appeal. It wasn't even a big appeal. It was one of those ones where God turned around and kind of.
I think
had
she
her
went and got the
arms
ball, didn't
shrugged.
she, as well?
Yeah.
Like,
It was It's really, really odd.
Who do we think is driving this then? I mean, is Harmanpreet Kaur just making terrible decisions? There was that one against Nat before lunch, wasn't there? But that it feels like Dipti Sharma has a little bit of a track record of pushing Harmanpreet to review things when maybe that's not a great idea. But I don't know. I didn't quite get a sense of who was responsible for that.
Well, you didn't, partly because we didn't think they were going to review, so we weren't as focused on it as we should have been.
It just came out of nowhere, that review.
It wasn't even like all of them huddled. They were kind of scattered around.
Dipti Sharma, first ball, full, flighty, floaty, and just straight to the fielder in under the helmet at silly point. Really, really odd. As Sharma in, and Villiers just drives this one in front of Rishi Ghosh, silly point. No run in it there, though. This is all, they are crawling along at the moment, England. It's all about survival, it seems. Flatter delivery, this time on the leg side by Villiers.
In the course of one session this morning, essentially England have gone from a situation where they were looking to get enough runs on the board to get into a winning situation.
This is the next ball defended by Villiers back up to Sharma.
To now, it just feels very much like England's only hope is just to really dig in here and go for the draw. Go for the draw.
Minimise the damage.
Yeah.
Next ball tossed up and flicked into the leg side quite pleasantly by Villiers and beats Harmanpreet at short mid-wicket. And will just get a single.
This is like proper Test cricket now, though, isn't it?
150 up for England now, but at what cost? Well, the cost of 6 wickets. And they are right up against it. Yeah, it's...
That didn't sound like an ironic cheer.
The next ball is shoved really by Nicholson out into the offside. And take another single. And that's the end of the over, with England 150 for 6, still trailing India's first innings total by 151 for 6, I should say. A little bit slow in ticking over the scoreboard. And well, you're right, it is about damage limitation while they actually sort out what they can do. It's a really difficult, difficult hole to dig themselves out of now.
All of
It's
these.
hard to dig yourself out of a hole anyway, isn't it? Just like as a saying, I'm just saying, you're a doctor. Like if I went into you and said I'm in a hole, you'd probably say get a ladder or a rope. You probably wouldn't say here's a shovel.
First ball of the next over from God is worked away into the leg side for a single by Nicholson. Oh, I'm having a shocker, aren't I?
No, the phrase is right. I'm just saying the phrase is wrong. You didn't say anything wrong.
Eccleston bats as if her bat is a shovel.
There is a bit. She does have a bit of shovel to her, doesn't she?
And maybe that's how England dig themselves out.
Hey,
Eh?
I do like a bottom shovel.
God in over the wicket, outside the off stump as Villiers pushes it out to point. No run. Oh, I only like to dig myself out of a hole in the afternoon.
It's been a beautiful afternoon.
Here is God. Shorter delivery. It just almost squares up Villiers a little bit, but she manages to keep it out. So 2 slips in. Gully point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. That short leg. And just one fielder on the boundary, down at fine leg. There's God. He's in and bowls, and it's defended into the offside by Villiers.
Be fascinating to see how long her spell is, because they haven't really over bowled her that much. But this is one of the key differences between men's and women's cricket, is that she won't have come in having bowled lots and lots of 20, especially in India, 20 and 30 over innings, which is probably what they might need from her. So she's only into her 14th over, despite the fact she's been so dominant.
Runs in once more, full of ball, and again there's a half appeal. Sue Redfern is quick to shake her head. There's a few hands on heads out there as well. But again, it was just going down the leg side.
Still way closer than the one they reviewed. Like, they didn't even really appeal then. They went, oh, God, that was close.
But at that angle, she's angling the ball into the right-hander, and it's just going down leg each time. Next one's wide outside the off stump, and Villiers is down on one knee, having a massive swipe at it. Doesn't connect, and it's the end of God's over. And England now 152 for 6, and we're going to have a little changeover in commentary. And I'm going to enjoy my undernoon somewhere else and hand you over to Neil Manthorp with some final thoughts from Jarrod Kimber.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see now if they try both of the seamers from this end. I thought they missed a trick maybe in the first session, especially when that partnership got going. I would have had spin on at one end and rotated my seamers from the other end, especially while the ball was a little bit more new. Perhaps less so now, but they're still doing a little bit off this surface. So I'd like to keep a seamer on from one end as much as I can, or at least try the second seamer. But Deepti Sharma bowling her off spin here, and this is full and pushed to mid-on. There'll be no run from Sophie Eccleston. No shoveling on that ball. Yeah, the Indian field has been quite vocal all the way through. It's Deepti Sharma again. Flight on this one, and just for a moment I thought she might have sliced that towards cover, but she ends up getting a single to mid-off. And they add another run there. 153 for 6 here on talkSPORT with Neil Manthorp and Georgie Heath.
I was enjoying that, Jarrod. You feel free to finish the over.
Can I'll tell you a funny story. So yesterday, Scott said, if you're telling a story, Jarrod, like, because you can do ball by ball, you can continue to call as Deepti Sharma comes in. And this is on the leg side, and it's flicked away for one. Don't stop from calling the ball. Continue to call the ball, and then continue with your story. And this morning, I was like, there was no time to do it. And then the one time I did it, Manners, poor Georgie hadn't called like a wicket in ages, and she was on call. And I called one ball, and it was a wicket. And she just missed it. And then I didn't even know how to throw to her, because I was like, I felt so awful. But then I remembered it was Georgie, and I was fine.
I'm going to take that as a compliment that you think I can take it. So that's fine. We're all friends here for now.
Sneh Rana in again. Sorry, Deepti Sharma in again, and pushed away up towards deepish mid-on, and there's no run. Sophie Eccleston 6 off 17, Maddie Villiers 10 off 31. So it was a riveting first session, 116 for 4. Very good scoring rate thanks to the counter-attacking of Amy Jones. Forward comes Eccleston again, playing defensively out towards the offside. We're having to rearrange the furniture here.
You'll be doing skipping with these ropes in a minute.
They're longer than they need to be, aren't
No, we had complaints about them being too short earlier. This green one is too long and the black one is too short.
Eccleston on the back foot whips this one away past short leg, and it's Jimmy Rodriguez is in there at short leg now. We've got Risha Ghosh under the helmet at silly point, and Rodriguez is a much smaller figure on the leg side. That was whipped away for a single. Eccleston on to 7, Villiers 10, trailing by 130. That number is terminal, I think, it's fair to say.
You're asking me because I'm a nurse, yeah? Asking Nurse Georgie, we need the doctor back in town.
Well, I'm just following on the theme. Every time I walk in here, you're talking about flatliners and life support.
Yeah, life support. You know what? England looked like they were going to need life support this morning, the way those wickets fell early in the day. But there was the recovery, and then obviously that wicket of Amy Jones came out of nowhere, didn't it? Sort of half an hour before lunch.
Beautiful off-spinner's wicket though, wasn't it? Inside edge onto the pad, called it short leg. That's absolutely classic, and Sneh Rana deserved it. But yeah, do you agree that there's probably no way back from 130? That's a terminal number.
It is an uphill task, that one, and you've got a flat tyre, and you've suddenly found yourself on the Tour de France.
We've got a change of bowling now. Sathare, I understand. I've been saying Satgari, but it's that might be. What's a soft G? Satgari, Sathari. More of an H, isn't it? Melinda was telling me that it's a soft G.
Ah, okay.
Sathari. And she's back into the attack, Sayali Sathari. And half volley outside the off stump. That is meat and drink. Thank you very much. Sophie Eccleston will have some of that. Eased away through the covers for 4.
Yeah, loosen up to start the over, you could say. Sophie Eccleston will be very happy to see that, as will England. And just absolute freebie outside the off stump. She moves into double figures now and has overtaken Maddie Villiers, who's at the other end still on 10. The 2 slips in for Eccleston and the short leg. Just the one fielder out at deep backwards square, the only one on the boundary at the moment.
I spent many years in the commentary box making comments like, I wonder how many of the England players are prepared to concede as a first innings deficit. It's a complete nonsense. It's edged and taken behind. Yastika Bhatia takes a good catch. A little bit of an away swing, or maybe it just moved down the slope, and Eccleston lured into the drive. Thin outside edge, good catch from Bhatia. She had to dive forward. It would never have reached first slip. The keeper will be delighted with that. And Sakhari has just been brought back into the attack. Good move from Harmanpreet Kaur. And, England slide further into the mire at 159 for 7.
I'll tell you what, Sophie Eccleston will not want to watch this one again. Just a loose drive at this one, the outside edge. She got herself she was really crouched down, having to squat down, just looked uncomfortable. She's a tall player and just lost her shape completely. The edge there, well taken behind the stumps, and England are in a world of trouble now.
What do we know? Sorry, I know nothing. What do you know about Izzy Wong's ability to build
Izzy
a
Wong
partnership?
is more of a T20 batter, you would say, than a test match batter. She can hit a long ball should she be required, but I've never really seen much of her tenacity to stick around and dig in for a long time and play the long game. But we're not seeing that much of her bat in a test match, so maybe today's the day.
She spoke with some passion about her love of Test cricket last night after the first day's play. She had a commendable performance with the ball, 2 long spells, took a really good catch as well, so she was the obvious choice on merit to speak to the media, and she just loves Test cricket. She said it's no other format remotely compares, desperate to play more of it. So if she can turn that passion into a long and studious defensive partnership along with Maddie Villiers, then perhaps there is still some hope. Yeah, as I was saying, what deficit are England prepared to concede? Right now, the batters out in the middle are just thinking as many as possible. It's just a question of survival, and Izzy Wong is forward to her first delivery and plays it away defensively, straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, you'd rather never have a deficit, would you? I guess that's what you'd be thinking on that form. But England still trail by 126. We've only got 3 wickets in hand. We were talking about that Indian innings and whether we thought perhaps there were some runs left out there in that first innings. Could it be pushing up over 300 at least? And their tail was cleaned up by Sophie Eccleston. But what India have done so well is just be tidy throughout this innings with the ball in hand, as this one just keeps low and Wong lets it fly through to Yastika Bhatia behind the stumps, and there's again no run. Yeah, that's what India have done so well. They've bowled better on this pitch than the England bowlers did. And we're just seeing that one again. That did keep very low.
It did move, didn't it? I mean, a little bit in the air. It just began to shape away, but then it's just hit the pitch and gone a little bit down the slope. I know. I tend to be a little bit more forgiving of batters who are out to legitimate attacking shots. Sakhari in again and pushed defensively. I mean, it was there for the drive, wasn't it? She could have been a bit more forthright in her movement, got the front foot a little bit further out towards the pitch of the ball, but really, she's England's leading wicket taker. She's not in the side for her batting, and it was there for the drive. And I think I'm more inclined to give credit to the bowler Sakhari, who's now got 2 for 40 in her 11th over. Lovely for a captain. Makes a bowling change, and it results immediately in a wicket. And oh, that one goes straight on. It's left alone by Izzy Wong outside the off stump. Wasn't too far away from the off stump, whereas the previous delivery had moved away. That one has gone straight on, held its line. England 159 for 7, trailing by 126. England haven't been at their best. I mean, you know, it was easy for Izzy Wong to say, as she did yesterday.
Final T20 international between England and India here in Southampton.
Yes, we had some momentary crossed wires there from. No, you turned the effects off. That's fine. It's fine. It's gone now.
That's what I mean. No, it's gone because the TV is now showing us that. Yeah, it's just taking it.
Well, we had a moment of crossed wire technology. Anyway, 159. What was I talking about?
England had not been up to scratch.
Yes, right. Yes. So, as Izzy Wong said at the close of play yesterday, always nice to put a team in and bowl them out on the day that you've asked them to bat first. But the total of 285 was, I thought, always a very, very good one, despite India feeling that they hadn't maybe capitalised. As a new over begins from Sneh Rana, which is this one is driven by Villiers to extra cover, and there's no run.
I think some of the talk about putting a team in was because England were going on the attack there, because to win the Test match you've got to take 20 wickets. So, bowl first, you've got the first opportunity, as this is just lofted, and she's gone. Takes out the stumps, Bale's flying. Sneh Rana picks up her second. Maddie Villiers has a drive at this one. It beats the edge, beats everything inside the inside edge. A bit of turn, and 8 down now, England.
There's that wicket that Jarrod robbed you of earlier.
Yeah, thanks, Manners.
159 for 8. It was a beauty, wasn't it? I mean, you know, we saw yesterday Maddie Villiers bowled an absolute beauty to get rid of Harmanpreet Kaur, turn through the gate, turn and bounce, and it's a pitch that is really encouraging the spinners. And that's just a beautiful, beautiful piece of bowling from Sneh Rana. She's given it a lot of air up above the eye line, and she has celebrated in appropriate style, let me tell you. Arms aloft, like she looked like Ronaldo celebrating.
Nah, you've got to go for this Sue if you're doing the Ronaldo.
I mean, she loved it. That's an absolute beauty. Her 2 wickets now. One big spinning inside off spinner onto the inside edge, caught short leg, and now that one. That's from where it pitched to where it hit the stumps. That's turned a foot. Sensational stuff.
Yeah, they'll be very pleased with that one. So 8 down now. England 159 on the board, and well, it brings Lauren Bell out to the middle, who you would say is a number 11, but Lauren Filer is so much more of a number 11 that Lauren Bell comes in at 10. So 2 fresh batters out in the middle, both yet to get off the mark.
Well, that doesn't say much for Lauren Filer. I mean, didn't Lauren Bell hang around for an important 30-odd balls in a ODI recently?
She has really worked on her batting, yes, but she does also look a lot more awkward with the bat in hand than a lot of internationals. She's got an opportunity now to just try and help England with something. If that deficit can get into double figures.
4 fielders round the bat. Silly mid-off, short leg, 2 slips, and that one fizzes past the outside edge. That's a straight honour to Lauren Bell, I think, from Sneh Rana. Yeah, it was. It just slid straight on past the outside edge. So he's turned the previous one a foot, and that one hasn't turned at all. Beautiful piece of bowling. In she comes once again. Forward comes Lauren Bell. Plays defensively. She has an interesting grip. It holds it very deep, in almost in the palm of the hand, which is unusual for an off spinner. Normally it's all about the fingers, but she's varying the amount of spin, and that's one of the secrets to her success. This one also skids on. She might be setting Lauren Bell up here with a couple of sliders first up, and then she'll suddenly rip one past the inside edge, maybe her plan. Maybe she's just going to let nature take its course now that we're down to number 10 and soon to be number 11, you might think. Forward comes Lauren Bell, pushes that one out. Short leg, fielded by Jemmy Rodrigues, and there's no run. 159 for 8, England trailing by 126. Well, the last test match these two teams played ended in just a fraction over 2 days. So that was in extremely different conditions. Where was that again? Jamshedpur, was it? No, it was in, I think it was Jamshedpur. India won that by 347 runs.
Yeah, it was an absolute rollicking in the end. We were
you there?
Covering that one from here, from the UK, and it was very quickly over with on that last day of action. Sadly, wasn't over there. Next time.
It's a tough gig, isn't it? Starting at 4 a.m. when you're covering test matches in India from London. Sadhari continues from the nursery end, pushed out to extra cover, no run.
Tell you what, it did surprise my flatmates. He confused my flatmates a lot. I used to live with a French girl and a Finnish girl. And so sometimes I'd go off through the night and they had absolutely no idea. And then I'd go off and it'd be day 5 of a test match. And they'd be like, oh, there's lots of games in a row. And I was like, no, it's still the same game. And actually, at the end of today, there might not even be a winner. And they'd just be like, oh, we'll just see you later. Like, we'll just carry on.
2 slips and a short leg is Sakhari is in again and played defensively by Izzy Wong up towards mid-off. What was it, French and Finnish?
Yeah, and one of them, she was determined to start learning about cricket. She's like, Georgie, I want to learn something. So we sat down to watch the first ball of the men's Ashes that was down under one season. We sit down, Rory Burns goes first ball. And she just turns to me, she goes, so is that like a red card? And I went, you know what, yeah, he's not coming back on. We'll just give him a red card, off you go. And we both just went to bed and that was it. And I don't think she's watched cricket since.
That's a brilliant concept. Sadhari in again. Wong defends again out towards extra cover. So she thought that Rory Burns had been sent off.
Well, she was like, well, he's out. Does that mean he's not coming back on? Is that like a red card? And I was like, you know what? We'll just go with that. I did take her once to, you know, the bars that you can go to, that you play cricket in the nets and it's also a bar at the same time. I couldn't get her out of the nets. She liked playing and drinking, just didn't know the rules when watching.
I bet she held the bat like a baseball, did she?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Well, here we're making light of a dire situation for England. 159 for 8. India have been superb. They have been, I have to say, better in all 3 disciplines. Pushed away behind square by Izzy Wong to backward point. And there's no run as Deepti Sharma, no, it's not Deepti Sharma at backward point. I think that is Sri Charani. 159 for 8. Izzy Wong, 0 off 8 balls. Yeah, certainly defend, play yourself in, but she'll have to try and make some of the running, score some runs. There's no point just using up time. Good leave here outside the off stumps. A good delivery from Sadhari.
Well, seeing as we are broadcasting to outside the UK, I'll be interested. Maybe there are some people listening from Finland. You never know. There might be some Finnish listeners who are massive fans of women's Test cricket.
We've had
Niche.
some listeners from some interesting places already around the world.
We had Budapest earlier on today. You can buy a bottle of wine for equivalent of 70p in Budapest, you know.
Is that
cheaper
right?
than water. Yeah, there you go. Come to Georgie for all your tourism facts.
70p?
It was 70p, the bottle of wine I had.
Was it any good?
Well, problem is I can't remember. So it kind of tells you.
Okay. Well, you can't imagine that it was the grapes were trodden by barefoot angels for that price. 52 overs gone. Last ball of the over defended once again. Izzy Wong, 0 off 10. Lauren Bell, 0 off 4. England now, they're in. They've at the moment they look like they've got nowhere to go and don't know in which direction to turn. There's a long conversation going on now between Izzy Wong and Lauren Bell, and that's good to see because, you know, I hope that it is. Look, let's come up with a game plan. You know.
Yeah, rather than discussion of, hey, Izzy Wong, have you managed to collect any more of your FIFA World Cup stickers that she's been trying to trade throughout the whole World Cup? You know, you get your sticker books, the Panini stickers, I think they're called, and Izzy Wong is really into this, and she's been trying to collect all of them. So through the whole World Cup, she was swapping with fans and putting it out social media.
Lauren Bell comes forward and defends behind square on the offside.
And so she was swapping them with fans, and people were bringing boxes of the ones that they got. So I don't know if she's completed her sticker book yet, but that's been Izzy Wong's activity while she's not been playing through the World Cup.
She's got more important problems at the moment. She's at the non-striker's end. There was a long chat that they had, and I just hope it's like, look, let me take a single. You take. Who do you fancy? Who do you? That's a swing and a miss. That's a shot of some intent from Lauren Bell as Kranti Gaud is back into the attack. Quite rightly, she's got a chance of a fifer and a place on the honours board. I assume, yeah, they are going to be put on the honours board. Yeah. We haven't had a women's test here, as you all know by now. I've put my 50p into the fines box and say that this is historic.
You could almost buy a bottle of wine in Budapest for that.
I've prepaid my fines. That's my first H word today. Swing and a miss again from Lauren Bell outside the off stump. Kranti Gaud out just a bit of width, and Lauren Bell had a swing at it. So was there an announcement or a statement made by the MCC to confirm that places for the honours board?
I don't think it needed to be announced, because there's already, there's white ball honours boards now as well. So there's already female players on that. The likes of, you think, someone like Annie Shobsol from that World Cup final in 2017 then ended up on their sort of backdated.
Well, playing a miss again from Lauren Bell. This time I think she was more semi-defensive, and again it swishes past the outside edge.
Yeah, so I would.
Late on that.
I feel like it's something that doesn't even really need to be said. It's a test match at Lord's, therefore you could end up on the honours board.
Well, and I was about to say that if Kagiso Rabada can end up on the England honours board, in the home team honours board, because South Africa were the home team during the World Test Championship final.
So there's a reason there's a huge cheer that's just gone up around the crowd as Bell lets this one go through, and there's been a young man has been shown on the screen for the last few minutes, and he's nodded off to the side. His head has just been lolling on his right shoulder, and then suddenly he's just woken up out of his post-lunch stupor, and the whole crowd has just cheered. He's been up on the screen above the scoreboard, and I don't think he's ever going to be allowed to forget it. He's now got a crick in his neck as well.
Good Yorker, really well bowled from Kranti Gaud and dug out by Lauren Bell. There's, well, that's terrific bowling, Kranti Gaud. I must say that she thoroughly deserves a 5-wicket haul. What are you pointing me towards here? Luke says, I am Czech, usually living in England, but currently in Budapest. Seriously cheap wine is like blackcurrant juice, but plenty of good ones for a little bit more.
Oh, I don't know whatever I had, but I definitely did not feel good the day after. Oh, who knows? The problem is, it wasn't the only thing on the menu for the evening. So, it's a fun place, Budapest. And
P. Subramani says, listening from India in Bangalore. Nice commentary, thank you very much indeed. And Civil Guy 94 says, not from Finland, but from Japan.
No, we'll take that.
Great shirt, Neil. Oh, thank you very much. More fascinating than... my shirt's more fascinating than the English batting.
Well, actually, Manners wants my shirt today, so we might swap.
I like yours. Yours is from India, hand embroidered. Driven away out towards extra cover. It can't be hand embroidered. What did you pay? 250
honestly,
rupees?
I'm going to say it wasn't even 250 rupees. It was not a lot. I'm going to say probably equivalent of about £1.30. Last of the big spenders, me.
On my very first tour, or maybe my second tour of India, giving my age away, but it was probably 1997 or 1998. I was so horrified by the price of the laundry list in the hotel in which I'd been booked. That's pushed away out towards extra cover, and having done a little bit of shopping already, I set myself the challenge of buying an entire new wardrobe for less than I would have spent on the laundry bill, and achieved it easily.
It's good for the environment, that too. Yeah, fast fashion, the fast fashion king. That's quite fun, though.
Fashion Street in Mumbai, still one of the great places.
Interesting.
And everything guaranteed to last at least 3 washes. Forward comes Izzy Wong pushing up towards mid-off.
It's the glamour of broadcast, isn't it, when you just can't afford the laundry and end up washing your stuff in the sink and hanging it over the shower. And I think, you know, my friends think I go off and do all these things around the world, and I'm currently washing my undies in the sink.
I've been washing my smalls in the sink for 30 plus years.
Longer than I've been living.
Izzy Wong, 0 off 13. She's surviving, but England need runs. They're trailing by 126, and they're in big trouble with just Lauren Filer to come outside the off stump once again, left alone by Izzy Wong. Well, I wonder what the record is. Maybe Melinda Farrell will know. What's the most number of deliveries required to get off the mark in women's test cricket? Do you know what? I think I'm going like a really big number.
Well, we need Hypercourse at this point. The man, the myth, the legend on Twitter.
Ralph Nicholson was talking about that one of the great all-time defensive innings of 9 not out from 160 balls. I reckon that that you know, that could have been. I'm going like 30, 40 maybe. Most number of balls to get off the mark in Test cricket. Izzy Wong is forward, but they've always been pushed out towards extra cover once again. Deepti Sharma does the fielding. They've all been in third or fourth innings in defensive situations where Test matches are there to be saved. This is the first innings for England, and you know, as long as there is a plan. I mean, sometimes much deeper into the Test match there is merit in using up time, because it's time you take away from the team that are on top, that they have to win the Test match. But here we are, we're only midway through the second day. Last ball of the over is pushed away again, firmly this time by Izzy Wong to extra cover. Deepti Sharma fields once more. She's 0 off 16 balls. Lauren Bell has 0 off 10. And
when was their last a run?
This Test match is going nowhere slowly.
When was
hence we're talking about
this
cheap
is like
wine in Budapest.
Washing our underwear in the sink. When was their last a run?
I'm not sure that we've had any in this commentary stint.
I think you and I have done more running today than there's been runs scored.
I really don't think we've had a run. Certainly not for the last 25 minutes. But it's a desperate situation for England.
They should draft in some Finnish players, see what happens.
Well, we didn't have a listener in Finland, but we've had Japan and Bangalore in the last couple of minutes. So do let us know where you're listening, and thanks for doing so, listening and viewing. Clearly, the proof of that is that people have spotted my shirt, which was hand-painted in Zimbabwe. A run, a drive
Calm
from
yourself.
Lauren Bell, and a thick outside edge. Inadvertent runs, I have to say, from Lauren Bell, at least where the ball went. She was driving through extra cover, and she's thick-edged it past slip. Deepti Sharma chases and overhauls it. They've run through for 3.
Honestly, I think that's the biggest roar of the day, other than when that bloke woke up on the big screen. Huge appreciation from the crowd.
Just wondering is that an England player being escorted from the nursery end around the boundary's edge?
It's their excitement at a run being scored.
Yes, it was.
To be
3 of
calmed
them.
down by the therapist.
162 for 8 now. The deficit down to 123. This one's left alone outside the off stump. Sneh Rana continuing. I do hope that Kranti Gaur picks up a 5th wicket. She thoroughly deserves it, and she would be, of course, the first woman to have her name inscribed on the famous Lord's Honours Board. There is Gordon Greenwich actually was on the Honours Board, but there was a separate Honours Board for international players. That's driven down the ground by Izzy Wong straight to long on, but then they changed it and they moved it. So Gordon Greenwich scored 100 for the rest of the world against England in 1979, I think, 1980. Here's Sneh Rana again, defended once more by Izzy Wong. And then they decided there was no room for the International Honours Board. And also there were so few international games not involving England. So they have the home Honours Board and the away Honours Board. And Gordon Greenwich, his name is on the away Honours Board. Pushed defensively, firmly by Izzy Wong. So the only non-England player on the home dressing room Honours Board is Kagiso Rabada with his 5-wicket haul against Australia in the final of the World Test Championship, perhaps to be joined by Kranti Gaur.
That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Neither of those two English. Obviously, then you've got, as this has just dropped into the offside, a male player and a female player as the first two on there. Were quite exciting. As I think that brings the over to a close. So 55 overs gone. England 162 for 8. Bell is off the mark. She's got 3. Izzy Wong got 0 still from her 21 that she's faced.
And in our commentary stint, 3 for 2.
We'll take it. Yeah, imagine if we were bowled. I take far more wickets in commentary than I do with the ball in my hand. So with that, the players are going to have drinks and we are going to have a change in commentary.
Double change, in fact.
A double change.
Double change. It'll be Jarrod Kimber, who will be able to, I've no doubt, off the top of his head, be able to tell us what is the most number of deliveries required to get off the mark in a women's test match. And while he tells you about that, Melinda Farrell will take over from me.
Don't even think I would know that in men's cricket. So I remember there was a test match where Carl Rackerman went about 47 deliveries without getting off mark. But I don't think that's the record. I think someone else might have it anyway. Melinda Farrell's here after an undernoon nap.
I've been singing Undernoon Delight.
Undernoon delight.
Okay, stop now.
Just so that you're aware, I was singing there, not a boulder. We've got so many things to pick up on as we wait for the England tale to be dismissed.
Well, and that's it, isn't it? That's what happens because all the fizz and spark has gone out of the England innings and kind of did with the dismissal of Amy Jones just before lunch. And now it seems like they're just treading water and trying not to drown as opposed to actually swimming anywhere. Don't look
Was that
at
a
me
self
like that.
snort?
Don't
Did you make
look
yourself snort that
Don't
time?
look at me like that. They're pretty hot out there. There's lots of massaging of quads and stretching out in the middle there. The England players.
Glad you picked up on the really subtle signs of the two people showing you that you needed to move over. What did you think Georgie was doing? Praying to you?
Well, no, she was kind of squatting and making pushing motions.
Yeah,
with her
the pushing
hands.
motions with the clue there, I would have said.
I don't know. I thought it was maybe she was genuflecting to me and paying tribute. Well, I didn't know. It was some weird kind of Eastern ritual or something. But
How you doing, Mel?
just losing the will to live, obviously.
We're only on day 2.
I know. No, I'm enjoying the test match. Wait, do you know what? I was interested to see, or wondering if we might see Izzy Wong basically go, I'm just going to take the long handle to this for a few overs, see if we can get like another 30 runs on the board, because she can hit a long ball. I've seen her in the short format.
Well,
clear the rope.
Villiers and Nicholson both decided that they were going to attack, and were certainly playing a little bit more free. And then since they've gone, we've certainly had a sort of a retraction of that and just defensive cricket. It'd be interesting to see how long they do it for. But yeah, either way, they're not really moving the game forward by batting the way they are at the moment either.
Yeah, it seems to be survival for the sake of survival, rather than actually improving.
Survival of the
game.
blandest.
Now that sounds like a game show I'd invest in.
Everyone just wears grey. Like our producer Scott, who, to be fair, could be a guest judge.
He's not happy. He's not happy at all. But I'll tell you who is happy, and that is Krunty God, because she has figures of 4 for 33. And, is going to get this next session of play going, underway in the afternoon. She runs in now, bowls, and it's a high elbow defence from Bell, no run. And I do wonder if this pair, particularly Izzy Wong, I've seen her absolutely belt the ball in WBBL. I remember watching one innings of her, I think it was her first appearance at the WBBL. The next ball, there's a thick edge, and it's been taken, has it? Yes, it's come off second slip. And first slip has dived and completed the catch. I thought it was a drop. Well, I think we're going to have an umpire review here.
Director.
But Shafali Verma
I've checked the feet to fair delivery.
Dived at the ball after, I think it had popped out of Harmanpreet's hands.
I don't think it was Harmanpreet, but whoever it was, they moved someone into second slip, and they moved second slip to gully. And so that whoever it went to second slip, it was the first ball they had faced there, and it was slashed violently by Bell onto her chest. And then it just bounced up off her chest over her head. And yeah, beautiful one-hand catch. Not far from the surface, but that's going to be out.
Satisfied, fingers are under the ball.
And in fact, Bell is almost off the field. She dived with one hand. That was actually brilliant from Shafali Verma. She was completely outstretched, just had her right hand out in front.
What's funny is Sneh Rana was the one who moved into slip. She dropped the catch, and when that happened, they ran to the bowler, and Sneh Rana ran to the bowler and forgot to actually go and thank the person for saving her on the drop, and that's the 5-wicket haul.
Yeah, confirmation now after that umpire review, and Kranti Gaud becomes the first woman to have her name etched on the honours board here at Lord's. There have been a lot of momentous aspects to this game, but that is right up there amongst them. High fives all round. She had to wait while the review was in place, but it is really well deserved because she has bowled brilliantly for India. And with the wickets of Lauren Bell, almost didn't get it as well because Sneh Rana just couldn't hold on to it, but Shafali Verma completes a brilliant catch. Kranti Gaud runs in again, a full delivery that's dug out by Lauren Filer, who's joined Izzy Wong in the middle. And it actually is a really key moment, isn't it? To have a woman on the honours board at Lord's.
Oh, it's huge, yeah. I mean, we probably should have had, Shruti Mandana's probably sitting there going, that probably should have been me. We will get the footage later of someone getting the sticky tape out and masking tape out and putting it up.
In comes Gaud again, and it's just squirted out to point by Filer, no run.
There is an honours board for limited overs cricket as well, though, isn't there? So obviously women have been on that quite a few times. But, you know, the fact that we're now having an Indian female seam bowler join, I think I'm not sure if they're going to do it in a different colour or what the situation is going to be going ahead.
The next ball's let go outside the off stump.
But you generally, when you do the tour at Lord's, you go into the away room. So it's the away honours board that you get to see. And so think about all the young cricket fans, male and female, who are going to see that name up there and be told by people exactly what it means, not to mention everyone watching at home. It really is an important moment for cricket.
She runs in once more, bowls, and again left alone outside the off stump. And that will mark the end of the over from Kranti Gaud. And what a moment that is. And you're right, for it to be a young Indian seam bowler as well. Who would the last one have been to have been on the honours board here? If that ilk would have been Jasprit Bumrah, who would have been the last Indian on the bowling.
I'm trying to think, did he take a 5-wicket haul here? Bhuveshwar Kumar might have. Do you know, I know someone who's on the honours board here, and he was a young Indian bowler, but he actually made 100, and that was Ajit Agarkar, the current men's selector. Yeah, I'd have to have a look at the honours board to work that out, but I'm trying to think if there's anyone else. Ishant Sharma take a big spell here? I've never seen him take wickets in other parts of the UK. I can't remember if he took any here.
I actually spoke to Shafali Verma ahead, or just before the World Cup. As we see Sneh Rana, she's back in bowling over the wicket to Wong, who just defends it back down the pitch. But Shafali Verma did tell me that, you know, she'd been to Lords before for limited overs matches and walked past the honours board many times. Next ball's just driven out into the covers. There's just a single in it for Wong. But she said, you know, she saw Sachin Sir, as she referred to him, her favourite player, her inspiration, on there, and other players as well. And I know she said it was her dream to be able to get onto the honours board here. It means a huge amount to the players. See their names alongside their heroes. Rana. And over the wicket again, full delivery. It goes through the legs of Silly Point. And no run for Filer.
Yep, so I'm just going through the names. So who I said Ishant Sharma and Bhuveshwar Kumar, and you said Jasprit Bumrah. So tick, tick, tick. We got all three of those right.
Next ball's full, but left alone outside off.
Amir Singh is also on the board here. R.P. Singh, Bisham Bedi, the great Bisham Bedi, Chetan Sharma, Venkatesh Prasad, Desai, Mohammad Nissa, who's the first ever Indian quick bowler.
Full ball next. It was a little uppish, and Rishi Ghosh was diving at Silly Point. Couldn't quite get a hand underneath that one.
Praveen Kumar, Amarnath, Kapil Dev, Chandrasekhar, Vinu Mankat. So it's a hell of a group to join if you're if you're an Indian bowler.
Oh my goodness, it certainly is. The next ball left alone outside off. That kind of brings a different perspective to it as we see the end of the over. England 163 for 9, but it does bring it home, doesn't it?
Yeah, so Mohammad Nissa played for India in 1932 and was a genuine fast bowler in a period, they didn't really have a bowler of his kind for a long time afterwards. And you look at a lot of these other bowlers are fast bowlers of recent times or spinners. And so, as we said before, the fact that it's a seamer, I think, means a little bit more. I think it tells you a little bit more about the global nature of cricket and how things are changing everywhere. And it's also worth saying that only 4 men have a 6-wicket haul at Lords. Just putting that out there, no pressure.
Well, Gord is in and bowls to Izzy Wong, who just pushes this one out into the offside, no run. Well, she does really deserve it. Her ability to produce such good deliveries with the wobble seam has impressed me massively throughout today. Once the ball stops swinging, she's in and bowls. It's defended again, and the way she settled on a line and length pretty quickly, and has just stayed there. It's just used the bit of assistance in the pitch, but it's not really strayed off what's been a pretty good line and length.
No, it's been an absolute masterclass, and I think the England team who are now having to face it, of course.
Well, next ball's worked into the leg side quite nicely by Wong, and there's no one out there. And it rolls straight into the boundary cushions at deep square leg. So first boundary for Wong, and a first boundary, I think, since Nicholson hit one, well, what seems like 5 hours ago.
In the early afternoon.
It was very early in the afternoon. So, Izzy Wong, are we about to see a last hurrah from her? Next ball's flicked fine. She meant to go through square leg again, but this one's gone down to fine leg. I'll just get the single. But all of a sudden, it does give you the impression that Issy Wong just wants to play a couple of shots.
Yeah, she's owed herself some. I mean, the flick through the leg side was incredible. The timing on that. Short leg, I think for a moment thought she had a chance, and ball was through her to the boundary.
So now it's Filer on strike as Gord is in. Oh my goodness, it's a full delivery. And she just about gets the bat on it in time. But it really is tough going for England, and they're so far behind the game now. How do they find their way back in it? India's bowling has really been a difference. Next balls comes off the outside edge of the bat, but straight to the fielder at gully. And that's the end of the over. Kranti Gord was going back to bowl another delivery, but it is the end of the over. And in England, I should say, now 168 for 9, with Wong on 5 and Filer yet to score.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see with Gord at the other end if we see some attacking by Izzy Wong. Like, she was looking for runs, but now it's whether she tries to hit a couple of boundaries. Although, having said that, looks like they're putting a pretty deep field out. Yeah, they've got a long on, a deep mid wicket, a deep backward square. So she can go big on the offside if she wants to. But she looks like a leg side hoiker to me, for being honest. Many people do.
Snayrana first ball is full and outside off stump, and Wong takes a massive step forward and smothers that one.
Would you wear a t-shirt that says, I'm a leg side hoiker?
It sounds like it should be said with a New York accent.
Queens, Brooklyn.
Hoiker. Next ball is pushed back up to the bowler. Yeah. It's like Marcus Stoinis. His name should always be said with a New York accent. Just sounds like it should. In comes Snayrana, another full ball defended by Wong.
I always thought Marcus Stoinis' name should be said like an actor from a 1950s Swords and Sandals movie.
Oh, wow. Hang on. Hang on a second. I have to process this. As Rana bowls again, and this time it's just played behind point for no run.
Your Eminence, it's Marcus Stoinis. No?
I'm even trying to think of what a Swords and Sandals.
It's like Spartacus and
okay.
Ben-Hur.
Yeah, okay. Next ball's a bit loose down the leg side, and Filer just turns around and flicks it down towards fine leg. There's some protection there, but they managed to get 3 runs, I think, there. They managed to get 3. Watching the fielder again. 2, in fact. So a couple of scoring opportunities. So Swords are like a Spartacus flick.
Yeah, Ben-Hur. Whereas Johnson Charles, the West Indian opener, as you're aware, is a 1980s actions one, and you can only ever say it as Johnson Charles.
Snayrana bowls a full delivery. It's pushed into the offside. No run. And that's the end of the over. 170 for 9. Wong on 7 and Filer on 0. Why?
Like Myrtle McLagan, who you were talking about yesterday, very much some sort of like English TV murder mystery, and it's being solved by Myrtle McLagan.
I could almost see Myrtle McLagan. It's got to be Scottish, surely.
I think she was born in Scotland, wasn't she?
Oh, she must have been. It's got to be like the Vera, but set in Scotland.
Yeah, exactly. And she solves crimes.
Yeah.
But also, just like a really well-respected member of the community. He's always lending a hand.
Do you know, we've developed this idea so well, I think that you should go away and write a script for the pilot, Jarrod.
I once wrote a whole article about how Grant Elliott, do you remember the New Zealand player Grant Elliott?
Of course I do.
About how he could be like a backup in every single sitcom that's ever been written. He could. He could, because let's say How I Met Your Mother, right? There's no way that one of them hasn't dated Grant Elliott at one stage on that show.
Okay.
She's got background boyfriend energy.
Deepty's back. Deepty's back, and Deepty strikes. She comes back on and manages to wrap the pad of Lauren Filer. They're going to review.
Sure, why not? It won't be the worst.
TV umpire to director.
Well,
We have a
that's
player
very
review
true.
For LBW.
It looked
The
like it
original
just hit
decision
inside the
is
line to me.
out.
It'll be umpire's
I've
call,
checked the
but
feet, fair delivery. Can we go to front on?
she went back and across, and I think because she went across, they're taking a chance on this one. But I think it's hit her just inside the line of off stump, unless she's hit it. But I don't
Ball
think
looks
she has.
close to the back. We just go to ultra edge.
Now, just having a
Play
look.
that through, roll that through.
Again, it's just gone on pretty straight, and
Play
she's
that through. Satisfied
played
with no batting
inside
ball. Can go through
the
to
line.
ball tracking.
There's no spike as far as the ball passing the bat.
Just loading ball tracking.
Struck her on the back pad. It's hard to see how this will
Original
not be
decision
out.
is out. Pitch is outside.
Oh.
Impact umpire's call. Hitting
Impact
wickets.
is umpire's call, and it's hitting the wicket, so that's 2 reds.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it was always a chance of being umpire's call on the impact. It was just never going to be outside off stump the way that she was hit, and it certainly wasn't missing the stump. So not a terrible review. We've seen far worse, but it's not very often you see this. The 2 batters are going off in 2 completely different directions. One's running through the long room, and the other one's coming out here to Gubby Allen's pocket, as we've named it. Have we
Well,
not named it that?
We have named it that, Gary Allen's pocket. But I tell you what, England are in India's pocket at the moment because they are all out for 170. And Kranti Gaud leads them off, holding the ball in the hand as she turns to acknowledge the crowd. Big beaming smile on her face. And why wouldn't there be? She has been brilliant, and she is going to be the first female Test cricketer to be added to the honours board here at Lord's. And a fine moment as the players head in. And India will be happy for many other reasons as well. Bowling England out for 170. Remember, they came in, started the day on 21 for 1 England, so they've lost a whole swag of wickets, 9 of them well before tea, and they're now really in backs to the walls situation when they come back out here again. And the story of England's innings, well, only 3 players managed to get more than 11 runs. Maya Bouchier played quite nicely for her 23. Beaumont was out yesterday. She was the first wicket of Gaud in that 5-wicket haul. Heather Knight was out for 6. Nat Sivabrunt came out and had a good partnership with Amy Jones after Alice Capsey went early. But Jones fell just before lunchtime, being aggressive. She scored 52 off 62, and then after lunch, well, that is where it all really started to go wrong, when Nat Sivabrunt was LBW to Gaud, and Maddie Villiers, Sophie Eccleston, and the tail all fell away really. They were all bowled out in 59.1 overs. For India's bowlers, well, Sri Charani didn't take a wicket, but everyone else did. India using 5 bowlers. Deepti Sharma 1 for 10 off her 7.1, taking that last wicket. Sneh Rana 2 for 41 off 14 overs. Saili Satgare, she got 2 wickets as well for 40 runs off 13. And the biggest star of the show as far as bowling is concerned, Kranti Gaud, 17 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 37. It's an outstanding performance by her.
Yeah, I almost from the very start, she just showed that she understood the assignment way better than the England seamers did. She swung the ball as she does early on, and then she very quickly went, there's something going on in this surface, and she went to the wobble ball. She bowls quite wide on the crease, angles back in. The amount of time she beat the bat on the inside part, which actually meant that at times she was getting outside edges because England were playing inside the line because they were worried about it. She's very smart, very skillful, very talented. And, you know, this is a surface that has suited a lot of seamers in this game, and she's the one who's actually the most dangerous by a large margin. So well done to her. You know, really important. As we said, you know, Muhammad Nisar in 1932 was the first Indian bowler on the board as a firebrand fast bowler, and now they have another seamer on for the first time, this time in women's cricket.
Yeah, really wonderful moment, and we're about to find out if England's bowlers are able to replicate the kind of discipline and control that was shown by the Indian bowlers who, as Jarrod said, really understood the assignment. No one better than Kranti Gaud. They're out there now. England, Charlotte Edwards is jogging after a ball that's rolling away. She's joined, you know what, we always used to say it was amazing that she had any cartilage left in her knees, Charlotte Edwards. She is jogging over there as if there's not much left. But she's got a job to do to try and pick up her side and get them back into this contest, because they are a long way behind. Bowled out for 170 after India were bowled out for 285. So 115 runs in arrears. It's going to be an uphill battle for them to stay in this test. Unless, of course, they can get that new ball talking and make quick inroads into India's top order.
They've got the template now. They know exactly what they should need to do, which is just try the wobble ball seam up, the top of off stump. Izzy Wong even showed them a little bit yesterday. It's just that she didn't quite bowl at the level that Gaud did. That's what they need to do. Bowl at the top of off stump, keep the pressure on, get some wickets. The problem in this situation is that you start to chase wickets if you don't get them early on. But they need to show some patience, which they did in the middle session. So then they're a long way behind. I wouldn't say they're completely out of the game, but it would be an extraordinary thing to come back. You're really hitting the ball, your paper, quite hard. Do you want me to read that note, or do you want to read it?
No.
You're going to put a hole through it. Just settle down, Mel.
You know, the difference, it's a nervous twitch that I caught from producer Scotty. A lunch yesterday, that first session, 122 for 3. We saw how aggressively India went out against Australia. That's kind of really the difference between the two sides. That was the session where the runs were so free-flowing, and you look back on it now and think, yeah, they lost 3 wickets, but they really got themselves out in front of the game early in that first session yesterday. Yeah,
I think maybe the most important thing about that first session was that I think they wanted to score, and they probably coughed up slightly more wickets than they wanted to. But the reason the scoring rate was so high is because England just kept feeding them bad balls. And England just doesn't have any leeway here. They can't be bowling those kind of deliveries. But it'd be interesting to see if India actually bat slightly within themselves and just be like, if we end up here 40 without loss after 20 overs, this is kind of over as a contest. But let's see what style they're going to come about with there. But yeah, no, it was that session is completely unlike almost every other session in this series, in this test. It's not a series. It's just one test. Is it a series?
It's a series of one, like it's a spell of one.
I'm okay with a spell of one, and yet not okay with a series of one.
A one-test series. I think if we can have a one-over spell, we can have a one-test series. I think that's quite acceptable. So the players are pretty much warmed up now, making their way back to the boundary. The ground staff have all picked up their tools and they're slowly walking off with a various assortment of brooms and buckets and shovels. And the light roller just coming off as well.
Will England be able to borrow the shovel to dig themselves out of the hole?
I wonder if there's a hole in that bucket.
Dear Liza.
I was waiting for that too.
Really made yourself giggle a lot today, haven't you?
Do you know, I think it was the heat and the having a couple of glasses of bubbles last night.
That was very nice. They had a little speech. I didn't hear the speech. Were you in there for the speech?
No, I was working.
Yep, so was I. Settle down. So was Raf. Georgie was doing nothing, but I think yeah, they had a little speech, and then they had some thing. It was great. We were talking to Claire Taylor last night, and then she went over to take a selfie with all the former players, which I thought was really, really cool as well. Anyway, should we hand over to? I'm just pointing in general directions to people.
Yes, so I'm going to hand over to Neil Manthorp. He is the headmaster of this particular team. You're the headmaster. He's looking like that's an insult. That's not an insult.
Oh, it's definitely an insult.
We've got the doctor, the professor, the nurse, the headmaster. I'm the only one who doesn't have a...
The snorter.
It's not a
She almost
thing.
did that on cue.
Right.
Was that a wheeze?
I'm
Just put the microphone
out
down.
of here. I'm handing over. Jarrod, talk.
What a marvellous undernoon this is. It's quite hot. A lot of people have moved into the shade where they can. And be interesting to see if there's much movement in the air, but certainly off the surface we expect to see a little bit. But England will need to be near perfect to come back from here. But they are out on the field. And talking about out on the field, here's Neil Manthorp. Now, what do we call him? The headmaster.
Thank you very much indeed, Jarrod. I never met a headmaster in my time at school or afterwards who would wear a shirt like this. Handcrafted in Matabili land. Anyway, it's a massive, massive task that lies ahead. I haven't checked Gary Morgan's statistics for a little while, but I'm sure he'll be able to tell us whether any women's test match has been won by a team conceding a deficit of more than 100. It seems unlikely, but not impossible. It's the 154th women's test match. And to come back from a deficit of over 100 is rare enough in men's test cricket, of which there have been 2,664 rather than just 154. It's not impossible. Anything can happen in cricket. Stranger things by a long way have happened. And I suspect that India would need to be bowled out for less than 100 on a pitch that is still plenty of plenty spicy, plenty of assistance for both the seamers and the spinners. And Kranti Gaur, a place on the honours board, the Indian fast bowler. Tremendous performance from her, 5 for 37. Raf Nicholson and Georgie Heath alongside me for the start of India's second innings, and it's a place, Raf, of enormous security and comfort, you would think, for India. That can lead to complacency, of course, having a lead of 115.
I think they'll be really buoyed by that Kranti Gaur becoming that historic first woman to be on the honours board. I think that was such a lovely moment for her and the team in only her second test match, but it just feels like such a historically significant moment.
Smriti Mandana on strike, and it's Lauren Bell bowling the first over. First delivery, bangs it in short, and defended off the back foot by Mandana out on the offside. Georgie?
I believe that's 50p in the jar. Thank you, Raf. Use the H word.
Well, not in the context of the test match, of the individual performance. I think it's a different one.
25?
I think I'm a historian. I am the doctor, the cricket history doctor, and therefore I should be able to use the H word whenever I so please.
Whenever you're in surgery, yeah? The doctor will see you now.
2 slips in the gully for Lauren Bell as she charges in again, and Mandana on the back foot punches this one square of the wicket on the offside. Just focus. I mean, there's so much time ahead, so we shouldn't actually even worry about how long India would want to bowl England out. I think you just play the game now. I mean, there's 3 hours left today. Never mind the third and fourth days. There is a lot of time in hand. It's not time, and overs aren't often a luxury in women's cricket these days. You have to try and use them sparingly and wisely. Pushed defensively by Mandana up towards mid-off again. fielded by Lauren Filer. I think that is at mid-off. But yeah, so really, I mean, I was just thinking about Smriti Mandana missing out on her place potentially on the honours board. She made 83 in the first innings, and there is time should she be able, and for India, if they so wish, if they can bat for the next 6 hours, there's a chance for Mandana to I suppose score the extra 17 runs that she missed out on in the first innings. She can get to 83 again, pushed her way out towards mid-wicket. It is a massive honour. People often say to me, "Gee, you guys go on a lot about the honours board," but I mean I know that when South Africa played their first post-isolation Test match at Lord's, like, you know, the two people you would have absolutely bet your last cent on being on the honours board just through sheer determination, never mind a great deal of skill. Here's Lauren Bell once again. Forward comes Mandana, pushing that one up towards mid-on, where Kepler Wessels, the grizzly captain, and Alan Donald, and they duly delivered. And they still now, you know, what is it, 32 years later, they still pop in on a non-match day if they were ever in London, just to, well, in Alan's case, he's now a grandfather, but he brought his children to show them the honours board and show off a bit. His daughter Hannah has no interest in cricket, so she was particularly unimpressed. Pushed away out towards mid-wicket, straight to Tammy Beaumont, and there's no run. First over is a maiden from Lauren Bell. It was a good one too. It was a bit back of a length. She might have pitched a couple more up and looked for a bit of swing perhaps, but still, India lead by 115.
I really like the concept of his daughter being completely nonplussed by this massive piece of cricketing history that he's part of, and he brings her to show her, look at this, look at my name, and she's just not interested at all. That's quite humbling. You got to be brought back down to earth sometimes.
Well, I have two daughters, and they collectively have less interest in cricket than Hannah Donald. In fact, worse, because they were dragged around to various cricket grounds in their formative years. They now really resent it. Plus, I was never at home. It should have been. I thought that would be a good thing.
I was going to say, that sounds great. Whereas my family chat is usually, oh good, there's cricket on today. That's one of the first ones in the morning.
Here's Lauren Filer with the second over, and pushed defensively again by Shafali Verma, her first delivery, and there's no run.
Usually followed quickly by a photo of a dog, because that's literally all my family talk about, cricket and dogs basically. So that's what the family WhatsApp consists of. 2 dogs named after cricketers as well. So
Sounds brilliant.
We've got a nice bowling attack in the Heath family at the moment. We need a batter basically.
And yours, Raf?
My family WhatsApp group. I've got a niece who was born the day before the World Cup started, so is a few weeks old, so there's lots of baby photos at the moment.
Love it. Here's Lauren Filer bowling quick and full and straight, and pushed out again towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. England have gone with the 2 slips, as you would do for the fastest bowler in the world at the moment, in Lauren Filer. 2 slips in a gully, and then backward point, extra cover mid-off, catching mid-wicket.
So the niece not named after a cricketer?
No, not to my knowledge. Her name is Flo.
I'm sure we could connect it somehow. My mum's actually named after Lindsay Hassett for some reason. I know, former Australian men's captain.
Filer in again. That's a good delivery. It keeps low though. It's beaten the outside edge of Shafali Burma's bat, and it's not taken cleanly by Amy Jones. And the first run of the Indian second innings is a bye.
Now, Lindsay Hassett gets a mention in my book.
Oh, yes, here we go.
So, first England women's post-war overseas tour to Australia and New Zealand in 1948-49. They met Lindsay Hassett. They were introduced to some of the men's cricketers in the MCG dressing rooms, and apparently he pranced around in the manager Netta Reinberg's hat.
Pushed defensively up towards mid-off.
You know what?
Pranced?
That sounds like the kind of thing my mum would do, actually, prancing around in a hat. So, yeah. But apparently my grandma met Lindsay Hassett in a lift or something, and I was like, how long before you were born was this? So,
You know?
Whose choice of word was that? Prancing.
Mine.
Okay. But you wouldn't have imagined that. That must have been reflected in the recollections at the time.
There was a particularly evocative description in Netta Reinberg's tour diary.
Outside the off stump from Filer, left alone by Mandana. India won without loss.
The kind of thing that on tour diaries these days would go viral, yeah?
I'm not sure we do tour diaries these days. I suppose we do video diaries instead. That's sort of the equivalent. So yes, exactly. It would be an Instagram reel these days.
Just pass me your book once again, because I need it as an introduction to the next question that I'm going to ask you during the next over. Don't forget that Raf Nicholson is the only person in the world with a doctorate in women's cricket, and during the process of her research, and she's written 2 books. This is the latest one out now, so do have a look out for it. That's Pushed Away Defensively on the Offside. Apparently you wrote about this in The Guardian 2 or 3 weeks ago, which I missed, and I am a regular Guardian reader. But we do need to hear, in the course of your research, you found yourself in a cowshed in a farm, and this was all actually at the pointy end of your research into the tell us about that story.
Yeah, so this was about a decade and a half ago when I first started researching the history of women's cricket, and I was on the hunt for sources, basically, so material that I could use to try and kind of piece together this history of women's cricket, which, as I was saying earlier, is very different to the history of men's cricket. And I came to Lord's. I went to their library and I said, what do you have on women's cricket? And they said, nothing.
Bell in again, pushed away defensively by Verma, no run. Nothing.
Well, they took me to the section of the library that was kind of focused on women's cricket, and there were 3 books. And then I said, what do you have kind of backstage,
I thought they might have said, here's a pair of Rachel Hayhoe Flint's culottes.
Don't think they even had that at that time, Manners. It's very different now. The attitude to kind of curating and collecting women's cricket material and artefacts has fundamentally changed, fortunately. But back then, nothing at all.
Here is Lauren Bell, pushed away off the pad, I think, actually, by Shafali Verma. So it'll be a leg by. 2 goes. The total moves on to 2, both of them extras. That's confirmed by umpire Sue Redfern. So, sorry, you're looking for any historical references to in the early days of women's cricket. So
I started out by actually going and interviewing some of the women who had played cricket for England, and so the book is partly kind of made up of their words and their recollections and their stories. So that was the starting point for the research.
Defended by Mandana out towards mid-wicket.
And then one day, one of them said to me, I can't even remember who it was, just said, actually, the Women's Cricket Association, which was the kind of organising body of women's cricket before the ECB took over in 1998, they had, over several decades, they'd put together their own archive. And they said, this person said to me, have you seen it? I said, no. So I had to track down where it was. And it turned out that it had been acquired by a former England player who had married a farmer, was living in Lancashire, and she'd acquired the archive.
Pushed away defensively again. So good tight spell from Lauren Bell. India 2 for none, leading by 117. So there you are on a dairy farm in deepest Lancashire.
Exactly, very remote, in the middle of nowhere. It was a 3-mile walk from the nearest bed and breakfast. So I was doing a 6-mile round trip every day. It was July. It was glorious weather, and I was doing this lovely walk through country lanes. And every day I was just spending in this cowshed opening plastic boxes.
Pushed up towards mid-off, and they take a quick single as a tumbling stop from Lauren Filer. It never occurred to you to say, do you mind if I take these files with me?
I don't know how I would. I mean, I don't know how I would have transported them. But
hired a van.
Surely they had a tractor you could use.
I didn't ask Georgie. You're right. I should have had you with me.
No, honestly, I would have driven the tractor for you.
So you were walking to the farm 3 miles, and 3 miles back to your bed and breakfast every day, going through this archive. Were they handwritten notes, minutes of meetings, that sort of thing? Pushed away behind square on the leg side nicely by Shafali Verma. She's
Well,
off the mark.
I didn't know what I was going to find, and what I did find was, minute books dating back to the earliest days of the Women's Cricket Association, which formed in 1926. There was a load of handwritten correspondence between various kind of England players, administrators of women's cricket. There were loads of old photographs. There were some tour diaries. There were lots of press cuttings, because the WCA, whenever it got newspaper coverage, which admittedly wasn't very often back in the day, they would kind of cut out the section of the newspaper and put it in a scrapbook. So it was all kinds of things. It's this incredible resource.
Where is it now, this archive?
Fortunately, it's no longer in the cowshed. It has now been acquired by MCC, and it is here at Lord's, which I think is an appropriate resting place for it.
Wonder what that smell was.
Silage. Shafali Verma has one. Smriti Mandana has one as well. And India, having bowled England out for 170, are now 4 without loss in their second innings, in complete and total control of the Test match. And England are going to require a flurry of wickets. It is entirely possible that England can win the Test match, but they will have to bowl India out, you would think, for around 100, not much more than 100. Lauren Filer is in once again searching for that early wicket. Won't get it this time. Tucked away behind square on the leg side by Shafali Verma. I wonder who, well, it doesn't matter who, but I wonder if Sophie Eccleston, with the pitch offering increasing amounts of assistance to the spinner, might be the one to deliver. And well, more intriguingly is India's approach. As I said, a lead of 115 can lead to complacency, and a feeling that you're halfway to winning this famous fixture. Here's Lauren Filer again, short, pulled away. That's a glorious shot from Smriti Mandana. Wow, that's a terrific pull shot. Almost, as if she was expecting it to be short.
Yeah, you can't bowl there to someone like Smriti Mandana. Dropped short and then just kicked a little wider, gave her the room to free up her arm, swing across the line and dispatch it to the boundary, using the pace of Filer as well. And as you say, Mandana was already waiting as if it was going to come with the bouncer. But that's one for the highlights reel. Glorious looking stroke.
Go so far as to say that's the best leg side scoring shot we've seen in the Test match so far. That was absolutely perfect. And, it's against Lauren Filer as well. She's the fastest in the women's game at the moment. That next one is outside off stump and left alone by Mandana. 2 slips and a gully cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a long leg down on the fence. India now leading by 124. I mean, they could be, if England don't strike, if they don't take, I would suggest at least 5 wickets before the close of play, they could be out of sight. They could be, the Test match could be about whether England can fight for a draw, and with 2 days remaining, that would seem unlikely. Outside the off stump again from Lauren Filer, and that one is kept low. A couple have kept low, even on day 1 from the nursery end, our commentary end, but that is not a great portent for England's hopes if it does come down to trying to save the game and to bat for 80 or 90 or 100 overs. With the ball keeping low, that's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy, and I think that you would have to have kind of extraordinary mental fortitude to achieve that. You also have to kind of think psychologically about if you're saving the game, it's a one-off test. You have to dig deep psychologically to get up for that, I think.
Pushed away defensively by Mandana as Lauren Filer bowls one full and straight.
That's where, if you think back to that Women's Ashes test last year at the MCG, England were already so far down in the series. They then had the Test match at the end, which was a strange concept, we all thought. Yes, great to sell record numbers, great to have it at the MCG. But by that point, they've been on tour for so long, had such an unsuccessful tour, that the mental fortitude to then go out, yes, you're playing a different format, but to then go out and fight and then try and take on someone like Australia in a Test match like that was just too much of a task.
Short, pulled away again, another boundary. Smriti Mandana is it does help that I think that she's setting herself for the short ball from Lauren Filer, but my goodness me, that's 2 in the over, and that one not quite as emphatic as the first one. It's gone behind square on the leg side. It doesn't really matter. Tammy Beaumont's still got to go and fetch it. But 2 glorious boundaries for Smriti Mandana, who moves on to 9, and India up to 13 without loss with a first innings lead of 115. Changing topic slightly, and we've got just around 10 minutes to go until the tea interval. Unless, Georgie, you wanted to make a point. You would look like you were doing some research.
No, I was just thinking, and this is just my confused thinking face. It's okay. You carry on.
Okay, well, in light of the recent regulations, inflicted is the wrong word, but players might feel, England's male players might feel that it's been inflicted on them. This sort of 6-day booze ban before and after test matches, and here's Lauren Bell full and wide outside the off stump, and it's left alone in light of a number of alcohol related behavioural incidents over the last 12 months or so. I just wonder, I am completely unaware of any women players over the years who may have been regarded as somewhat maverick or slightly rebellious. You certainly have never ever heard of any women cricketers who've been slightly too liberal with the gin and tonics at any stage during their careers. They would of course not be likely to brag about such behaviour as men might. 13 without loss, next one defended again by Shefali Verma. Have there been any rebellious mavericks in the women's game over the year? Raf Nicholson, you would know. I've
got a great story from the book about this, and it's actually about Aileen Brown, who was the sister of Freddie Brown, who obviously represented the England men's team. So they were on tour in Australia on this 1948-49 post-war tour, and the manager, Netta Reinberg, actually instituted a rule that everybody had to go to bed, but it wasn't a midnight curfew, it was 10 p.m. was the curfew.
Lauren Bell in again outside the off stump, and how was it? Was this an under-16 team?
This sounds like when I was at school. We had a 10 p.m.
10
curfew.
p.m.
Lights out at 10 p.m.
10 p.m. curfew. And I think the sort of theory behind it was that there'd been so many social engagements in the first couple of weeks of the tour because everyone was so excited about having the England women's team in their kind of small country town. So they'd been kind of whisked off to all of these engagements and meeting the mayors and things. Everyone was exhausted.
Back of a length from Lauren Bell. Straight though, Shefali Verma defends. No run, 13 for none.
One of the tour diaries that I found was from a woman called Cecilia Robinson, who was one of England's best batters at the time. I'll read out what she wrote in her tour diary, although I might be curtailed by the next ball here from Bell.
Does it involve sherry? Or port?
No alcohol is actually mentioned directly, but it's implied.
Oh, okay, well, I'm dying to hear it. Bell in again. Over-pitched, half-body, driven through extra cover. Shefali Verma, that's a glorious boundary. Beautifully played. Lauren Bell, I mean, she's been bowling back of a length, and I did suggest she pitches one up, and that's what's happened to it. India move on to 17 without loss. I think all of our listeners, and me and Georgie, would like to hear the full extract, if possible.
Perhaps I should wait till the end of the over so that we get the whole story in uninterrupted.
All right. No, we can do that. Anticipation builds.
I've just realised actually what I've just said is incorrect because cherry brandy is mentioned in this little anecdote.
Cherry brandy?
Ooh, no, thank you.
You wouldn't want too many of them, I don't think. Here is Lauren Bell again, and full and straight driven. Bell fields it with her right foot, and she's taken it on the ankle actually. And I think she's just trying to run it off, but that one stung. Obviously, I think she could well have saved 4 runs, but she's hopping around and.
You know what would make it hurt less? Some cherry brandy.
So here's the.
Oh yes, go on.
Here's the story. Cecilia Robinson writes: after dinner, about 9 of us go aboard the boat, which is due to sail for England tomorrow. It's a cargo vessel. We're given drinks and eats by the crew, including ice cream, champagne, cherry brandy, beer, etc. Get back at 10:45, so they've already broken the curfew. but Aileen stays out with the chief steward.
Oh, go on, girl.
Causes a stir, and Netta Reinberg and Molly Hyde, who was the captain, are furious. I have to wait up and tell her to go into them when she returns. Molly, Netta and I give up waiting at midnight, but I'm still awake when Aileen comes in at 12:35 a.m.
Oh, not all heroes wear capes. Aileen, why do we not know more about her? She sounds fantastic. What a girl.
She didn't actually end up playing a test for England.
Well, I don't know. She was otherwise occupied. That's why.
Exactly. Too much cherry brandy. And the infuriating thing about the diary entry is that we don't actually find out what happened to her.
She married to the steward.
Presumably, she was given a little bit of a telling off. One would assume by Netta Reinberg, the manager on this tour. But it's just a great story, and it does definitely suggest that a little bit of unscheduled drinking and partying did go on these tours.
Do you know what I find most intriguing about that is the etc. We were given champagne, cherry brandy, and ice cream, and etc. Really?
Yeah, we had enough at that point, didn't we? We got a bit of everything, yeah.
Champagne, cherry brandy, ice cream, etc. Well, but what was else? What else was there? Ale was there?
Ice cream, champagne, cherry brandy, beer, etc.
Honestly, this sounds like my kind of tour.
What year was this? 1950?
1948.
Oh, it had been quite a tough time leading
Post-war
up to that.
years.
Yeah, we'll allow a little bit of leeway, but 10 p.m. Blimey.
No, that you can't do that. Here's Sophie Eccleston into the attack, and it's driven straight back over the top of mid-off. That's a wonderful shot from Shafali Verma. It's bounced once before crossing the rope, but well, in answer to my earlier question about India's approach, I think the answer is very evident. Couple of magnificent pull shots from Smriti Mandana. Now Shafali Verma's gone over the top of mid-off as Sophie Eccleston comes into the attack, and well, it's going to be ultra positive by the looks of things. India realise that they're in a position of near invincibility, and a session of batting like that, and they will be out of sight, I think, beyond England's reach by the close of the second day. 22 without loss, leading by 137, 10 wickets in hand. I
think Charlotte Edwards could do with a cherry brandy.
A glass or a bottle?
Well, a double at least, I should think. Pushed away outside the off stump by Shafali Verma.
You never know, she might just take an ice cream. Some people, that's all you need.
It's a glorious account of a bit of social behavior. I mean, so there's no accounts of like real rebels.
That was as close as you got, I think, Manners.
Well, that sounds like absolutely glorious. Oh, quicker one from Eccleston down the leg side. It's gone wrong. It's just dragged it down the leg side, and it's beaten everyone. It's beaten Amy Jones. It would have beaten Sarah Taylor, to be honest. It was a long way down the leg side, and it's raced away to the boundary for 4 byes. Nonsense call. Anna Harris has had a brilliant test match, but for goodness sake, how do you think Amy Jones is going to lay a glove on that? Byes was the call. Nonsense. They were wides. I know that it was within. Well, was she trying to bowl an arm ball, I think, was she? That's really quick down the leg side. Amy Jones, oh, she's a foot away from it with her left hand. Driven through extra cover now by Shafali Verma. Well, it's 4 runs, and 4 glorious runs. I mean, these are really classic cricket shots from the 2 openers already, and 6 overs in to their second innings, and they've raced up to 30 without loss. The lead is 145, and it's just clinical, ruthless test cricket, isn't it? When you get on top, don't let the opposition have even a sniff, and like, if you can, put the hammer down and really make them pay. England have been outplayed in the first 5 sessions of this test match. Thought honours were possibly even in the very first test, in the very first session. 122 for 3, but just that little 35-minute session that we've just had there. It's been ruthless.
Yeah,
hasn't
we
it?
talked about it coming into it, didn't we? Saying England needed to take quick wickets and really try and get themselves back in the game and restrict India. But the way these openers have taken on the bowlers early on, they've seen off the pacers. Sophie Eccleston has been brought in as the idea perhaps she can be the wicket taker. We saw how she cleaned up the tail yesterday. But in the same way that they took her on to take her out of the attack in their first innings, they've done exactly that here. And they've not been worried at all by the fact that she is one of the best in the world. And they've just gone, right, yes, we're ahead by a long way. We're not just going to push it around and play it out and just play this soft kind of game. They've still gone destructive. I mean, they're going at 5 and over. We've only had 6 overs and they're 30 for none.
Do you know what? It's cherry brandy time. It's tea time. So Raf and I are back on in about 18 minutes' time. We've just got time for an Earl Grey and a shot of cherry brandy. We'll take a short break here. 30 without loss. Georgie, you can have some as well. Don't look too disappointed. Smriti Mandana has 10. Shafali Verma has 14. And we've had 6 extras. India are effectively 145 for none in the second innings. And they have played brilliantly, and they've outplayed England. And we'll be back with the final session of day 2 here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel in just under 20 minutes.
As many of you will know, MCC is the world's most active cricket club, playing over 650 matches at home and abroad every year. Over half of these games are against teams of young cricketers, both from schools and the MCC Foundation hubs in the United Kingdom. And today, MCC celebrates the achievements of these players. We welcome on to the outfield the president of MCC, Ed Smith, who will make presentations to 16 cricketers who in 2025 scored centuries or took 5 wickets in their match against MCC. Each young cricketer will receive a plaque to commemorate their achievement, and they will come up in alphabetical order. The first person receiving an award will be Sophie Beach, who scored 122 for Denstone College. Zeb Bell, taking 6 for 18 for Huddersfield New College. Ranveer Dangi, scoring 114 for MCC Foundation Hub, London. Freddie Foyster, taking 5 for 40 for Framlingham College. Bryony Gilgrass scored 102 not out for King's School, Worcester. Robert Greenway, 146 for Tunbridge School. George Gurbill took 5 for 18 for Claysmore School. Ashwin Medarata, 122 for King Edward School, Birmingham. Bella Mitchell scored 103 for Lord Wadsworth College. Noah Muzikamp, 123 not out for Blundell's School. Tino Matekwa, 5 for 51 for St Edward's, Oxford. Benedict Robinson, 117 not out for Abingdon School. Suri Shah scored 102 not out for St Edward's, Oxford. Sam Stoneman took 5 for 53 for South Craven School. Theo Taylor, 101 not out for Warminster School. And Kayla Vinicus, 115 for Rodine School. And finally, to the award set up in memory of the late Baroness Cahill Flint, the former England captain who was amongst the first women to become an honorary life member of MCC. Rachel was a pioneer of women's cricket, helping to raise the profile and status of the sport she loved. The club hopes to continue her legacy by acknowledging the next generation of female cricketers through outstanding performances on the field or by promoting and supporting the game off it. The recipient of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Award this year is Hope Horn of Charterhouse School for her outstanding captain's innings of 75 not out. Lords, will you please congratulate and show your appreciation for the MCC Young Achievers. just minutes. Find out how at vitalitysports.co.uk/cricket. This is a huge 2026 season featuring blockbuster series at home and abroad, and you can get ready to back England in the new official range from England Cricket and Castor. It's designed for every moment of the summer, from high-intensity preparation to matchday atmospheres. The 2026 England Cricket kit brings together bold, modern styling with elite-level performance technology. Whether you're supporting from the stands, the boundary rope or the backyard, there's no mistaking your team colours. The collection delivers comfort and performance for players and supporters alike, featuring striking graphics inspired by England's fearless brand of cricket. The range is made to stand out through every ball, every catch and every boundary. Great teams deliver when it counts, and so does Remitly. Millions of people around the world trust Remitly to send money quickly and safely overseas, and with Remitly's great exchange rates and low fees, more of the money you send makes it to the people that matter. Send it like a pro. Send it with Remitly, the official money transfer partner of England Cricket. I'd like to remind you all of the ground regulation. Spectators may not come onto the playing area at any time. If you ignore this request, you'll be ejected, liable to prosecution and exclusion from cricket grounds. This measure is in place for the safety of everyone, especially the players and officials. Spectators shall not engage in any contact or act towards any player, match official, steward or any other spectator in a manner which offends, insults, intimidates or threatens that person with any form runs, leading out England. To resume India's second innings, Smriti Mandana and Shafali Verma. Smriti Mandana taking strike to bowl the first over of the evening session from the pavilion.
Good afternoon from London, good afternoon from Lords, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be listening in the world. We're about to start the final session of the second day of England's one-off test match against India, the first women's test match to be held at Lords, and India are holding sway. They've dominated really from pretty much from the start of the test match. Lauren Bell's continuing from the pavilion end, first over after tea, and Smriti Mandana turns it away through square leg. Alongside me, Melinda Farrell and Raf Nicholson, who has a magnificent scone with a modicum of clotted cream, if any. Or are you no clotted cream, just the jam?
No clotted cream. I have to be very careful with cream, because I'm sure that all of the listeners really want to know.
Well, you have to be particularly careful with the clotted cream here at Lords, because it is imported all the way from Devon, and it is absolutely magnificent. Lauren Bell is in once again, turned away by Mandela, out towards square leg. Melinda Farrell and I have had our tea. She's onto the iced coffee now.
It's really dangerous getting onto the iced coffee, because at least when coffee's hot, you end up drinking it a bit more slowly. But once I succumbed and went the iced coffee, after having I think I had about 5 coffees before then, and this is my 4th iced one.
Does iced coffee give you the shakes in the same way that hot coffee does? I suppose the caffeine content's the same.
I'm hardcore. I'm inured to the effects.
Bell in again. Mandana plays defensively, and there's no run. The Earl Grey tea here at Lords is of the very, very highest quality. So that's my weakness. It is tea time after all, but the array of scones in particular, and the sandwiches, the smoked salmon sandwiches, and well, it's quite the spread. Not enjoyed by England, I'm afraid. Not the team anyway. They're really under pressure. It's been a dominant day for India, and a historic one for Kranti Gaur, who becomes the first woman to have her name embossed on the famous Lord's Honours board. That's Bell in again, down the leg side. Manda looks to glance but doesn't make contact. That's very, very special. The first test match, women's test match here at Lords, is very special after a 142-year wait. But Kranti Gaur has achieved something that nobody else can. You don't often say that in sport. You know, it's well, it's a record. How long will that stand? Well, when you're the first to do something that can never be overtaken.
Well, Jarrod and I were going through the list of Indian bowlers who had made it onto that Lord's Honours board. It really does bring it into perspective.
Driven now, beautiful shot by Mandana, only as far as Eccleston at mid-off. The men.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The Indian bowlers from your more recent ones like Jasprit Bumrah and Bhuvneshwar Kumar. And but you go back and Kapil Dev's on there, Vinu Mankad is on there.
Javagal Srinath?
Yes. So that like some really big names from history, and now when Kranti Gaur goes and looks at her name alongside those, what feelings must that produce?
driven away out towards extra cover and fielded by Tammy Beaumont, but lovely shot again from Smriti Mandana. So Lauren Bell continuing 3 overs from the pavilion end before tea, 3 overs at a cost of 6, and that's a 4th over for her. Will Lauren Filer be given another go, or will it be Sophie Eccleston? A couple of boundaries in her first one and only over from the nursery end before tea. England up against it, Raf, but they again, you can't get caught up in the desperation of the situation. You know, I mean, there's many times during the course of a test match where you're better off not looking at the scorecard and thinking of the big picture, just concentrate on the next over.
I think that's right, and I think that what England have got to do now, and I sort of touched on this a little bit before tea, is actually just it's kind of work out what they're playing for, because previously you're playing to win this first test at Lord's. I don't know that that's now in England's grasp.
Izzy Wong is actually into the attack after 1 over from Sophie Eccleston before tea, so Izzy Wong gets her first over from the nursery end.
So England are now in effect playing not to lose this test, and they've got to actually psychologically kind of accept that as enough motivation for what's going to be a very tough couple of days.
It's a bit early, isn't it? You know, I mean, it's a bit like playing for a draw in a football match with an hour to go. It's there's 2 days in a session left. Is Izzy Wong again steered away behind square on the offside? And whilst I understand exactly what you mean, it's just, you know, if we were at this time tomorrow, then yeah, absolutely, you know, try not to lose. But with so much time left, you still need to try and take wickets, don't you?
Well, you do need to try and take wickets. You also need to try and restrict the scoring. So even if you're thinking about a draw, well, one way to get yourself into a position where you can draw is to actually make India bat as long as possible. And that means stopping them from scoring quickly.
Not going to do that with deliveries like that. It's down full and down the leg side, and brilliantly taken by Amy Jones. Gee, that was I think she was looking for the Yorker actually, and it's gone fired in past Shafali Verma's pads, and beautifully taken by Amy Jones.
Yeah, Amy Jones keeping up to the stumps, which she didn't do when England had the new ball in the first innings, but they've already changed that plan. But talk about stopping India from scoring quick and easy runs so that it puts them so in control of the timing of the match as well.
Away swinger from Izzy Wong. That's shaped a lot actually. That started very straight, probably even middle and leg, and has swung away towards off stump, and nicely played by Shafali Verma. Izzy Wong wasn't wearing that headband, the bandana, was she, during the first innings? I'm sure she wasn't. She's got it on now, and it's got a touch of panache and style and fight about it. It's like a karate
kid.
Yeah,
It's karate kid.
Yeah, with the long tail at the back. Here is Wong once again outside the off stump. It's time left alone by Shafali Verma, and nicely taken again by Amy Jones. Confirmation that the crowd is over 15,000 today.
Wow, that's amazing.
Scott, there might still be a couple more to come in. That's the tea time official crowd. And yeah, there might be a few more come in for the final session.
Well, that would be more than 25,000 over the first 2 days. So that record could be broken tomorrow.
Here is Izzy Wong again, and punched off the back foot by Shafali Verma out to extra cover, fielded by Tammy Beaumont. And there's no run. So no wicket for Izzy Wong, but at least, as you say, Melinda, you know, if you're not going to take wickets, then don't concede runs. But you know, I mean, India, I don't think are going to make the same mistakes that they made in the first innings when they were 190 for 3 and set to completely dominate. They could have battered England out of the Test match on, you know, by lunchtime today if they'd made the best of the start that they had. I don't think they'll make similar mistakes.
I was just thinking about the bandana that you were referring to that Izzy Wong's wearing, and we were talking about rebellious female cricketers from history. just before the tea break. Rachel Hayhoe-Flint got into trouble when England women played the first ever women's ODI here at Lord's in 1976 for wearing a green headband.
Lauren Bell pushed away defensively out towards cover point. As far as acts of rebellion go, that wouldn't list very highly today, would it?
Green, that's outrageous. It should have at least been pink.
You had to wear all white. The Women's Cricket Association were incredibly strict about dress, as we were reflecting on yesterday, and that was one of the and even in limited overs cricket, obviously until the 90s, just as in the men's game, everybody wore white. But this was, if there was any flash of colour in your clothing, you were for it.
Right, Wimbledon on the back foot now. Smriti Mandana pushes it out to extra cover. Beaumont Fields 30 without loss. We were talking about what are they called? Divided skirts. And Betty Wilson. Betty Wilson. There's a big photograph of her in the media dining area behind us, and she is definitely wearing baggy shorts.
Well, Australians are rebellious, Mel.
Yeah. They're also called culottes.
No, they're not culottes.
Right?
I think Raf also, we were talking about this yesterday, that's gone past the outside edge, full and slightly wide of the off stump. Mandana plays at it, hits the bat with a crease. But Raf confirmed, I showed her the photograph and I said, tell me that they're culottes or a divided skirt. She said no, they are shorts.
They're almost 3/4 length shorts, but they are very clearly shorts. And obviously the whole point of divided skirts or culottes is that they were meant to look like skirts because they were meant to look feminine.
See, nowadays, I personally do own a skort.
I think they're brilliant. I think
I love a
incredibly
skort.
practical as well.
Skorts are great.
But Betty Wilson undoubtedly was bucking the trend, driven away behind square on the offside to backward point, where it's fielded by Alice Capsey, and there's no run, 30 without loss. But dress regulations, dress etiquette was perhaps less strictly enforced in Australia, if it applied at all.
I think that's right. Yes, I think the Aussies were a bit more relaxed about these things. When England first went to Australia in the winter of 1934-35, Western Australia actually for the England match, the state match against them, they wore white trousers, and the WCA were horrified.
Whipped away by Mandana, straight to square leg, and it's fielded by Maddie Villiers. Trousers?
Trousers, yeah, trousers.
Well, it's funny you should say that, Raf, because this man sitting next to me, Neil Manthorp, he was involved in me creating quite a stir at the Wacker when South African men were playing a test there, because they were still very strict about what women wore into the members area.
Oh yes, I'm having flashback memories now. That's short and wide and cut, bottom edge, not timed, no run, 30 for none.
And both Firdaus Munda and I, who were working for ESPN Cricinfo at the time, we were stopped at the gate because they said that my skirt, which is pretty much like a skirt that I'm wearing today, was too short, and they weren't going to let me in. And also I had like a sleeveless top, but I also had a jacket over it, and they said that I was indecently attired.
Can I just say that you were both immaculately attired, and I was driven to distraction. So I decided to...
But not by what we were wearing.
Not by what you were wearing, by the behaviour of the guardians of the members area. I wasn't distracted. I was distracted by the fact that you were refused entry, both of you.
Yes, you do need to hurry up and finish that sentence, Manners.
Pass me a shovel. I'll dig this hole a bit deeper. Here's Izzy Wong again, pushed away defensively by Shafali Verma. So what did I do? I resorted to, it was the earliest days of social media. Anyway, I took a photograph of you, and what was you weren't allowed, the skirt length had to be knee length, didn't it? Or
it had to be, if you could put a credit card on the top of your kneecap. and the skirt didn't reach below the top of the credit card.
Put it this way, I couldn't see a bit of thigh. Not that I was looking. Here is Izzy Wong again, defensively pushed out to cover, and there's no run.
Manners, have you ever heard the phrase, if you're in a hole, stop digging?
I was thinking if I could see how deep I could go, actually. And I posted it on Twitter, and I said, does anybody think these two ladies look indecent?
And they all said yes, no. It was ridiculous. And, well, we kicked up a bit of a stink. We ended up getting an apology from quite a few senior people at the WACA, and they changed their dress code after that.
Here is Izzy Wong again, and off the back foot, punched away through cover, and it's the first run after tea, which is why we're talking about knee-length skirts, because we haven't had a great deal of action on the field. That was a beautiful shot from Shafali Verma, and Alice Capsey diving to her right, I think just got fingertips to it, couldn't take enough of the pace off it to stop it running away for 4. Beautiful shot from Shafali Verma. So that's my place in history. I helped to change the dress regulations pertaining to female guests in the members area at the WACA.
You know, it was so ridiculous. It actually went mad, that story, because a lot of news outlets in India and all over the place picked up on this story.
I think you were page 3 in the West Australian the next day. Edge gone past Simmer Brandt at slip. Diving away to her right. Amy Jones is standing up. Simmer Brandt diving to her right at slip. Just couldn't get a hand there. It's a thick outside edge which has run away for 4. Maybe it was page 5. You were in the news pages.
I can tell you what, that'd be the only time I'd ever be on page 3 of a newspaper. I can assure you of that.
I'm not trusting the story now about the skirt length.
It had nothing to do with necklines, I can assure you. It was an extraordinary moment, yeah. And I remember both of you arriving with the same skirts for the rest of the test match. Here is Izzy Wong. Oh, that's another one that's drifted away down the leg side. She's trying to control. She's getting really good away swing at the moment, and therefore she's bowling it straighter and straighter. And when you do that, you bowl it slightly too straight, and it goes straight on and doesn't swing at all. And that one again has shot past Amy Jones, buys the call once more. I do understand. I mean, Anna Harris is following the lesser of the law rather than the spirit of it. But with the keeper standing up, she's got no chance at all with that. I mean, it's very full length, a long way down the leg side. Amy Jones has done the best that you can. You lose sight of the ball, of course, for a fraction of a second. So she's followed instinct and put her gloves there, but too far down the leg side. 4 more runs, buys 42 without loss. Here's Izzy Wong again outside the off stump, and this is a good take, left alone by Shafali Verma. Nicely taken by Amy Jones. Verma 32, Smriti Mandana has 10. India are 42 without loss, leading by 157. I think we should get back to the cherry brandy. It's a safer subject. Now that tour where the cherry brandy was, where the 1947. So England would have spent a couple of months on a boat, 6 weeks probably on a boat to get to Australia, and another entry in that diary you were just telling me during the tea break was that the members of that touring squad had a bit of a battle maintaining their conditioning, might we say.
Netta Reinberg on the boat home wrote that every member of the tour party had gained a stone in weight.
Celebrating the fact that they were no longer restricted by rationing post-war, presumably. Food was more plentiful in Australia than it was in Europe at the time. Punched off the back foot by Mandana towards cover point. But it's good to hear that they had a good time. How were results, by the way, on that tour?
Mixed. Australia, I think 2 of the tests would. I'm doing this from memory. Australia definitely won the series, and I think there were a couple of draws as well. And it was the first time that Australia had beaten England in a women's test series. I don't know whether that was to do with the cherry brandy and the sort of overindulgence of ice cream, etc.
Here's Lauren Bell. She's continuing from the pavilion end, pushed up towards mid-off. To to be fair, and I'd have no idea, but I'm imagining that you know, a few members of that squad probably could have done with a bit of beefing up.
Well, I mean, it was definitely it was a time of well, rationing was still in force back home in England, so it was you know, I think when you see foods that you probably haven't eaten in, you know, 5 or 6 years, then the temptation is to shove it into your gob, right?
Absolutely, dead right. In case it runs out, somebody else takes it, pushed away by Amanda out towards mid-wicket. I remember, I now distinctly remember my grandmother telling me about powdered eggs during the war years, and I thought, what a terrible concept, until I realised many years later that that's what you get on aeroplanes for breakfast.
Are you serious?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. That's why the scrambled eggs or the omelette tastes so terrible on an aeroplane, because it's made with powdered eggs.
This is a revelation that I don't think I needed to discover.
Well, that's why I've never eaten eggs on for breakfast on an aeroplane.
Oh, I never will again.
There you go. Just imagine how you would powder an egg in the first place. Here's Lauren Bell again. That one beats the outside edge. A good delivery from Lauren Bell. She's giving it 100%. Everyone's giving it 100% for England. They're on the back foot. They're up against it. India are dominating the test match. They're 42 without loss. England bowled out for 170 earlier today. 44 from skipper Nat Siva-Brunt and 52 counter-attacking innings from Amy Jones, but Kranti Gord had too much for them with figures of 5 for 37. And news, by the way, from the fifth and final men's T20 international between England and India is that Josh Buttler has made 100. He's 101 not out. 15 overs. Gosh. Clipped away by Mandana out towards mid-wicket. That game is at the inaccessible bowl. I don't know what the new name is for it, but it's the hardest ground to get in and out of in England.
Harry Brook brought up his 50 off, I think, 19 balls.
He's 78 off 33. Phil Salt's gone for 6. Josh Buttler is 101 not out. Harry Brook is 78 not out off 33 balls. England are 197 for 1 after 15.2 overs. Good.
Wow.
Gracious me. Here's Lauren Bell once again, and back of a length, defended by Mandana, pushing it out towards mid-wicket. That's extraordinary. That I mean, you know, India haven't won a game. They lost 2 to Ireland, and they're 3-0 down against England.
And by how much? So, what you do sometimes find is that when a country's men's team is going badly, people suddenly turn around and start watching the women. So perhaps we might have some more people in India taking great interest in this test match, because the women are well and truly on top, while the men are well, having the boot
applied.
Yes. I won't say where.
Do you know, the interesting thing is that if England do win that game, and they're well placed, the break off as Izzy Wong is in again, beats the outside edge of Shafali Verma's bat. Look at that. Producer Scott has found the photograph that I took of Firdaus Muinda, and that's actually the Twitter photograph that I posted one of you as well, Mel.
Yeah, you posted one of me too.
You both, as I say, if anybody is inclined, you can go and find those photographs. They're still on Twitter, and yeah, I think you're far more than presentable. You look like you're dressed for a wedding reception. Here's Izzy Wong once again, and that's clipped away out on the leg side, not timed by Shafali Verma. Anyways, I'm saying if England men do win that game, they will become the #1 ranked T20 team in the men's game, which is in stark contrast to the Test game where they're ranked 13th.
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? And what
7th
might be
actually.
7th, 13th. And it's going to be interesting to see what that means to the management of the team as well. Ben Stokes retiring from Test cricket. What does it mean all around there? Yeah, so very interesting times. Tell you what, though, it's been lovely to be back here at Lord's watching normal Test cricket.
Yeah, outside the off stump from Izzy Wong, left alone by Shafali Verma. How seriously are the rankings taken in the women's game generally, Raf?
In tests or white ball?
I don't
Generally
think
across
they
the
don't,
board.
They don't have rankings for Test cricket, do they?
They don't have rankings for Test cricket, but I did find it quite funny a few years ago when Cricket Australia self-proclaimed themselves as #1 in all 3 formats in the world. They just decided.
That's not like Cricket Australia, is it, Ralph?
Do you know what? I remember seeing that. That self-promotion. That's full and wide from Izzy Wong, swinging further away. Shefali Verma can't time it, and I didn't question it. I just assumed that there must be rankings, and otherwise, why would they say they were the #1 in all 3 formats?
They come up with some spurious calculation based on. I mean, it was a meaningless statistic at the time because England and Australia were the only countries playing women's tests for several years, and because Australia had won more than England had, they just decided that meant that therefore that they were #1.
Here's Izzy Wong, high full toss, and it's steered away for 4. That's come out wrong from Izzy Wong. She's keen to bowl full length, understandably, because the ball is swinging for her. But that was a knee-high, maybe thigh-high full toss, and it's actually really well played by Shefali Verma.
Yeah, she just opened the face and she put nothing behind it. She just let the pace from Izzy Wong do all of the work, and there's just no pressure on these two. And I know that was just one that's come out wrong, but just yet again, England's bowlers have been outplayed by India's, who were just so much more in control, settled on a line and length very quickly. England might be paying the price for just searching for one at the moment.
Defended this time by Shefali Verma, down into the ground. It spins back into the gloves of Amy Jones. As far as rankings are concerned, Raf, I'm fascinated more in the women's game by the T20 rankings, sort of from 8 below, you know. And you look and you're like, Thailand, I think they're 11th or you know, like you think, gosh, there's a good story there. They are fascinating.
They are, and I think that is a really good example of what we were talking about earlier, about the fact that the sort of history and development of women's cricket doesn't necessarily map neatly onto the development of the men's game. So Thailand are much more successful in women's cricket than they are in men's cricket. They featured in the World Cup in Australia in 2020. And I'm not sure that they really have a men's cricket team, certainly not particularly highly ranked. But the trouble is that your women's team is penalised if your women's team are much more successful than your men's team.
Here's Lauren Bell. She's continuing a long spell this, and on the back foot now, punched away by Mandana out towards extra cover. It was on the subject of test status that we were originally talking about that, weren't we?
Yeah, this the Thailand situation though, it relates to slightly different kind of competition, which is the Women's Championship, which is the sort of qualifying tournament for the 50 over World Cup, and they recently expanded it, and they've added Zimbabwe into the mix, despite the fact that Thailand are more are higher in the rankings than Zimbabwe. But they've done it purely on the fact that Zimbabwe are a full member and have a kind of more established men's structure, and it's just not fair.
Oh, that's a lovely pick-up shot from Smriti Mandana down towards long leg, and Izzy Wong down there, sun-hatted at long leg, and she's taken a bow on the leg. I mean, it wasn't a catch. She took a brilliant one yesterday, so if anybody was going to turn it into a catch, it was her. She couldn't get there, and I think it's just whacked her on the shin, but she's grinning and bearing it and changing position for the right-hander. That sounds outrageous.
Well, I mean, the ICC do quite a lot of things that I suppose some people might raise an eyebrow at.
Zimbabwe have been promoted above Thailand on the basis that they're men's team and that they have a better men's structure, women's structure. What, down the leg side, Amy Jones gets a left glove to it, but and in fact she has saved a run because they were thinking about a bye but won't take one.
It's based on the fact that Zimbabwe are a full member, and therefore their men have test status, and the ICC want everything to kind of everything sort of stems from that. I agree, it's outrageous. I suppose I've sort of become slightly kind of immune to it because this is the way cricket is run. and women's cricket often is not given kind of separate consideration, and that's the real problem. I mean, this is a bugbear of mine. I think that in some ways separate governance was better.
Driven through extra cover, beautiful shot from Shefali Verma. 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. Lauren Bell pitches up. Well, we can see why she's been bowling back of a length now, because when a couple of times she has pitched up, she's been driven exquisitely by Shefali Verma, and she now moves up to 30. The 50 up for India in their second innings, 51 without loss. You're probably the most knowledgeable person I've ever spoken to about cricket, Raf, but I don't suppose you would know anything at all about how Thailand women happen to be quite so good. I mean, what's the domestic structure like in the women's game in Thailand, and do the men even play it?
I think there is a men's team, but I think that the short answer to your question is that Thailand have channeled a lot more money into women's cricket than men's cricket.
Driven away behind square on the offside. That's not something you can say about many countries.
Well, they actually drew a lot of the players from softball. They went into universities when there were some people who were keen to get cricket going, and they recruited a lot of very good softball players. So when Thailand women came into sort of international cricket, and you started noticing them, and in that World Cup, they were such a good fielding side. They were better as a fielding side than some of the more established full member countries in the women's game. And so that's how they started going about it, recruiting there. You also have a country like Brazil, where the women were awarded central contracts before the men's side.
Lauren Bell in again, driven towards extra cover, no run.
And I think sometimes it comes from people from cricket playing countries who spend time in those countries, love cricket, can see a way in, and can kind of identify that actually the women's game might be a bit easier to set up there because of that not the same sort of competition from other sports. So there are those countries, and I think Thailand and Brazil are really good examples where the women's game has progressed faster than the men's game. But as Raf points out, it then becomes more difficult because the game is completely structured for the women's game to follow the men. So there's almost no way for the women's game to lead the men just because of that.
No, exactly that, Mel. And this is a sort of unfortunate side effect, really, of the International Women's Cricket Council handing over to the ICC in 2005. That now that you have cricket's governance structures centred around men's cricket, you therefore kind of don't really have a pathway whereby the women can do their own thing in the way that, for example, Ireland women were able to play a test against Pakistan women in 2000, as we were talking about earlier.
In comes Izzy Wong, and Mandana looks to hoik that into the leg side, just gets a bottom edge, doesn't get it through the infield, and there is no run. She remains 11 from 38. Shefali Verma at the other end firing nicely, 30 from 40. Izzy Wong none for 12 from her 3 so far, but bowling at 70 miles an hour still. Just heading off back to her mark. Got that headband on today. She had the white zinc across her face yesterday. Wong in again from the nursery end, round the wicket and full right in the block hole, and dug out by Mandana into the offside, where Bouchier does the fielding, sends it back into Amy Jones, and there's again no run as Jarrod Kimber slides into commentary.
You a Simpsons fan?
Everyone's a Simpsons fan, aren't they?
I would hope so. Every time
How else are we
Bouchier...
going to predict the future?
Yeah, every time Bouchier's involved in cricket, they're just having a look at the ball here. Now, I think there might be a loose thread on the ball. They're just showing that to the umpires. Every time Bouchier's involved, because Marge's surname is Bouvier, or her maiden name. I know, always makes me think of that. That's just how these things work. These are the connections we make.
Not because she's got the tattoo Die Bart Die. Like, who is it? Sideshow Bob that has that. That would be rogue, as Wong is in again. And Ariel this time backward a point. Mandana on the charge, and she picks up 4.
Yeah, that's a proper third inning shot, isn't it? The ball wasn't that bad. It wasn't a great ball by Izzy Wong, but it was wide. She just threw her hands at it and hit it over backward point for 4. Easy at this stage. This game has already gotten away from England, and now it's racing.
It's like they're playing 2 different games, isn't it? They bowled completely differently, they batted completely differently. India have come out with real intent in this match, and England are just under the cosh. As Wong is in again around the wicket to the left-hander, just plays it off the outside edge. When things are going your way, they're going your way. It goes past slip, and, well, the chase is in vain, and it's back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, much better ball, but it wasn't going to be caught even if it went to slip anyway. It was keeping so low. When you say they're playing 2 different games, so let's have a look at Sophie Eccleston here and see if I'm right. Is she going to reach back and get any back sweat? No, she's taken forehead sweat, I believe, on the ball this time. Maybe something off her lips as well. And they're trying to get the ball to swing. How did India get most of their wickets?
I don't know, but that sounds very weird, using her lips. Like, you know when you had a gobstopper when you were younger that lasted about 2 weeks? As Wong is in again around the wicket to the left-handed Mandana, who just plays this on the up, off the back foot, and it's a hat-trick of boundaries for Smriti Mandana through the covers. And there's a celebration around the crowd from this world record crowd for a single day of a women's test match. And you imagine, those are the Indian fans.
Yeah, there's some good chanting before. That was the best shot of the 3. She leant back there and punched that through. Yeah, so again, I'm watching Sophie Eccleston maybe take something off her face or her lips, put it on the ball, smooth out the ball, try and get it to swing. As I said, she's been putting her hands and the ball up her back to get some sweat on it as well. But we just saw India take the majority of their wickets by using the seam on this pitch. So when you say they're playing 2 different games, they are quite literally trying to get wickets in 2 different ways.
Wong again, and this time just defended back to the bowler by Mandana. And it's a dot ball to close out the over. So 12 runs coming from it, 14 gone. India 63 for none, lead now by 178. Mandana 23, and Shefali Verma at the other end, after not getting off the mark in the first innings, is 30 from 40.
There we go. Straight away, Eccleston gets the ball back, straight under her shirt and the lower part of her back, trying to get it smooth on one side. What over are we up to?
14 gone.
14, yeah. So trying to get it so that the lack is off it now, and they're trying to get it to swing a little bit more. No problem with that. Like, I understand it. All I'm saying is you've got fast bowlers who hit the pitch quite hard, and they're taller than the Indian bowlers. Why not just go to seam bowling?
Yeah.
Because that has been what is successful out here. So, look, they've come in with their own tactics, but the game's
not working.
They're not. They didn't work in the first innings either, would be my argument.
Question, though, do you get appointed as, like, the sweaty one?
Okay, so there's 2 different...
Because it used to be Jack Leach in the men's side, wasn't it? Because he had a bald head, so they rubbed the ball on his head. So because he had the sweat from there.
So you get appointed as the shiner. So when you're going for reverse swing, you want it to be dry.
Yeah.
So you know Alistair Cook doesn't sweat.
Yeah.
I know there are former members of the royal family who claim that, but in Alistair Cook's case, it was actually true. And so when you're trying to get the ball to reverse swing, you would get Alistair Cook to play with the ball and look after the ball. But
as Bell is in again now from the pavilion end, and it's full and straight and just beautifully blocked, defended into the offside by Verma, and there's no run.
When you're trying to get traditional swing, which means that you're trying to polish one side of the ball, and you're not too worried about moisture getting onto the ball at that point, you're just trying to give it a nice sheen, you might give it to someone with a bit more sweat. But yeah, definitely with Eccleston at the moment, she has milked every part of her body.
Like, are you shoving it up and getting under your armpit? And, you know,
some players do that, yeah. But
because there's definitely people on the tube this morning that could have got a good old shine on that ball. As Bell is in again now, right arm over the wicket, as Verma just clips it off her pads into the leg side. Can't get it past mid-wicket, and there's again no run.
The danger with probably doing that, so see how she just reached back there, and she's just getting a little bit of liquid off on her fingers and putting it on the ball. It's better to do it that way than to put it directly in the armpit or on the other part, because you can actually soften the ball. And if the ball gets soft, it doesn't really help you if you're swinging it at that point.
Even if you've got some fancy roll on, you know, you never know what that might do. Bit different. Get your East Africa or something.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of deodorant Sophie Eccleston uses.
No,
I thought you would know.
Maybe different ones have different shine abilities, as Bella's in again, and this time hits the pads, and there's a muted appeal The bell indicating going down there, so the first time really it looked like anything is coming for England.
That's closer than one of the Indian reviews, although I'm
Well-
not sure that's saying a lot. But that was a good delivery. Yeah, so you don't want the ball. You don't want to get the ball to get too moist. So yeah, you're picking different players for different roles. Some people are just better at shining a ball than other people, as you would. Joe Root is have a look at Joe Root in the field. He really puts his full body in. Whereas if you threw me the ball and you said shine it, I would probably just roll it on my thigh a couple of times and chuck it back to the bowler.
Just get a little bit of red mark. Look
Yeah,
like you've tried.
yeah.
Here comes Bell. Shorter this time and just defended by Verma. Again, no run.
But what you do get is you get theories from teams. So based on the fact that I've seen Sophie Nicholson about 3 times, because you know they put saliva on the ball, and yet I've seen her fingers near her mouth. So I'd assume she either has some sort of sunscreen or zinc or lip balm on her lips, and they're thinking that that is going to help. It has not helped from what I have seen at all. Some teams like sunscreen, obviously England with the Murray Mints back in the old days. So there are all these different theories. But if you talk to Aaron from the ECB, who cuts cricket balls in half, he's like, yeah, none of them really work.
Well, here comes Bell. And just beats the edge of Verma. Flies through to Jones behind the stumps. First time, really, that it's the bowler who wins the delivery.
But if you remember back, the saliva ban in cricket, and all the old bowlers said, well, how, this is going to really help batters. We've had more wickets in men's test cricket since the saliva ban at a lower average than we did beforehand. So saliva had absolutely no impact on a cricket ball at all.
You wonder how these theories develop if actually it's then proven that they're completely wrong.
I think it's because you're doing multiple things at the same time, right?
Here comes Bell.
Oh.
And Verma has a big old swing at this one outside the off stump, dances down the pitch, beats the edge, flies through to Jones behind the stumps, and it's a maiden over from Lauren Bell. She closes out her 15 overs gone, I should say, 63 for none.
Yeah, good over actually in the end. 3 really good deliveries in there. Well, I think it's one of these things where if cricketers really thought about it, they would just do polishing the ball one day. They would just do spitting and
that involves
smoothing.
cricketers thinking.
Yeah, and the next day, then and all these sorts of things. It's a bit like when the clouds come in, people say the ball starts to swing around and everything. It's actually based on all the science I've looked at. What actually happens when the clouds comes in, Georgie, is it's harder to see the ball because the clouds have come in.
A fair point.
So you're reacting later to the movement of the ball at that point, whereas when the sun's out, you're seeing the ball perfectly. So there are all these little things that are hard to tell, but there's no doubt that smoothing the ball on one side is a good thing to do, but whether you have to use moisture to do it or not, or just polish it and smooth it over with your fingers, I don't know.
Well, here comes Izzy Wong starting her 5th over right on round the wicket, and Mandana looks to just work that round the corner. It flies through to Jones behind the stumps, and there's again no run. What would your thoughts be on them just saying, right, just do whatever you want to the ball, actually? Let's see what happens.
It's funny, Andrew Sampson, the famed statistician, is in the box, and when someone was joking around about the lip balm, he said, just let them do what they want.
Yeah, and at least then we'd know. It's like the enhanced games.
Yes.
But for a cricket ball. Just take whatever in performance-enhancing things you want. Stick a nail in the ball, see what happens. As here comes Wong again, hoping that the ball does something as if there's a nail sticking out of it. It just kicks up, and Mandana drops it into the leg side, and there's again no run.
So there was a lot before Australia got caught with the sandpaper. Ball tampering was rife, right?
Of course it was.
But if you go over to Lord's and into one of the museums, have a look at some of the old balls they've got up there. Before reverse swing ever existed, ball tampering still existed, because in those days they would take their nail and they would chip out the seam to make the seam higher.
Yeah.
Like, this has always happened. People have always tampered with the ball. My favourite thing in cricket is watching people unable to throw the ball to the wicketkeeper from 30 metres away on the full somehow.
Oh, suddenly can't throw very far. And this hits the pads. Looks like it's going down leg, perhaps. Izzy Wong likes it and then goes quiet very quickly.
Yeah, she's got a lot of angle there. That did swing a little bit, but again, not hitting the stumps. Good delivery. And are they going to review this? Please don't. Thank you. Last time I said that, they did anyway.
Well, it's so far, at the moment, the only thing England are doing better than India is reviewing.
Not much better though, is it? They've had a couple
No,
of shockers.
I'm clutching.
They are better. I'll give you that.
I'm
all things
clutching at
considered.
straws that have been used and are a bit damp.
I think that might have hit outside leg stump. Shit, that was a proper appeal though.
Izzy Wong donning the tied up headband. So she's not being used for sweat. She's round the wicket this time, just straying down the leg side, taken well behind Jones, who's up to the stumps.
It did hit in line, I can confirm that, but it was also massively missing leg stump. I mean, you can see by the movement on this last ball how much that it's moving. If Izzy Wong wants to bowl and swing the ball back in the way that she's at the moment, she's on the wrong side of the wicket because it's so hard to get it from that angle. Whereas if she bowls over the wicket and swings it back in, this would be quite hard for Mandana to play, as long as she can keep it on the right line.
She's in now, right arm round the wicket, and again straying down that leg side. So getting that movement still. They're really building the dots here. The previous over, a maiden from Bell. Wong now building the dots herself, coming in from the nursery end. But the problem is, it's not too much of a worry if they're building any pressure on India here. They're 63 for none, inside 16 overs. They lead by 178. This is not going to bother these two at all.
No, but we have had 2 half shouts in the last over and a half, and we have had some good deliveries. So at the very least, they've pulled it back. Maybe 14 overs too late. Maybe a day and a half too late.
A couple of sessions too late. Round the wicket again, final ball of the over. Just lets this fly through to Jones behind the stump. So back-to-back maidens for England. End of 16, India 63 for none, lead by 178.
And that almost got through Jones as well. That was so wide. I'm not really sure what the plan was there. How long before we see them go to bouncer mode?
Oh. Well, you sort of think maybe at this point, you know, do you just change things up, turn back to a spinner, just see if you can try and mix it up a little bit, make something different happen. Yes, they took on Nicholson earlier, but even, I know maybe throwing it out, but a bit down the line, turn to someone like Capsey, try something different, do something different in this side, because nothing that they're doing at the moment is working.
All of these things are correct. I mean, Eccleston, before they went for it, didn't she bowl like 4 byes down the leg side? So if that, you want her to come on and sort of cramp the game up, and the opposite has happened.
Here comes Bell from the pavilion end, and this is driven just backwards a point. The half stop from Maddie Villiers, what looked like it could have been a surefire boundary past Gully. And in the end, just... Did they come through for a single?
Yeah.
Yeah, just the single.
Yeah, they went flying off the blade. But again, it went straight to her. It's a bit like the Nat Civil catch that went down earlier. It was low and to the right, and she missed the ball. She could have got her hand on it, and it was definitely a catchable height as it went past her. This one, again, hit very hard. Probably just going to bounce just in front of Villiers. And again, just a little fumble. When the other team is 64 for none with a 179 lead, every fumble feels like 10.
Bell in again over the wicket and just gets a little bit of extra bounce, and it's defended by Mandana. Bell half fields off her own bowling. Heather Knight coming in to do the cleaning up. That's such a thing you can do as a fast bowler. Like, oh, I sort of dropped it, I'm not picking it up, someone else will do it while I head off back to my mark.
I think that's a socially acceptable thing for a fast bowler to do. I think if you do it as a spinner, everyone looks at you as if to be like, come on now, you've got like a 6-step run up. But I think as a fast bowler, I think that's fine. You don't want to, how tall would she be? 5'10", 5'11"?
Lauren Bell, I think she's about 6'1", 6'2", actually. I think she's taller than I am. She's in again now. And this is a full toss, strays down the leg side. Mandana lets it go. And it's taken well by Jones, diving to her right behind the stumps.
Yeah, well, you don't really want her bending over to pick up the ball. Although, having said that,
It's a long way.
She didn't. She did just, after not bending over to pick up a ball, just then, she did bend over to get some dirt on her hands. So, but yeah, in general, I think that's pretty fair. There's a great West Indian player called George Headley. He's got one of the highest test batting averages of all time. And he would purposely hit the ball out to where the bowlers were fielding over and over again to tire them out.
Well, Lauren Bell looking to not be tired again, just defended by Mandana, full of a length from Bell.
Australia test piloted a series, a system where their fast bowlers would field in the ring, so that they didn't have to go out to the boundary. So, like, you know, looking after fast bowlers has been going on for a very long time, and I think maybe the oldest part of it is I'm not going to pick that up because I have to run in again, 30-meter sprint, and then bowl this ball.
Well, it used to be that your nasty fasties just didn't really throw themselves around in the field, did they?
A lot of footwork.
Here comes Bell, that skip at the top of her mark. And again, Mandana just shoulders arms and lets this fly through down the leg side to Jones behind the stumps. And there's again no run. Score remains 64 for none.
So we talked about the pressure that had built up in the last couple of overs. That's a horrendous delivery.
Yeah.
I mean, she shouldered arms, as you said. It was like a video game where the wrong ball was bowled and the batter played a different shot to it, because she was like, I don't know what to do to a ball down here. I'm just going to hold my hands up where I thought you should have bowled it.
Yeah. Well, the Indian fans are in good voice, and quite rightly so, as Bella's in. Final ball of the over. Bit of extra spice on this one. Kicks up a little bit and punched through the offside by Smriti Mandana, and they're going to easily come back for a second. So 2 off the final ball of the over. End of 17 overs. India 66 for none. That lead now 181.
When do you declare?
I was thinking about this, actually. That lead 181. Technically, still two and a bit more days to go in this game. So you've got a long old time.
Because if they keep, what are they, 66 off 17, and they're 181 in front. So let's say they keep going at about 3.5 to 4 runs and over. They can be. Lauren Filer has only bowled 2 overs in this innings, actually. If you face, another 50 overs, you should be at about another 200, so that's 380. So that means that should give you about 5 sessions to bowl? Yeah. Is that what you want? What do you want?
What do I want? How long have you got? What I do want to tell you is that it's not all going badly for English cricket today. Over in the men's T20, England, their 20 overs, made 257 for 3.
Is it Butler? I thought Butler made some runs.
Joss Buttler is back in form. So Phil Salt went for 6. Joss Buttler, 131 from 64 deliveries. Harry Brook, 95 from 45. So not a bad day at the office for those two.
The Indian men's team has been struggling quite a bit of recent times. It's not just Ireland that's smashing them around, it seems.
Well, here comes Lauren Filer from the nursery end, and it's just on a good length. Very straight and defended by Verma, who's 31 from 48 now, and score remains 66 for none.
Do you think we see bouncers? Is this the bouncer spell?
I think you've got to try something, haven't you, at this point? Just a bit of spice, try something different. Filer's fresh, back into a new spell.
I think if it is, I would move mid-wicket squarer as a catching sort of square leg for the one that is spliced, and I would bring cover over and put her to mid-wicket.
Well, here comes Filer, that bustling run. And slightly back of a length again, not quite the bouncer, and they'll scamper through for a single, taking on the arm of Tammy Beaumont.
I don't think this was supposed to be a bouncer, but I can tell you what, it also wasn't supposed to be bail height. That died off the surface. So let's see, she'll give it a couple more, but if she can't get the ball to really come off with any sort of venom, she's just going to have to give that up. She's going to come around the wicket, I think. Now.
Lauren Filer's approach has changed in the last few years. She used to start at the top of her mark, and she did this sort of Bob Willis wafting the ball behind her bat at the beginning and had a really bustling run. She's tidied that up somehow. Her elbows do still jut out on her approach, but she's tidied that up and streamlined it a lot, and there's not a lot less wasted energy as she comes round the wicket, this time to the left-handed Smriti Mandana, who helps that round the corner, and that'll be 4.
Well, that answers that question. This is that spell. It is the short pitch bowling spell. Unfortunately, Georgie could have hit that for 4.
Thank you, I guess.
You don't think you could have hit that for 4?
No, I don't. Who knows?
It's a short ball down the leg side. As long as you
not
could
in my Birkenstocks.
Yeah, as long as you could reach it, I think you would have been okay there. In fact, a lot of players would have just, even if you weren't very good at cricket, it might have just hit your hip and gone for 4. So that's a poor delivery. It also came really slowly off the surface.
Yeah, easy. Helps it round the corner. This time shorter again, and it goes through Amy Jones, who's got a hole in her bucket, it seems, and cleaned up. And they'll come through for a single. Nothing going England's way at the moment.
That was supposed to be the proper bouncer, and that bounced again before Amy Jones, and basically went about a foot above the stumps. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to have a proper bouncer spell here. This might be the only over that she tries this, so they might come up with something new after this one.
So Filer heads back to the top of her mark. Questions to be asked here. Where can England turn? Now over the wicket to the right-handed Verma. And there's the bouncer, and it just doesn't get the height. And Jarrod puts his head in his hands to my left. Not happy with that one.
Well, no, it's more the carry. Did you see where it landed? It landed in front of Amy Jones. So, hey, that was the first one there was any height on, to be fair. Like, she's really putting in here. It's a wide. Well, it definitely got the height than that one, didn't it? Oh, we're just seeing the lines, yeah. Well, less said about England's bowling lines this innings, the better.
Perhaps. Right, here comes Filer again over the wicket. She passes Anna Harris. And short again. And Verma just leans back and lets that one fly through to Jones behind the stumps.
Well, that one was okay. That one actually that one actually pitched and bounced and went through to the wicketkeeper. Now, of course, they've thrown the ball out to...
And you know, when you can tell things just really aren't going your way and the team's a bit down and out, the ball's just been thrown up to Sophie Ecclestone, who, as we say, is the shiner or whatever her role is in this side.
Moister.
The sweater, the moistener. I don't know what you want to call her. Anyway, the ball's gone up to her and she's just completely missed it and have to go about 10 yards to go and fetch it off the ground again. No urgency either.
Gives Filer a bit of more of a rest in this over, though.
Well, she's in for the final ball. And this one just dies as well. And beats the bat of Shafali Verma, who holds the pose. And that brings the 18th over to a close. 18 overs gone. India 73 for none, lead now 188. Shafali Verma 32 from 51. Smriti Mandana at the other end 29 from 57. With that, the players and umpires are going to have drinks.
That's a very interesting delivery because she's been brought on to bowl the short pitch bowling. We've talked about, you know, only one of them really carrying properly. That one, she just went for the top of off stump and it completely died. I think it might have bounced twice before Amy Jones. And if I'm 180 odd runs behind and I've just seen that on day 2 and I know I'm not going to be batting for a day, I probably think I'm not going to make the chase happen, is my thoughts.
I think the chase not happening is quite a high probability.
It's higher after that ball, but yes, it was pretty high already.
Yeah, you wonder what those discussions are going to be between these English players and the Indian ones, I guess. Well, the Indian ones, I can tell you, would be a lot more positive. Is it Verma who's down on her knees, currently getting a little bit of a shoulder massage?
Is that Izzy Wong just on her own, not in the group?
Gone off for a wander. She's trying to pick up Panini stickers that she wants to trade for the World Cup.
I wondered if she looked ill.
She's just lying down on her back, holding her leg up in the air, trying to maybe stretch out a bit of cramp. Get that girl some pickle juice.
I think that's what happened. I think she might have cramped up and she went over to stretch and now she's got them. She got a player stretching her as well. I like this.
You know what? You'd have to pay me a lot to drink pickle juice. No, not for me.
Do modern players drink pickle juice or do they use those tabs now?
No, I actually think they do drink pickle juice, and tennis players. Yeah, that's the thing.
Because you get those, I don't know what they're called, but the electrolyte tabs.
Oh yeah, like those.
Yeah.
Liquid IV is a good one.
Yeah. So I know that I know the Australian team do that. I think the Asian players drink the pickle juice when they cramp still, but I don't know if many of the other teams still do it.
It's just not nice.
Would you rather cramp?
Yes.
Cramping's horrible.
Oh. Well, it is. The worst is, I think, because I'm getting old, the top of the calf cramp in the night. That's the one. And then people tell me maybe because you don't eat enough salt. And I'm like, mate, I carry a salt shaker in my backpack at all times.
No, the salt never worked for me. The thing that has always helped me is the electrolytes.
Yeah, I like an electrolyte. I actually sometimes pour an electrolyte into an alcoholic beverage before I go out. So I'm locked and loaded and ready to rumble. So if I'm having like a lemon something or other, of a percentage. I'll pour one of those in too, make it more lemony and electrolytes.
Haven't you just ruined 2 drinks at once?
No, and also my flatmate actually works for a company that sells electrolyte-infused vodka drinks.
It does make sense, though, because if you drink a lot of those drinks, you do dehydrate yourself.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So you rehydrate before you dehydrate. And that's Nurse Georgie talking.
Yeah. There we go.
There we go.
But yeah, that's the 3rd or 4th time we've seen someone cramp out here. In fact, there's quite a few players.
Is
laying
everyone
down.
has it decided that we're all just going to have a little lie down now? Because every time I look up, there's another player on the floor. Boucher is just having a bit of a wiggle, doing the twist and shout.
Yeah. They do look very, very tired, these 2 teams.
It's only day 2.
It's not much after halfway of day 2 either. It has been very hot, though, of course, as well. And they're not used to multi-day cricket.
Yes, but also these are elite athletes. We're not used to multi-day cricket. I'm tired watching it.
Yeah, it's true. How many test matches would you have covered in your short
I thought you
professional
say how many
career?
test matches I've played. I was
You
like,
played
oh,
7,
well,
didn't you?
yeah,
Yeah.
many test matches that I've played. That's a good question.
Because you can't have covered many.
Don't know. Women's test matches, I think I maybe have covered 4 now.
Any
But all
men's?
in different capacities, women's ones.
You've never
so
done a
I've done
men's test?
either not live commentary yet, so hint, hint, John's left.
He's left, yeah.
John's left. Oh. I've done reporting on them, and then I actually hosted the Women's Ashes test match at the MCG last year, so different capacity again.
Was that actually emceeing?
Yeah,
in the ground?
MC'd in ground. It was great. Got to hang out with G-Flip on stage.
I do like G-Flip a lot.
G-Flip is awesome. So that was fun.
At the end of the day, Google G-Flip.
Yeah. Oh, Bed on Fire. If you haven't seen Off Campus, which everyone has watched recently, that's actually in it, so it's why it's gone up in the charts lately. I think G-Flip is also supporting Robbie Williams on tour in Australia coming up, something like that.
I don't see them as a natural.
No, nor do I, but then I think, you know what, it's all good. I wouldn't mind both of those.
I do like it when you see a supporting act that doesn't feel.
Absolutely nothing, yeah.
I saw the Dropkick Murphys, which is their audience is very much Boston/Irish coded angry men, and the band before that was this Americana band called The Devil Makes Three, and they're a brilliant band, but there was no one in the audience who was going to listen to them at any stage.
No, I'm still trying to get over that I missed Pitbull yesterday, world record. So we've set a world record
Was
here
it
today.
the world record?
It was, yes, it was.
We had about 83 records here. Would you say that Pitbull was historic?
I would say yes. Yeah. I saw a lot more coverage of the Pitbull world record, sadly, than any record set here. And I was just sad because I have a bald cap waiting at home. I could have been part of it. But no, I chose women's cricket, obviously.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you have a bald
Because I have been to see Pitbull before in a bald cap. Here comes Sophie Eccleston from the pavilion end, gives it a bit of extra flight, and that's just driven through the covers beautifully by Mandana on the half volley, and they're going to settle for a single. Score moves on to 74 for none.
I was about to say, Manners, do you have a bald cap? And as I turned around, I just saw him mouth, who's Pitbull?
Oh, so the most people in one place at one time wearing bald caps.
He's a rapper, Manners, and it is a record.
He's not even, he's a singer, rapper. He is just Mr. Worldwide.
He's also Mr. Worldwide.
He is, and he rhymed Kodak with Kodak once in a song.
Would you see yourself as Mr. Worldwide?
Mr. Worldwide. No, he's Universe Boss.
I think Pitbull and Chris Gayle are friends, aren't they?
Probably. That would not surprise me. Well, Eccleston coming round the wicket this time, and a muted appeal looks like sliding down, but asking a question.
I like that. When it first hit, I thought it was closer, but they didn't really appeal, and no, it is. She's got me again, Valma, with her feet. She's like outside leg stump. It's hard to be LBW when your pads are not in front of the stumps.
Eccleston again gives it the extra flight. Shivali Verma gives herself a bit of room and crunches this through extra cover. Comes through for a single.
Manners, maybe when you come on air, you could quickly just sing some of Pitbull's greatest hits.
I don't know how you don't know Pitbull. Mr. Worldwide. He once rhymed Kodak with Kodak. Iconic.
Yeah, so he rhymed the word
Eccleston over the wicket this time and just punched back to her by Mandana, and there is no run.
So generally when you're rhyming in rap manners, you won't rhyme the same word with another word, the same as poetry. But he did it. He broke all the rules.
And again, over the wicket. Aerial this time from Mandana, dispatched back over her head. Sophie Eccleston just watches it soar towards to the pavilion. And showing no sign of slowing down here, India.
Yeah, beautiful shot straight back. Using those feet. In fact, using those, I think she might have the Virat Kohli 1/8 shoes on, if I'm not mistaken there. So just dancing down the track, whacking that over the top. Beautiful strike.
And there's the confirmation. They were just waiting for confirmation from the umpires whether that had landed inside the rope or beyond it. Well beyond.
It went in the shadow, they didn't it? So it was hard to see.
Eccleston in again, gives it that bit of extra grunt. Straying down the leg side, helped behind square on the leg side by Mandana, who picks up one more. And score moves on to 82 for none.
Eccleston 17 runs in her, 18 runs, sorry, in her 2 overs. And that doesn't include the 4 byes, I assume, from before. Anyway, I'm off. George is on. Until George is off.
Well, I think we're going to have to introduce Mr. Worldwide himself, the headmaster. Manners back into the attack without his bald cap for now. He's had education on Pitbull, I think, in the back of the commentary box as Manners and Raf step back into commentary. I will leave you with that, and I'm going to go and check that my bald cap hasn't been stolen for that world record.
Thanks, Georgie. You just mentioned G-Flip there, amongst a number of other popular music artists. I was very happy that during that women's test at the MCG, the women's Ashes test at the MCG last year, I managed to get lyrics from G-Flip in the pages of The Guardian. I'm joined by Neil Manthorp next to me. Hello.
What lyric was it?
Well, it was a day-night test, and it was the tea break, and so I got "Where the hell did we go wrong? Was it in the timing?" And I said it was that and the shot selection, because England were absolutely terrible that day at the MCG. So it was a neat lyric.
Yeah, and appropriate by the sounds of things. Right, Lauren Filer continues from our commentary end, the nursery end. And the first delivery is pushed away by Smriti Mandana. 37 not out. Shafali Verma has 33. 19 overs gone, 82 without loss. First innings lead of 115 for India, and they pushing that up towards 200 now, leading by 197, all 10 wickets in hand. And the mountain that England had to climb at the start of the innings is becoming a range of mountains, and so defended away by Mandana out towards mid-wicket. Tammy Beaumont trying to remain positive and energetic and provide a little spark for her colleagues. Does the fielding at mid-wicket.
What kind of a mountain range do you think it is, Manners? The Alps, the Andes?
The Atlas Mountains. Dry, dusty, short of water. Steep, dangerous. But definitely not a cold range, definitely not anywhere in Canada or Europe. Pushed away defensively again by Mandana out towards mid-off.
I've got to say, you're testing the limits of my geographic knowledge there.
Well, there's, I suppose it could be the Rockies, but I'm going for the Atlas Mountains in North Africa and Morocco. I spent a bit of time there in my youth.
Did you play any cricket there?
No, I didn't. But there was a one-day tournament, a triangular tournament, held in Tangiers some years ago. Punched off the back foot through extra cover, for 4. Lauren Filer can't believe that she's dropped that one too short. If she's going to go short, she's got to go a lot shorter than that. But she has dropped it short, and it's punched superbly off the back foot by Smriti Mandana away through extra cover. That's a really, really quality shot. She's into the 40s now, 41 from 65 balls. Shafali Verma is 33. And that is the 200-run lead. 201 runs ahead, all 10 wickets in hand. And this next delivery from Filer is clipped away. Could have been off the pad, maybe just a leg by. It was in the early 1990s. I was actually, I tell a lie, I think it was late 80s. I was just out of school and had a year off hitchhiking around North Africa. Found myself in a tiny little village called Left in the foothills of the Atlas Mountains. Found it peculiar that I felt a little lightheaded in the mornings, having had a simple fried egg on a piece of pita bread. I lived on less than $1 a day. Here's Lauren Filer in again. She falls over in a delivery stride. It's driven by Shefali Verma straight back to her. And it was only a week later that I learned that the eggs had been fried in hash oil.
Wow.
And the tea also was made with the same. I mean, the Atlas Mountains are known for their very high production of marijuana. And I didn't know this at the time. I was only just turned 19. 87 without loss. Smriti Mandana has 41. Shefali Verma has 33. The analogy has nothing to do with England and their performance. They just have got to try and find a way to keep going and to keep believing, and that's the problem, isn't it? It's the belief that goes first, before the quads and the thighs and the shoulders and the everything else. It's when the belief starts to go that the body finds it difficult. Clipped away, out through the onside, out towards mid-wicket. Suddenly all the talk about the historic occasion and the emotional start to the Test match when 55 former players joined this Elite 11 on the field, this squad actually, to ring the 5-minute bell before the start of play. All of that's now fading into a distant, sweaty memory as Eccleston is in once again, clipped away out towards mid-wicket once more, and there's no run.
Do you want to talk about Eccleston and sweat?
Yeah, I do actually, and we can do that. I don't think there's anything that we can trip up over. It's interesting. Short, pulled away through mid-wicket. There's a fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Alice Capsey keeps them down to a single. For a long time, while Lauren Bell and for a time Lauren Filer and Izzy Wong were bowling, Eccleston. Look, let's be clear about this. Every team has. Almost every team has somebody in charge of ball maintenance. They have the ball maintenance manager who makes sure that if they're looking for teams looking for a reverse swing, they've got to keep one side of it dry. The players with sweaty hands. Eccleston in again. Verma drives, will be caught. Is caught at mid-on. Finally England have a breakthrough. Eccleston makes the breakthrough. And I have to say, initially I thought it would be a more challenging catch for Emma Lamb. She's on as substitute. No wonder I didn't recognise her immediately. She's on as a substitute. But initially I thought it was one of those ones that she's having to backpedal and take it behind or backwards over her head. But actually it just dipped in time. She did catch it above her head height. But in the end, Eccleston deserves the wicket. Shefali Verma has been really positive, very forthright in her stroke play, although there has been a period after tea in which attritional defence set in. Good catch from Emma Lamb. Well done to Sophie Eccleston for persevering, but India are 88 for 1, effectively 203 for 1, and Shefali Verma has departed for 33. What have you got the binoculars trained on?
I was just trying to work out who Emma Lamb was on for, because obviously she's not in the 11, so she was on as a substitute fielder. I think it might have been Lauren Bell, because just as they were celebrating the wicket, Lauren Bell ran on and gave Emma Lamb a big hug and a high five, as if to say thanks very much, mate.
Smriti Mandana is still there on 42. Anyway, so for a long period of time, I'm talking about 40 minutes at least, the ball was thrown to Sophie Eccleston between every delivery, and she reached behind her with her free hand, with the ball in her right hand. With her left hand she reached into the small of her back at least once and often twice, and then applied whatever, well, I don't know if there was any substance involved other than sweat, but she then took her left hand from the small of her back and rubbed it on the ball and then shined it. As I said, at least once every delivery, and sometimes she repeated the process twice between deliveries before returning the ball to the bowler. And for those who unfamiliar with the various methods of shining a ball, it might have looked peculiar. I think it did look peculiar to some people sitting alongside us in the media box. Eccleston is in once again, pushed away defensively out on the offside, because she's holding the ball in her right hand, reaches into the small of her back under her shirt, and then rubs the left hand from the small of her back onto the side of the ball and then shines it again vigorously. That's pushed away for a single towards cover point, and they go through for a quick single as Alice Capsey does the tidying up. So after about 45 minutes there was I don't know, you can only go on body language and what we've seen on the field, but senior umpire Sue Redfern did ask to see the ball. She inspected it and called Captain Natsiva Brunt over, and there was another player alongside her. I couldn't quite see who it was. Was it Sophie Eccleston? I don't know, but she was.
I think it was, yeah.
And so she Sue Redfern may have been keeping her eye on it. You know, umpires often do that. They won't react immediately, and they'll just keep an eye on a player. And if she does it repeatedly, which Eccleston was doing for a considerable period of time, she then said, "Look, let's have a look at the ball. What are you doing?" I don't know whether she used those words, but it's what it looked like, didn't it?
That's exactly what it looked like, and yeah, it was very interesting to see that. And as you say, it may well be that Sue Redfern has been monitoring the situation and was just finding a strategic moment to have a word.
Maddie Villiers into the attack for the first over, and her first delivery is a very, very good one to Smriti Mandana, and I think it's gone past the inside edge, you know. I think she was perhaps playing for a little bit more turn than that. Maddie Villiers did turn the ball quite sharply from time to time in the first innings, and I think Mandana was a bit loose with that defensive push, and it's gone past the inside edge into the gloves of Amy Jones. This time it's pushed up to Eccleston. Here she does it, she's doing it again. Once more, same thing. Now, the use of perspiration is commonplace in order to assist with the shining of the ball. Any other substance is not permitted, including saliva. That one is chopped away behind square on the offside. Saliva used to be the moisture of choice for cricketers in order to shine the ball. Then COVID put an end to that. That hasn't changed, that playing regulation, has it?
No, it hasn't. That's still there.
Oh, Mandana now goes down the wicket, and she was looking to head it towards the leg side, actually, and I think she threw the shot a little bit late and has ended up hoisting it almost straight back over the bowler's head down to the long off boundary for 4. Positive cricket from Smriti Mandana. That's a 6th boundary. She moves on to 46, and India on to 93 for 1. What did you make of the whole Eccleston ball maintenance routine?
It was interesting, first of all, that she's sort of been promoted to the ball maintainer.
Beats the outside edge, Maddie Villiers this time. Nicely taken by Amy Jones. Who was the predecessor?
I'm trying to think who it would have been. Because this is the thing.
I'm aware of Heather Knight used to do that a lot.
This is the thing, because they play so infrequently.
Outside the off stump, left alone, no run.
You kind of, it's not really something that we think about very often, but I suppose what I had in my head was that Eccleston's usual position previously was a slip fielder, and because Maddie Villiers has been playing in this test match and is a better close fielder than Eccleston, she's been kind of fielding at sort of third slip gully area, and Eccleston's been fielding at sort of mid on or mid off, and has therefore been kind of shining the ball and having chats to whoever the bowler is, etc, etc, and that's been sort of more her role this test match. So I guess that's been a kind of strategic. Is it an upgrade to go from slip to the ball maintainer? Is that a promotion?
No, I don't think so. It's hard work. Genuinely, it is hard work. That's driven down the ground towards a deep set mid-on by Smriti Mandana, who takes a single. You know that there have been, there's more than one occasion, example, where the ball polisher has been so desperate to get a result, and it's to get the ball to swing. They've injured themselves. They've done thigh injuries by constant repetitive strain of shining the ball, and it's hard work. You know, it's not something you necessarily volunteer for. And it's quite often, you know, once you got the job, you do it alone. Pushed away now by the left-handed, the new batter, Yastika Bhatia, the keeper. 94 for 1, India remain. But ideally, that person is the fielder at mid-on or mid-off, because obviously they're closest to the bowler and they can transfer it more easily. But it's, you know, sometimes you just like to not switch off. Next one is driven to extra cover by Yastika, and there's no run, straight to Tammy Beaumont. It's definitely not a job that I would volunteer for. And the other thing, and this is a peculiarity, is that artificial fibre is more efficient at shining the ball than natural fibres, cotton. So that's driven out towards mid-wicket, clipped really off the toes rather than a drive, and it's another single. Yastika Bhatia moves on to 6. It's 94 for 1. So this may or may not still be the case, but up until recently, the ball maintainer had the, I guess, depends how you feel about natural fibres, but they had to wear polyester trousers rather than cotton ones, because something to do with the static electric effect. That, I don't know. There are so many myths that aren't necessarily realities about ball shining and the effect that it has, but if that's Eccleston's job, then that's what she was trying to do, and it caught the attention of Sue Redfern, and I have to say it hasn't done England much good. Here's Eccleston, in terms of the wickets column anyway. Eccleston, the bowler now, rather than the ball shiner, is in once more. Last ball of the over, nudged away by Yastika Bhatia. She's 6. Smriti Mandana has 44. Shafali Verma, the only player to be dismissed so far in this India second innings, for 33.
Yeah, I have to say my overwhelming reaction to the Sandpaper Gate scandal from a few years back was how desperately uncomfortable to be walking around with sandpaper in your trousers.
In your trousers would be fine. In the front of your trousers, pockets would be no problem.
It did. Okay. It looked like it was in the front of the trousers from memory. But anyway, we should probably move away from that.
Cameron Bancroft evidently didn't want to get rumbled by the customs, or he thought he would be searched by the umpires if he didn't want to run the risk of having sandpaper in his pockets in case he was asked, which he was asked later on by the umpires to empty his pockets, and he brought out innocently a sunglasses case, one of those cloth ones. It was only later that he was seen removing the sandpaper from, well, his jockstrap. Pushed defensively out towards extra cover, straight to the fielder, and there's no run.
And that's obviously a disadvantage of female cricketers, to not have the jockstrap.
Here is Maddie Villiers once again, chopped away square of the wicket out towards the cover sweeper. They're all in one sort of cycling type shorts now, aren't they, that the women cricketers wear. I think a lot of men cricketers wear them now. Actually, I don't know whether jock straps are still much of a thing anymore. There'd be a few old crusty club cricketers around, not crusty jock straps, but players. That's driven through extra cover region, and they scamper through for a quick single. So India heading towards 100.
Manners, today we've gone from talking about mouldy test caps to crusty jock straps. That's my summary of the day.
That sounds like a rapper lyric to me. It's got a certain zing to it.
Let's write a song.
Let's put Baldy to shame. What's his name? Driven up towards
Pitbull.
Sorry, that's it.
Baldy.
Well, he's bald, isn't he?
We're gonna get Pitbull's people on the phone in a minute complaining.
He's American. We haven't got many listeners in America. That's driven out towards extra cover once again, and there's no run. Heather Knight does the fielding. India really bossing this test match. Gosh, they played so well and they're into the rhythm of the game now. And I know that there a few people. It's a warm afternoon. Fortunately, the majority of the spectators are in the grandstand away to our right. That's now entirely in shade. Away to our immediate left as we look from the media centre in the mound stand. Everyone is shuffled up towards the back, and a lot of people are on the nursery ground behind us and on the concourse, which extends all the way around this beautiful stadium. Let's be honest, the game isn't moving forward very quickly. India are dominating, England aren't doing very well, and there are, pushed away defensively again by Mandana, square the wicket on the offside. There are lots of young families, or families with young children, and a lot of them, can I use the B word, are bored. And but that they will learn. And if they don't learn, we'll make them learn. That is part of the beauty of Test cricket.
I thought you were going to say the B word was Bazball. No, they are distracted now. There's not a lot happening, and as I say, there are a lot of parents who have taken them for a wee stroll. Mr. Whippy is also behind the commentary box, the media centre. My first experience of watching Test cricket was at Lord's with my dad, and the days were long.
That's so beautifully put. Clipped away off her toes by Smriti Mandana again towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Nicholson toiling away as she does so well, but the lead is 213. What was the first Test match that you saw? Do you remember? Or first series? How old were you?
I remember England v West Indies in 2000 very well.
Pushed away out towards extra cover. Hang on a minute, wasn't that a Test that was over in 2 days?
Yes, there was a 2-day test. There was the famous test here, I think it was. Anyway, it was a fantastic series for England.
Nicholson in again, driven by Mandana out to a deepish mid-off. Lauren Bell back on the field, does the fielding.
It was the series of Andy Caddick's 4 wickets in an over. Remember that one very well.
Dominic Cork's hat-trick, is that one?
Dominic Cork's hat-trick, yeah. It was, and it was the sort of start of England men climbing out of the doldrums from kind of having been very much had a dismal decade, and so this was the very start of the kind of new England that would then eventually go on and win the men's Ashes in 2005. So I was getting into cricket really at just about the right time, having skipped the worst of the 90s.
A 2-day Test match. It might have felt like a long day, but it'd be full of excitement. Unlike for the last session, it's a reality that's not. I find it completely absorbing, and I understand the physical and the mental challenges now, and how difficult it is for England to maintain standards, and also for India to enjoy the dominance that they have, and to persevere with it. Off the back foot now, Maddie Villiers continues with her off spin. Smriti Mandana drives off the back foot to Heather Knight, extra cover, and there's no run. A lot of dot balls. I mean, I've had in 2 commentary stints today, I've had a combination of 4 runs. That's in an hour. So all the fast scoring that's happened today has been when other people have been commentating. Short and wide, cut away. Lovely shot from Mandana, but equally efficient fielding on the cover boundary in the welcome shadows of the grandstand. Alice Capsey out there, keeping them down to a couple. 100 up for India, 100 for 1, lead of 215.
Has to be said, we are already into England would have to surpass the records score in a 4th innings to win this Test match. So the highest 4th innings total in a winning cause in a women's Test was 198.
Oh wow! Oh, we're talking between in all 154 Tests.
Exactly.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Here's Maddie Villiers again, and Mandana pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. Well, I didn't realise we were quite there. I didn't realise we were in that territory. And there's still 9 wickets to take for England as Mandana again drives square of the wicket. Firm push really, rather than a full-blooded drive. Once again the sweeper on the cover boundary. This time Maya Boucher does the tidying up, keeps him down to a single. 101 for 1. Smriti Mandana, who top scored in the first innings with a very, very fine 83, is currently on 48. Yastika Bhatia has 7, and the left-hander drives this one up to Sophie Eccleston at mid-on. Once again, she's going through the ball shining thing. I was talking about perspiration being a common choice of, well, the only choice of legal substance to assist with shining of the ball, and there was a time in men's cricket, some eccentric fast bowler, and Matthew Hoggard comes to mind, said that the best sweat to use from anywhere on the body was the sweat from your back, because it didn't have any facial oil in it, and or deodorant or any other artificial substance to corrupt the purity of the sweat. It sounds so preposterous, but for a while, you know, bowlers thought, oh, well, I'll give it a go then. So I just wonder whether Sophie Eccleston was doing that, because she was reaching into the small of her back and taking her hand and applying it to the ball.
Well, it's not something I thought I'd be talking about today, is the purity of Sophie Eccleston's back sweat, but you could be right.
Driven by Yastika Bhatia, and there's no runs, gone straight to the fielder once again. And that's all I can think of. I mean, there's, you know, there's gone are the days when players can get away with applying any illegal or artificial substance, because, well, this television production involves the use of over 30 cameras. And so if you're attempting to apply some lip salve or sun cream or anything from your body onto the ball, you will be seen, and you won't get away with it. 102 for 1, single off the next ball. Smriti Mandana moves on to 49. I mean, she was doing it so obviously and so blatantly that, you know, oh, that's smashed high, and I thought it was going to carry for a moment to either mid-on or mid-off. We're both halfway to the boundary, but it's cleared them comfortably, and Smriti Mandana goes to a second half century of the game. It's Yastika Bhatia, beg your pardon. Yes, it was Yastika Bhatia, and she moves from 7 to 11. Both left-handers at the crease, but Smriti Mandana at the non-striker's end has 49. Does that make sense? I mean, unless she's following the theory of hidden in plain sight.
I do sometimes think that in women's cricket things happen in that way purely because the players aren't necessarily kind of used to all of this sort of camera work and scrutiny.
Next one defended, no run.
They're maybe just not really... It sounds a bit patronising, but I was going to say they're maybe just a little bit naive to it because it's advanced so rapidly in such a short space of time.
Well, they certainly won't be used to a production of this scale on anything like a regular basis. I mean, Sky have really gone to town. It's a full production hog. Mandana 49, Yastika Bhatia 11, 106 for 1. On the subject of sweaty backs and ball shining, I'll leave you with the final thought, Raf Nicholson, and Melinda Farrell, and I think Jarrod Kimber will be taking over for the next half hour.
Really not quite sure how to take the conversation forward from here. I'll just repeat that stat from earlier, though, in terms of fourth innings totals in women's test matches. The highest successful run chase in the fourth innings of a women's test was Australia's 198 for 3 against England in Sydney in January 2011. There clearly haven't been a vast quantity of women's test matches to get us kind of lots of high fourth innings totals, but the point is that India are already in extremely good situation here.
Thank you, Raf. A couple of dot balls to start Maddie Villiers' over, fourth over that she's bowled. India 106 for 1. Mandana on 49 and on strike, and she drives but straight to the fielder in the covers. So she remains on 49. Jarrod Kimber joins me. I don't know quite how we are going to follow on from crusty jock straps and
I could
back
follow on from
sweat.
it.
Next ball's just pushed up to the left of Maddie Villiers. She does the fielding. Well, if
It might end our career, but I could definitely follow on from it.
Producer Scotty is already looking nervous.
He's nervous before I speak.
Villiers around the wicket and played late by Mandana. There's a misfield at point, and they take the single, and that brings up the 50 for Smriti Mandana. The second half century of this test. She scored a really lovely 83 in the first innings, and she backs that up with another half century here at Lord's. First time, of course, playing test cricket here, as it is for the rest, but boy, I bet you she'd love to double that and follow Kranti God onto the honours board. So now it's Bhatia on strike and drives, beats two fielders. They dived over it, and Issy Wong manages to dive herself out on the boundary rope and saves a run. It was a really good dive and flick back in.
It should have been stopped in the ring, though. I don't know why the second dive was so late. She had plenty of time to get over there. So 2 misfields in a row, really, for England, and they're starting to look tired, cranky, crusty. Don't snort.
I didn't even come close to snorting.
You know, some broadcasters have a cough button. You need a snort button.
Well, stop making me laugh. That's all I can say. 100.
I suppose some broadcasters would have had a snort before, but in a completely different way. Now Scott wants me to move on.
India 109 for 1. Smriti Mandana on 50. Yastika Bhatia on 13. And they are just cruising now. Well in control, completely in control of this match. England in disarray. A lead now 224 runs. Only 1 wicket down as Nicholson begins a new over. First ball's just defended straight back to the bowler. And she does reach underneath her shirt at the back. So maybe just getting a little bit of back sweat again.
Oh, she's been all over the back sweat.
She's in and bowls. That's turned around just in front of square leg. But there's protection in the deep.
You know, up so much so, Mel, that like she might need to see someone. There's too much back sweat there.
Well, they did manage to take a single there with that last delivery. Just now with Bhatia on strike, strengthening the offside. So pushed one fielder out onto a deep cover boundary and another one coming in at short extra cover. Nicholson is in, and it's a very high elbow defensive shot by Mandana. So they've basically got 2 extra covers, one behind the other. One has just moved a little bit squarer. One slip in. Nicholson bowls, and it's just driven straight back past the diving bowler, but only as far as straight mid-on. It's hard to see how England go about being positive here, because they are miles behind as the next ball's driven straight again. And once more is stopped at straight, well, really just straight behind the bowler.
I mean, the conversation should be, you know, if we can bowl them out for the next 90 runs, you know, it's low 300s, which, yes, I understand that there's never been a score like this in women's test cricket, but also the game has evolved quite a bit, and we have seen women's teams chase very high totals in ODIs. So that is the conversation you have. Keep the pressure on, see if we can force a collapse. They did collapse in the first innings, India. Took a while, but they did eventually collapse. So that's the way I'd be looking at it.
So Bhatia on strike and turns this one through mid-wicket again, past a diving fielder. That's Heather Knight there. They'll just get a single though. Takes the score to 110 for one. And that was that's just a little conversation now mid pitch between the two batters. It's been a really sleepy afternoon out there, I think, in the stands. Heat baking down.
Well, the home side's also getting kicked. It doesn't help, does
Well,
it?
do you know what? I think there's actually there are a lot of India fans here today.
Yes, but
The next ball's just played fine down the leg side. Fielder is going to chase it down. They'll get another couple, add to the total.
yeah, there's no doubt there's a lot more Indian fans here today than there was yesterday. There's a lot more people here today than there was yesterday. But yeah, I think the home side getting a bit of a kicking has, maybe taken away some of the energy from earlier in the day. But you know what it's like in that undernoon sun.
Next ball from Villiers is played into mid-wicket. She runs out and does the fielding herself. Undernoon reminds me, there's an Australian town in the south of New South Wales called Bundanoon.
I've not heard of it.
Have you ever spent an undernoon in Bundanoon? Here's Villiers, and it's just punched off the back foot gently by Bhatia into the offside. No run.
What's Bundanoon famous for? Anything?
It's famous for stopping on your way down to the south coast. Just pull in and get yourself a drink. Next ball on the front foot and just steered out into the offside, into the deep cover region where it's fielded. They take one.
Can I assume that Bundanoon has a bakery and that bakery is 80% of the entire town's energy when the bar's not open?
I think that's a safe thing to assume, as the next ball from Villiers is just played out into the cover region again by Mandela. No run.
When I've done road trips in Victoria and New South Wales with my wife, she starts off by going, "This is great. We go to these bakeries. We don't have anything like this in the UK."
Next ball from Villiers is left by Mandela. End of the over, 114 for one. Mandela 51, Bhatia 17.
9 bakeries in. And she's suddenly like, I cannot eat another pie, sausage roll. I don't think English people understand how much bakeries actually rule Australian country towns. It's like a bakery / post office, a bar, and that's about like 80% of Australian country towns is those things.
You forget the ex-services club with the Chinese.
Yeah, but that's a slightly bigger town though, isn't it? Your really tiny town doesn't even have that. It just has the bakery, which is also the ex-servicemen's club, right? And the police, it's where the police hang out and everything.
Their players are having drinks, by the way. Almost an hour into the session. No umbrellas coming out. Might be noted as well. I think the umbrella only came out for Harmanpreet Kaur, didn't it? The captain's privilege, the captain's umbrella.
Hey, can I know this is a visual medium for us, but not so much for the people watching at home. But this is when Alice Capsey was bowled earlier. And can I just say that it's a nearly perfect Renaissance painting of cricket, because you have Krunti Gaud like turning around and screaming at. She almost looks like she's been photoshopped into the photo. And then you have perfect technique of Alice Capsey, head over the ball, elbow up in the air, straight bat, absolutely perfect. And then just like a little Easter egg on the side, the off stump. Sorry, on the leg side actually. It's just gone out behind her. It's a beautiful image. I captured it by accident when I was trying to find something.
Well, it was a hold the pose kind of attempt by Capsy, but she just played the wrong line.
She held the pose.
She did hold the pose.
She did not fail in holding the pose.
Unfortunately, she failed in stopping the ball from hitting the stumps.
I was talking to Dean Wilson, who's now the England women's media manager, and I said, it's so Michael Vaughan. You weren't covering cricket at that point, Mel, but you have no idea at the end of his career how often he would go and he would be like this, but there would just be carnage behind him of the stumps, and you'd be like, it looks like he's hit the ball, and yet there's evidence he may not have. And that's kind of what we felt with Alice Capsey. I was showing Andrew Sampson that as well, and he said when he saw it, he thought she was appealing for LBW, and he had no idea because she just looked like she'd covered every part of the stumps, but not the part that mattered. It was a brilliant delivery, by the way.
It was Krunty Gore taking a 5 up, getting herself on the honours board. I think the question must be now, can Smriti Mandana join her? She looks just like a proper test batter, doesn't she? Does Mandana. And she always has, even when she's played the short form. You always felt that she was someone who looked like she belonged in test cricket. A bit like when you watch Elise Perry bat a lot of the times. And it's no wonder, she does have a test double 100. That classical technique that just looks made for test cricket. That's one of the things that's great about seeing a women's test play, because there are those players, a range of players like there are in the men's game, and some you just think, yeah, it's so good to watch in the longer format, and she certainly is one of those.
If I was Elon Musk, there are many things I would do. But Elon Musk is a huge cricket fan.
I did not know that.
And there's a video of him describing his favorite thing about test cricket is a cover drive, right? Now, there aren't many things that he says that make any sense, but fine. Obviously, the on drive's a better shot, but we can move on beyond that. But Laura Wolfart has perhaps the best cover drive in the game. And Elon Musk has too much money and clearly is not using it in a very good way because his cars are not as good as they should be, and his social media thing is absolutely unusable, and we still haven't gone to Mars, right? I'm just saying, Laura Wolfart playing 10 test matches a year is how I would spend my money if I was the world's richest man, and I like cover drives.
I think that is a very, very good point. She does have a great cover drive. The no-look one.
So Elon, I know you're watching. All I'm saying is, stop mucking around with right-wing grifters and making your algorithms absolutely unusable for any of your users, right? And just get Laura Wolfart to play 10 test matches a year, and you will have achieved something. You will have given the world beauty.
I'm with that. I mean, I think there should be a wing in the Louvre just for Laura Wolfart's cover drives.
Do you know Jeff Bezos bowls left-arm finger spin?
Oh, does he?
No.
Oh, man. I knew. I knew that.
You knew, but you did sort of walk into the glass door anyway. You knew it was a glass door, and you still went face first into it, knowing that I'd shut the glass door behind me.
Sophie Eccleston is back and is driven up to wide mid-off. First ball by Bhatia, but don't take a run. Yeah, well.
Rupert Murdoch's probably a left-arm finger spinner, though, isn't he? I don't think I've ever seen any clips of Rupert Murdoch playing. I've seen Kerry Packer, so I'm trying to think of some of the other billionaires I've seen play cricket. Kerry Packer thought he could bat. There's a great story about Kerry Packer.
As Eccleston is in, that one is driven straight past the bowler, but no run.
The Australian men's team, when he bought all the players, they wanted to bring over their off spinner Ashley Mallett, and Kerry Packer was like, "This bloke's rubbish. We don't." And then he was so sure that he was rubbish that he actually booked a net, and he was going to face Ashley Mallett in the net to prove that he could face him, that he shouldn't be playing for his team. And the Australian team's like, you can't. You wouldn't be able to face him, and B, that's disrespectful.
Next ball's driven back to the bowler. This is Ashley Mallett, who was Australia's most successful off-spinner until Nathan Lyon overtook him.
A lot of Hugh Trumbull disrespect in your comment there.
Yeah, well, wasn't he the highest wicket taker?
Hugh Trumbull's a legend.
Okay,
Hugh Trumbull has a cafe at the MCG.
He does. This is Eccleston over the wicket and clipped up to mid-on for a single.
But yeah, in the top 2 best off-spinners before Nathan Lyon, and also, as written a lot, on Indigenous cricket and on other matters. He's done some great work in the cricket media. But yeah, so I'm just saying, sometimes billionaires are probably wrong.
Sometimes.
Just sometimes.
Just sometimes.
I'm trying to think if there are any other. There must be other billionaire cricket stories.
There has to be, especially in this country, there are quite a few sort of high society cricket people, as the next ball's defended by Mandana.
Okay, this guy's not a billionaire, but he's a multi-millionaire, but from a very famous family. Ben Goldsmith from the
Right.
Jemima and Zach Goldsmith family. He's a big keen cricketer.
Next ball defended onto the offside. No run. And that's the end of the over, just a single coming from it. 115 for him.
So I don't know if he's a billionaire, but he's very, very wealthy. And he put a clip up on Twitter of him taking a wicket in a televised cricket game. And you could only do this if you were a billionaire or a multi-millionaire, because it was the worst delivery I've ever seen bowled by a human being ever. And in his mind, he was like, and it's like somehow the batter has missed this delivery. And he's like sharing it, going, look at this wicket I took. And I was like, you don't know enough people who tell you no in your life. He had a cricket net in his backyard, Ben. And there were like footprints out like for a left arm seamer. And I made a joke about it. And he said, yeah, that was Muhammad Amir. He bowls to me sometimes in the nets. And all I could think of was, how has he not killed you? That was while he was banned as well. There you go. Those are my billionaire cricket stories. If you have any, drop them on the YouTubes.
First ball from Matty Villiers is just shoveled over mid-wicket, but there is protection down there in the deep, and it's Alice Capsey doing the fielding. They do get a single. What about the Getty family? Because the Getty estate is where Wormsley is, which is, of course, where women basically used to play most of their tests, as the next ball is steered into mid-wicket and Capsey's got to come in from the boundary.
You missed it earlier, as I said. Nothing says inclusivity like the women being forced to play on a private ground owned by an American billionaire. So Getty got into cricket. I'm pretty sure this story's right. I've certainly written about it before. He got into cricket because he met Mick Jagger in rehab. Is what the story that I was told, and they bonded over cricket.
Next ball from around the wicket is just carved out to deep backward point. They'll take another single.
So he bought and made Wormsley into a cricket ground, and at the same time, his son bought Cricinfo. So before you and I were involved in Cricinfo, there was another Getty who owned Cricinfo, and of course, while we're on random billionaires who like cricket, Mick Jagger also invested money in Cricinfo at one stage.
Next ball is a loopy full toss, and it's misfielded by Nicholson at mid-off. She goes back and recovers, and we'll add another couple to the score, just another one actually. Well,
I think Mick Jagger, so Cricinfo were the first people ever to broadcast sport online, and that was paid for by Mick Jagger.
Yeah, because the Rolling Stones were on tour in America, and he wanted to watch the England Test series as the next ball's clipped into mid-wicket. Is Capsey running in again to keep it to a single. So Mick Jagger basically bankrolled Cricinfo broadcasting the series online.
And we
so
believe it's the first ever broadcast sport. It was one frame every 5 seconds. So, not awesome.
Next ball's carved off the back foot down to deep point. They're either going deep point or through mid-wicket and just picking off the easy singles. That's the end of the over, and moved on to 121 for one.
Yeah, so there's I actually did I was going to write it as a book, but we ended up doing it as a podcast series. I might still release it as a book one day, about the people who have bought cricket in different ways over the years. Obviously, really rich people with their own personal cricket teams. There's a guy called Julian Khan, who basically, people used to complain about this when it happened, like in county cricket, and then when it happened in the IPL. This guy would just go out and he would just buy the best cricketers in the world and then make them play in private games in his backyard. And he used blow-up cricket pads because he was terrified of the ball and he didn't want to be hit. But he had I think it was Stewie Dempster, who averaged 60 in Test cricket for New Zealand. He played for Julian Khan. right? Like Aubrey Faulkner played for Julian Cunn, one of the greatest all-rounders of all time. And that's just what he did. I think he was a furniture magnate in Nottingham, if I remember the full story.
Here's Eccleston, full delivery, and that is just hoiked over extra cover. It's been a matter of singles and knocking it about, but there the ball was ready to be put away, and Bhatia does so.
Yeah, good strike there. It's just, it all feels so easy at the moment. Eccleston just hasn't been on in this test match at all so far.
Well,
maybe there's too much back sweat on the ball.
It's quite possible that she could be drained from the World Cup, and a few of these players. It really would not surprise, as the next ball is just worked into the offside, but no run. Yeah, you know, we sort of realise that there are a few asterisks or little NBs around this test. Just emotionally and physically, what that would have taken out of them, that loss on Sunday. Eccleston in a flattered delivery that's just driven up to mid-off, and they'll take a single. And she was one who she looked absolutely shattered emotionally at the end of that final.
I can't imagine, though, that from an emotional point, though, that they wouldn't have got back up for the first women's test at Lord's. But physically, they did play longer than India, right? They played longer into the tournament. So, you know, and they wouldn't have got as much practice with the red ball and all these sorts of things. Is he limping somewhere?
Yeah, she's just on the outside of the rope. She's currently down at deep backward square leg as the next ball is just patted into short mid-wicket by Mandana. No run.
Yeah, I don't know. She's playing with the crowd out there, by the way. I'm hoping the limping was fine, but she's trying to get the Merv Hughes exercising thing happening, and it's not.
No. Over the wicket comes Eccleston again into short mid-wicket. No way through there. She was actually limping a bit earlier. Remember when she stopped that ball and
on the shin?
Oh yeah, got hit on the shin. But she looked like it was more of a stinger than an actual injury. Next clap starting in the crowd as the next ball from Eccleston is just gently carved behind point. It is fielded. Who is that there? Tommy Beaumont it is. She will be hoping to do a bit better. She's got one more chance, one more innings, Tammy Beaumont, in her last test. I'm sure she won't want to go out as in any kind of limp fashion. But for England, they're just so behind the 8 ball. 121 for 7 at the end of that over. They're a long way in front.
I know Raf mentioned it before, but is the highest score 248? 245. 245 is the highest score. So within this over or the next over, they will have to not just do the highest successful chase of all time, which is 1898, but actually the highest score in a fourth innings as well. It's unlikely, Mel. Hey, Izzy Wong's back.
Izzy Wong is back, and she gets a loud cheer from the crowd.
Well, she was working the crowd there for a while. So.
Oh, she's a great entertainer. Yeah, was at her press conference last night, and she speaks so well. In fact, I spoke to her briefly afterwards as she runs in around the wicket to Bhatia, who just plays with the swing and turns it into mid-wicket where it stopped. She said, she told me her parents aren't here for this test match because
couldn't get a ticket. Don't know where the ground is.
They got the dates mixed up, and they're celebrating their wedding anniversary in Europe. So they're missing a test. Maybe they're listening. Izzy's mum, I do remember, she follows me on Twitter, and I have had to be very careful what I tweeted. She runs in, and that one comes from the angle around the wicket, but it's too wide of off stump to tempt Bhatia.
There was an English player in the men's team, and I can't remember who it was, whose mum used to quite regularly clap back at every negative tweet. Yeah, I've seen that quite a bit before. And I the same with you, I've been followed by them as well. It just doesn't bother me.
Yeah, so she did laugh as she said her parents weren't able to get here. She's in again though, and once more turned into mid-wicket, no run. Just seeing a replay on the TV that seemed like it was showing an edge on Snicko.
Okay.
But I'm not sure of what. Was there a chance that we missed?
There's a chance we missed a chance.
There's a chance we missed something.
Well, obviously they missed it. We haven't had an appeal, have we?
No. Not that I've seen. Wong in an effort ball, but it's just dropped into the offside where Amy Jones collects it. So that's 4 dot balls from Wong coming back into the attack.
I'll just have a look in Crick Info. I don't see anything here. I can't remember the last play and miss.
Yeah, it's just looked so cruisy, hasn't it? There's no real tension in the match at the moment. India well and truly in control. Munden has actually slowed down since bringing up a 50. Next ball defended by Bhatia. And just wondering how you build some tension. I guess the only way is one of those shock wickets that comes out of nowhere. We have seen a few wickets fall against the flow of play at certain times in this match.
Yeah, we really haven't seen the big killer partnerships. We've seen some very good partnerships. Probably the opening partnership here. Harmanpreet and Mandana on day one, and then Sipper Brunt and Amy Jones.
Wong in full delivery, defended up to mid-off, no run.
But because there is something on the surface, there always seems to be a chance of a wicket not long after.
That was a maiden over from Izzy Wong. So India remain 127 for 1, with Mandana on 53 and Bhatia on 28. As shadows, we get to that time, shadows creeping across the ground now. Some shade to our right where most of the fans are camped now, getting some respite from the hot sun.
Can shadows do anything other than creep? Well,
lengthen.
Creep's probably a better word, isn't it? They can lengthen.
They can lengthen.
Can they darken?
Creep suggests moving very slowly.
Don't have to tell me what creep means. I'm a man. God, you made a whole new noise then. Well, the snort's gone away. That was...
Nicholson. No, yes, it's Villiers. Sorry. The creep next to me is just distracting me. First ball, anyway, is a dot. Oh, dear.
It's been one of the more interesting days in your career, hasn't it?
Oh, dear. Around the wicket comes Villiers, and she chips that one in the air, Mandana, but it drops short of mid-on. It was aerial. There's a slip in with Maddie Villiers having swung around to the pavilion end.
Yeah, she's bowled mostly from the media end, hasn't she?
Nursery
end. This end?
Next ball's full driven, beats a diving fielder close in, but has stopped it wide mid-off. They take a single. That was a good stop, actually.
Did we get the final crowd tally today?
Lauren Bell, that was. Yeah, that'd be really good to know, actually.
That's no then.
No?
Mr. Worldwide Producer.
Next ball. Oh, it is driven by Jastika, and it ended up just popping up off one of the strips out there, and has hit is that Siva Brunt in the face as it's popped up unexpectedly. Just got an awkward bounce. It's nice. Heather Knight. Our next ball is driven beautifully, threads its way through the fielders, and that's 4 runs for Bhatia. That's a really nice drive.
They've got a really interesting field for this. They think they can get her caught on the offside. They've got a sort of a very straight, short extra cover fielder, which is Heather Knight. And then they've got Sophie Eccleston almost directly behind her.
And once more, and this time it's just pushed more than driven by Jastika out to point. No run. End of the over. It's 132 for 1 with Bhatia on 32, Mandana on 54. And after a few more words from Jarrod, I'll hand you over to Neil Manthorp.
Yeah, you can definitely see that she has driven in the air through covers a couple of times now. So they clearly have an idea that is something they want. And so it's a bit of a funky field. They could even make it more funky, I think, and bring in a third play there, because I think she's still going to play that shot. But yeah, they're almost in a line, the two fielders. So the extra cover is sort of on maybe 4 pitches across, maybe 3 pitches across, on the line of the non-striker's end. And then about 10 to 15 meters back from that is where Sophie Eccleston is. So they clearly think there is a chance in that area. As Izzy Wong is coming in, keeper up at the stumps, short outside off stump, whacked away, and they'll just take a single as Neil Manthorp picks up many different devices to get himself ready. And here he is, the man with the greatest paws.
Thank you, Jarrod. Thank you very much indeed. I think you'll find that the bear community have bigger paws than I do. 133 for 1, leaders 248. There have been considerably higher targets set, but none chased in the 4th innings of a women's test match for victory. Izzy Wong, though, is she's running in. She's a fierce competitor. Unfortunately, more fierce was the insect that just flew into her right eye halfway through her run-up and forced her to abandon her
Nightmare
approach.
that. You know what keeps happening to me when I'm running? I keep swallowing bugs, and then I'm wondering, does that make me not vegetarian anymore?
Izzy Wong in, flicked away on the leg side, and or she tries to anyway. I'm afraid to say the answer is yes.
Yeah, so if you see me looking really hench tomorrow, it's because of the extra protein. People eat bugs these days, don't they? They dried
not
locusts
just
and stuff.
Well, exactly. There are locust farms
yeah.
and cockroach
And you can,
farms.
but you can buy them in packets, like crunchy, like you would buy crisps or pork scratchings or whatever tickles your pickle.
Well, the Far East, you can buy a bag of dried cockroaches.
Yeah.
And also, like, you get honey-coated nuts.
Oh, yeah.
You can get honey-coated cockroaches.
You know what? I think I'm going to pass, actually, thanks.
Oh, I've tried them.
And?
They just taste of crunch.
Yeah.
They don't taste of anything, really. That's just why they've got honey on them. Make them taste of something. It's like the animal version of cucumber. It's pointless. And celery. Absolutely pointless. That's why people put salt and something to make it taste acceptable. 133 for 1. Izzy Wong running in again, and this was pushed away through the offside by Smriti Mandana. 55 off 104. You have to again repeat that although this has more than a passing element of tedium to it, India are completely dominant, and they have earned the right to make England suffer. If this was a 3-match series, you could understand it even more. Just make the England bowlers wear themselves out. Izzy Wong in again. Another little in-swinger to Mandana. Defends it. She remains on 55. 104 balls. 134 for 1. Leaders 249.
Would you say that honey roasted cockroach is the weirdest thing you've ever eaten?
Well, I'm staying within the carnivorous realm. I think sheep's eyes would.
Oh, blimey! Do you eat the lens and everything?
Yeah, it
Ooh.
was the lens that that I was thought, what's this crunching? Behind square on the offside, and nicely fielded by Alice Capsey at backward point as Mandana forces off the back foot. Yes.
But how do you get yourself into a situation where you've got to eat a sheep's eye?
I can tell you exactly what it was. It was in the Moroccan Sahara, and
Right.
I was a guest of honour
Oh,
at a wedding
Oh.
reception, and there was a huge tagine with couscous and vegetables,
yeah.
but also a lamb one, and pushed away again behind square on the offside. Lovely shot, beautiful timing. That's 4 runs. It's a wonderful use of the pace from Izzy Wong, just guided away past gully down to backward point.
That's
And
rolled out beyond the boundary like a sheep's eye. An undigested one.
So it was one of those ones where, you know, it was very, very remote and certainly not a tourist destination by any means, and I'd find myself in this part of the world very much by mistake, but on the basis that I was a stranger and looked a bit different, I was invited to this incredible Berber wedding reception, and the sheep's eye was proffered to me because it was a delicacy, and it was very hard to control the instinctive retching, and reluctantly, you have no idea how to tackle it. You're supposed to swallow it whole or take a bite, and then the optic fluid comes out, and so that would give me a honey roasted cockroach any time. Here's it's Maddie Villiers, change of ends for her from the pavilion end, driven through the offside. Have you been vegetarian for as long as you can remember, or was this a conscious
no,
decision made at some point? Maybe it was a sheep's eye persuaded
it
you?
must have been. It was actually, I had a discussion with a sheep, and it said this man once came and plucked an eye
Oh,
out,
no.
and I since then I thought that's really harsh. As this one is just defended by Bhatia.
Do you ever see a sheep with an eye patch on?
That,
you know?
yeah. What do you call a sheep with no eye? I haven't got a punchline yet, but give me some time and I'll come up with something. Anyway, round the wicket, here comes Villiers from the pavilion end. This just turned round the corner. Good bit of fielding to cut off what looked like it could have been surefire boundary fielding. The floppy hat down there.
History won't record the details, of course, of if Smriti Mandana goes on to reach 3 figures, she'll be well. She's only the 2nd Indian player at the moment to score 250s in a test, or is it the 7th? Or is it 7 overall? Scott will go. We had a message from Gary Morgan a little while ago. I think she might be the 7th Indian player to have scored a 50 in both innings, but 4th and 7 overall. Scott, is it? It's a lofted drive over the top of extra cover. She's got underneath that one very nicely, Yastika Bhatia, and cleared the infield. Doesn't quite reach the boundary. But, she picks up a couple and moves on to 36. And India 141 for 1. So a 50 and 100 in a test match. That would be even rarer feat. Gary Morgan will tell us exactly how many times that's happened in a women's test match. So 50 and 100. Another single now for Mandana.
So a big day also for Indian cricket. We've had some inductees into the ICC Hall of Fame today. Saurav Ganguly and Jim Chopra, the 2 Indians, and Kevin Peterson.
Are you on the panel that has to vote for the inductees?
Oh no, I'm not that important.
I somehow found myself on that panel.
No. MCC Young Broadcaster of the Year that was announced today. I was on the judging panel for that one.
Okay.
The Young Female Broadcaster. It was just announced today, won by Rosa Simpkin. But no, people don't want me on a panel because I just make jokes in the meetings and they drop like a lead balloon and then I laugh, and that's the problem.
You've got to be seen to be taking these responsibilities seriously.
I do take things seriously. I just take them seriously while laughing, which is the real issue in my life.
Yeah, as I said,
I laughed at my own grandma's funeral. You know when you just laugh in places you're not meant to? Me at a funeral.
And would your grandmother?
She probably would have. She probably
approved?
would have appreciated it too.
Okay,
Yeah.
well that's appropriate then. I don't see any problem with that at all. Sophie Eccleston with the left arm spin continues, pushed away to deepish mid-off. Lauren Bell fields.
But like, you know, when you get yourself in a situation when you're not meant to be laughing, and the more you're not meant to laugh, the more you laugh. Like at school, when you'd start laughing about something, and then they'd be like, you need to stop, and then we'll have to separate you, and then you get separated from your mate, and even though they were at the front left and you were at the back right, you're still laughing, and you weren't actually sure it was funny anymore. And I was pretty sure that I was funny, but I'm probably not, and I just find myself funny.
As an adult, you end up laughing at yourself because you're laughing.
And then I also just find myself really funny, which is great because I spend a lot of time with me. Other people probably need a break. You guys go home at the end of this and like, oh gosh, it's back again tomorrow.
Here's Eccleston wheeling away. Oh, hits the outside edge as well, but she falls well short of backward point.
You know what? See the fun in stuff. You know, sometimes I remember things and just start laughing on my own, just middle of nowhere. Certified bonkers, let's be honest. But that's all right. You know, I'd rather be weird than boring.
What was the moment you became vegetarian?
Oh.
Here's Eccleston again, and that's down the leg side. Just tries to play a glance as Yasta Kabatia. Doesn't make contact. Hits her on the pad. 35 for 35 without loss. 35 for not out, I should say.
Blah, blah.
It's been a very long day.
Just word salad.
I've had 2 half-hour stints with a total of 4 runs in them. 3 of them were half an hour with you.
Your thing is, you've just been done by all these half hours with me all day. As Eccleston is in, left arm over the wicket and just defended, dropped into the offside by Bhatia. No run, 143 for 1. The lead remains 258. I think I'm just quite jealous. I think maybe it's the shirt. I think I might try and dress more jazzy tomorrow.
Do you have something more jazzy?
Jazzier?
I think that
this is quite jazzy, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with your Indian shirt. Driven straight back to the bowler.
Maybe we should have like
there's no run.
80s day, you know, everyone dresses in like weird
Long shirts with really big collars?
Yeah, big collars. And like flares of some form, or leg warmers, you know. On the warmest day of week of the year. As Eccleston is in again. And this is just defended back to the bowler again by Bhatia. And I think we may have lost producer Scott. He's looking at me thinking, I'm never employing you again.
Is there a place for pescatarianism?
Yes, but I also think I sound really pretentious if I say that. That's the end of the over, by the way. 38 overs gone, 143 for 1. I'm vegetarian, but I do eat fish, but then I think I sound really pretentious if you say pescatarian, so I just say vegetarian. Like when you go to a wedding and say what your dietary, and I don't go, well, I'm pescatarian, but this, that, and the other, and I'd prefer you to use this rather than just, you know.
So you're not one of those people who says, well, I'm pescatarian, but only if it doesn't come from a fish farm.
Yeah,
it needs to be,
or if you say
line caught and.
I mean, a lot of that is terrible. Or if, you know, there's people who only eat fruit or vegetables that have fallen from the tree, which I just think is a bit bonkers.
Well, there's also a huge controversy around the production of honey. And
honey's not vegan because of the bees and whatnot. And
I know, but there are people who are really upset about the mistreatment and abuse of bees. It's a really big thing, and I thought that I was being wound up when I first told about it, but it has to be organic and natural honey because that there are effectively honey farms where the bees are mistreated and forced to work harder than they would normally do.
Workers' rights for bees. Where is the union?
No, you see, you're not taking this seriously.
I'm not.
You'll be upsetting people.
Oh, the bees especially.
All right, change of bowling now. It's Lauren Bell back into the attack, but she's thrilled to bits with 15 minutes to go. And that's in front. Lauren, last 3 from you for you from the pavilion end, please.
I thought you were pointing at me, going Lauren. I was like, who? What? Me? I know we're both tall, but that's about the only thing Lauren Bell and I have in physical appearance in common.
I suspect she's probably got a yard or 2 of pace on you as well.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Mm.
All right, she hasn't got much of an attacking field. 2 stationary catchers at cover. There's a wide slip or a narrow gully, depending on your view. That's pushed firmly up towards Heather Knight at mid-on off, and there's no run.
You know what? We need our historian to come and tell us the origins of fielding positions and why they're called certain things. You got any ideas? And also, fun fact for you. I also do quite a lot of work in lacrosse, which is also joining the Olympics with cricket in 2028. But there are fielding positions with the same names that used to be in lacrosse and in cricket. So position, we had cover point, third man, and I don't know why they have this is a crossover that happened historically, but there you go.
Here's Bell again outside the off stump, swing and a miss from Yastika Bhatia, who remains on 35. Third man.
Yeah, it was a third man in lacrosse. They used to mark third home.
Talking of fielding positions.
Yes.
And how the names of, we don't have third man in anymore. It's now third.
Yep.
So why do we still have cow corner? Surely it should be bovine corner.
Yeah, bovine corner or animal corner or bee corner.
Or
for the bees.
Because you know, not bull corner.
Oh yeah, like the bull that ran across the field the other day. Did you see that one?
Brilliant.
Unreal.
In the Northeast League. Yeah, it's fantastic. Talking to Steve Harmison about that. Apparently, he was an 850 kilo fella. So when he refused to move, and the outfield, of course, had been was lush green, and the grass was tremendous, and he was not leaving, so the game had to be abandoned.
Only in cricket. It was like there was a game going on, a club game in India, and it wasn't going well, so the groundsman just came over and dug up the pitch.
Oh, really?
For a while ago now, maybe last year sometime, it just straight dug up. Not happening now. You're not going to lose because there's no pitch you can play on.
144 for 1, India. Absolutely dominant. England have shut the game down, and India have said, fine, shut it down. No worries, we've got 2 days to go. We can bat till tea tomorrow.
Yeah.
We've got enough already.
Yeah. And on the topic of strange pitches, I used to play village cricket for my pub team. Obviously, I was the only girl on the field. Shock. And this was played in the middle of a field, and the sheep were actually still in the field. They just sort of lurked around the edge. There was still sheep poo on the outfield, so sometimes the ball would hit it and sort of bobble in a different direction, change trajectory completely. People used to field just while smoking, whatever. Obviously, I wasn't, because about 9 as Lauren Bell's in again, and this is driven back past her up to mid-on, and there's again no run. And that's the end of the over. 1 run coming from it. 39 gone, 144 for 1. And so it was me and just basically a bunch of men that went to the pub. Would just play. I'd go and join them to play cricket, and there'd be a keg at the side of the pitch. And there was a mown strip that went out to the middle. So when you were out, you just walked across this little mown strip, basically through the middle of a sheep field to the keg at the end. It was great. Thursday nights, and then I go to school on a Friday. Like, oh yeah, I just played cricket for the pub last night, and yeah.
What was that, 20 overs?
Oh no, it was more than that. Yeah. It was the days there were
so
some
long
on a
summer
weekend.
evenings.
On a weekend,
oh,
it was 40, but it was 20 on a Thursday night. Yeah, good fun, and especially because they would be like, "Oh, it's the girl. We'll bowl really slowly." Great, but then also no one else wanted to field anywhere that involved lots of running.
So you had to go.
I did a lot of running. Yeah.
Put the girl at cover point, and Sophie Eccleston's continuing, flicked away by Smriti Mandhana.
Or sometimes you get someone who just didn't want to run when they were batting, so they call for a runner, and obviously that was me, because I was a fifth of the age of everyone else at least.
So you weren't treated to half a lager shandy at the end of the day's play?
I couldn't possibly say. As Sophie Eccleston is in again, and this is slightly fuller and just defended by Mandhana.
Spread field for England, isn't it? 6 on the leg side. 2, 3, 4. No, 5. 5-4 leg side field. As Eccleston is in again. Down the ground goes Smriti Mandhana. Straight drive, straight back over. Well, not quite over the bowler's head, but wide of Lauren Bell at mid-on. She's halfway back to the boundary. Suddenly, Smriti Mandhana, having absorbed dozens and dozens of dot balls, bursts into action for no particular reason.
It's almost like she's just bored and got the itch and gone, right, okay, here we go. Let's have a little bit of entertainment at the end of the day. It's, 22 past 6 now. And she's just gone, right, we're just going to really tighten the screw on England at the end of the day and make their drinks at the end of the day very sour. Eccleston's in again, and this one just punched up to long on. He comes and does the fielding all along the ground. And 1 more to the total.
Gary Morgan, by the way, says, how many players do you think have scored 150 in a women's test match?
He says that, or are you asking
no,
me?
I'm asking you. Have a guess.
I was like, he's the one with the answers, isn't he?
It's not quite as rare as I thought it would be.
This is just punched into the leg side, and there's again no run from Bhatia. She remains on 35. Score 149 for 1.
The answer is 12.
Oh, I was going to say 4.
And
so
I can't. 12. And there's the list. I can't read it without my glasses. You wear glasses all the time. There you go. There's the list.
This one again punched up to Bell, fielding at mid-on, and there's one more to the total, and that brings up the 150 for India. 150 for one in exactly 40 overs. They now lead by 265, and this game well and truly belonging to India. Smriti Mandhana, the darling of Indian cricket, 68 from 115. Bhatia at the other end, she's 36 from 70, and England have no answers right now. Huge day for sport all around England today. We've got women and men in action in the cricket, both playing India, men's playing T20, and then there's Wimbledon women's finals going on, there's doubles finals, there's obviously the football tonight, and it just never ends. Then there's the men's finals tomorrow, so get yourself a hell of a lot of screens up, get your radios up. You could have one headphone listening to one thing in one ear and one listening to something else in the other. At the moment, I feel like all you're going to hear here is runs or blocking, because that seems to be the way India are going. England just can't find a breakthrough, but a hell of a lot of excitement, and the Indian fans in the crowd are absolutely loving it. So 150 for one. In comes Bell. That skip kicks up her knees coming in from the pavilion end, and this driven backward of point slashes at this one. Does Bhatia? They come through for the first one hard. Smriti Mandhana actually not running hard at all, just plods through for a single to bring herself back on strike.
12 players scored 150 in women's test match. Rachel Hayhoe-Flint for England, Enid Bakewell twice, Debbie Hockley for New Zealand, Emily Drum has done it twice as well, also for New Zealand, Janet Britton for England, Elise Perry and Sune Lewis for South Africa. They're the most recent to have scored 100 and a half century in a test match. So there's some history to be made for Smriti Mandhana.
Here comes Bell, and this one is again just defended by Mandhana.
Confirmation this is a world record crowd. I know you have told our listeners already, but a world record crowd for a single day of a women's test match.
What a weekend for records.
15,243. Isn't that amazing?
Bald Cap Saturday, women's cricket records on Sunday. A weekend to go down in history.
I don't think that bald thing is a real record.
You know what? Tomorrow I'm coming in with facts. I'm going to print off news articles.
That's not a record. That's like saying, the number of baked beans eaten with a toothpick in 60 seconds.
Do you know what? That's probably a record. There's
it is.
Lots of things.
It's in the Guinness Book of Records.
Here comes Bell again, and Mandhana lets this one fly through to Jones behind the stumps. There's a record for everything.
My favourite. I was absolutely addicted to the Guinness Book of World Records.
Well, we all.
As a young kid.
It's the best Christmas present.
Oh yeah, and my favourite one was the number of coins balanced on your elbow caught.
Oh yes, and then you try it. Yeah.
I was obsessed with beating that world record. I got up to over 60. They're all balanced on my elbow, and you catch them. Anyway. Punched off the back foot once again by Smriti Mandhana, 68. Do you know what? It feels like she barely played a shot, but as I said, she blocks it to death for 3 or 4 overs, then suddenly whacks a boundary, and in fact 68 off 118 balls really doesn't sound that bad at all in terms of scoring rate. Yastika Bhatia as well, 37 off 71, but the lead is 266. A very, very strong sense that the game is already. We had a message earlier, Scott. You were showing me, and I was.
Someone in Vietnam listening.
Yes, Ho Chi Minh City.
Bell in again. This time just defended into the offside by Mandhana, who takes for a little walk across.
Hello from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. How much is too much for England, or it should be how much was too much?
Yeah. What are we still talking runs, or we back to we're talking sheep's eyes? 70p bottles of wine.
Honey encrusted cockroaches.
Yeah, how many is too many honey crusted cockroaches?
For many people, one would be too many. But I can tell you that they're not nearly as distasteful and unpleasant as to taste as the thought.
Oof. Again, this
blocked away defensively. Sorry, I thought I was leaving it to
you.
you.
No, it's okay. I was going to. What was that? Oh, yeah. So back to records. My favourite Guinness World Record was who could do the most claps in a minute. So as in like clapping, but you do it really weirdly. You sort of. I'm gonna hang on. Put my mic down because if anyone's watching on the screen, I'm going to show you.
That's a child's game. That was. I remember my sister doing that at all-girls school. That was a.
I also went to an all-girls school. There was not a lot else to do.
And you have to clap the palm of your hand and then the wrist.
Yeah,
don't
so
you?
if you do it like that, and you can basically do the fastest ones you can. Amazing.
Well, the record for eating baked beans with a toothpick, single baked beans with a toothpick in 60 seconds was 148.
No.
I remember that. 148 baked beans
Right.
with a single stab.
I'm bringing both these things tomorrow.
I think that I can imagine a lot of people trying to break that and have their 15 seconds of fame, or I suppose it would be their year of fame, wouldn't it? The Guinness Book of Record only comes out once
Do
a
you have
year.
50 quid as well? And a certificate. My mate has actually a Guinness, very strange, niche job. He is actually a Guinness World Records judge. So he was at the Pitbull bald cap presentation yesterday. Extra flight this time from Nicholson. It's just punched to point by Mandana, and there's again no run. Score remains 152 for 1.
So people have to put the ball
Yeah,
cap
so
to
the
make
whole thing
themselves
was
look
they
bald.
were at this Pitbull concert at British Summertime in Hyde Park, and the whole thing was that there were certain rules. You had to have the bald cap on, and you couldn't have your hair down underneath. So you had to be up inside the bald cap, as this is again flighted by Eccleston and just defended by Mandana. And you all had to be in this certain area, and then there was a specific amount of time it was counted, the number of people there with bald caps on, and it set a world record. And that is the kind of silliness that the world needs, I think.
Was there a previous record for the number of bald caps in
There
one
must
place?
have been.
Because maybe they just thought, let's create a world record and let's get everyone to turn up with a bald cap on, and then we'll call it a world record. Was there a previous record? How did they count all of those people? What's the guy's name again? Bulldog. Here's Eccleston, pushed away behind square on the leg side, and there's no run. I've not heard of him. I'm not a bit. What's his name? Oh, sorry. 151.
It's actually Yorkshire Terrier.
Yorkie.
Yorkshire Terrier.
Number of Yorkie bars consumed by a driver on a cross-channel ferry. Cut away behind square on the offside. There is some super batting going on here. You know, the level of concentration and determination, and it is absolutely relentless. And it also has been for England the most testing day of Test cricket that any of them have experienced, I could imagine. Smriti Mandana finishes the day 69 not out. Yasir Bhatia has 39, and a day of unrelenting toil. Look at the England players, Georgie, getting together, and I don't know whether Nat Siva-Brunt's giving the speech or Heather Knight, but they've all got together, and I think somebody has thought something like, it reminds me, it happens a couple of times when teams are in desperate situations and whatever, and they'll say, remember this, remember how you feel now, and because it may be used as an incentive to make sure that we don't get ourselves in this situation again. But seriously, or maybe just Nat Siva-Brunt or one of the senior players just saying, well done, guys. We've been through a really, really hard day, and you stuck to it, and we never gave it away. And to be fair, they didn't. They've actually limited India extremely well. 124 runs in a 2.5-hour session. That's not bad at all at the end of the day.
Yeah, some of the bowling was much tighter than we saw in that first innings. There was wayward bowling. There were freebies given up in the first innings. This time it was just sensational batting. That's the problem for England. Is that they just had no answer to some of the bowling, to some of the batting even. So 5 separate bowlers used by England. Still no Alice Capsey, even just for a bit of relief. I thought maybe she might just be given the ball for a few overs just to try something a little bit different, bowling her offies, but not decided upon by Nat Sipper-Brunt, who's obviously herself also not bowling after that calf injury that kept her out of a few games during the Women's T20 World Cup. But a difficult day, a hot day out there, and real toil.
.269 the lead for India, and it's going to, I mean, Raf Nicholson was talking a little earlier about the possibility of England now diverting their attention from attempting to win the game to attempting to save it, but we're only halfway through. Feels like we've had 2 tortuously long days, helped by conditions and the temperatures, but I have to say that it's too early to do that, isn't it? You can't think about saving the game now. If India are India going to declare, or are they going to bat till tea?
I think they'll bat till tea.
Really?
Why not? You're playing a test match at Lord's. Give yourself the highest opportunity back to bowlers. We've seen a bit of turn already coming into this. Why not? Unless they want to get done and get home.
Okay, we'll take the shortest of breaks, 30 seconds, and then we'll wrap up the entire day's proceedings for you in following on. Welcome to Following On. I'm Neil Manthorp alongside Georgie Heath and Jarrod Kimber to look at the second day of the first women's test match at the home of cricket, Lords, which India have completely dominated, finishing the day on 154 for 1 with an overall lead of 264. It's been a day of 269, I should say. 154 for 1 with Smriti Mandana unbeaten on 69 to go with her first innings top score of 83, and keeper Yastika Bhatia unbeaten on 39. A day of unrelenting toil for England's bowlers, and a day in which India asserted themselves in a position of dominance and never ever let it go, having bowled England out for just 170. England, of course, resumed on 21 for 1, lost a couple of early wickets. Kranti Gaur with 5 for 37, becoming the first woman ever to have her name embossed on the famous Lord's Honours Board. She was absolutely outstanding and made full use of conditions which, even on day 2 under a hot sun, still offering the seam bowlers and the spinners plenty of assistance. Sneh Rana took 2 for 41 with her off breaks, and Sayali Satkhare 2 for 40, sharing the new ball with Kranti Gaur. But for England, a day of missed opportunities. Those couple of early wickets, with Heather Knight trapped LBW for 6, and Maya Boucher caught behind by Bhatia off Kranti Gaur for 23. There was 44 from skipper Nat Sipper-Brunt and a counter-attacking 52 from Amy Jones, but 170 conceded a first innings deficit of 115, and India absolutely relentless, losing only Shafali Verma, opener, for 33. Sophie Eccleston taking the only wicket to fall, 1 for 46 in her 12. And frankly, Jarrod Kimber, it was, and Georgie Heath, a day of misery for England. The only credit to them really is that they maintained discipline. They didn't give it away. It would have been so, we've seen so many teams falter and wilt and almost metaphorically wave the white flag, but they didn't throughout the final session, Jarrod, even though the game would appear to be beyond them.
Well, I've just seen Sophie Eccleston's face, and she looks absolutely spent. And in the press box, they told the press the press conference is going to be straight away after, because England would like it done as quickly as possible. So I think there is some strain. There was a brief period where they had 2 misfields in a row, where I thought, oh, is this going to be the moment where it just sort of falls apart? You know, where the wheels completely come off, and they did do that. But they've been thoroughly outplayed with the bat, with the ball, with the field. I think Georgie put it best earlier, where she said India have reviewed better. reviewed worse, and that's the only thing that they've done worse than England. They've just outplayed them in every single way, all the way through, and England already need a world record chase, and they also need a world record fourth innings. But the good news is that once they score a run in the fourth innings, they will have their record at Lord's for the most runs ever scored at Lord's in the fourth innings.
Have you reviewed your comment about reviews, Georgie? Is there anything else that England have done better than India in this Test match?
Look, there was a point in the day today where England looked like they were fighting back, and the only part of the day really that at all belonged to England was when Amy Jones and Nat Sciver-Brunt were batting together. It looked like perhaps they were going to put something together after the cluster of wickets that fell early in the day sort of just woke everyone up. There were still people coming in having their bags searched at that point, still digesting breakfast. Some people probably still brushing their teeth at home, thinking, I'm on my way to Lord's. Oh, God, I've missed 3 wickets now. So that was the only point really in the day that was a bright spark for England. They have toiled and they've shown great tenacity. Yes, you can't just give up. You can't just walk off and be like, right, it's done. Fine. They've had to really toil, the bowlers. They've mixed it around. They didn't use Capsey, which I thought they might perhaps, just to have that extra bowler, to have someone in there to provide some relief, something a little bit different, bring out another spinner. Don't just keep turning to the same people and saying, right, try something different. When it's not working, Sophie Eccleston's being hit back overhead. Just try something different. At that point, it's not really it's almost a lost cause. And you think, right, let's just try it, see what happens. Nat Sciver-Brunt's not bowling, so she can't provide that relief. Even someone like Heather Knight, she can turn her arm over for a few overs. Whether she does anymore, she hasn't in a while, but how often do we play women's test matches where that really might be needed? So I think there were a few decisions England might have been like, right, this is a very unique situation we've got ourselves into, so we might just have to try something like that. But yeah, I think I'm sticking with it. The only thing England have done better than India today is review, and that is really clutching at straws because...
that is because India reviewed a ball that wasn't hitting a 14th stump.
Like, honestly, yeah, it wouldn't have hit a railway sleeper.
It might have missed a truck.
The moments of individual skill. Let's talk about Kranti Gaur. She trapped Nat Sciver-Brunt LBW. The real beauty of a... it was nip backer in swingers. She was bowling predominantly in swingers, and just a really high quality piece of bowling. And then Sneh Rana had a couple of classic off spinners dismissals. When Amy Jones, she's 52 off 62, going well, coming into the innings, into the Test match, really short of form after the T20 World Cup, and going well. She's hitting herself back into form, and that big looping. Big off spinner hits the inside edge onto the pad, short leg, classic off spinner's dismissal, and Maddie Villiers bowled by another one that spun sharply. Just moments of real high quality skill. We can talk as much as we like about preparation and that sort of thing, but it was just those big moments of individual skill which have really stood out, as well as the patience and attritional determination of Smriti Mandana. Only 12 players have scored 150 in a women's test match, 4 Indians, so she's on her way.
You're jinxing her there, I feel.
Yeah, yes.
I think if you look at her and Kuntigard, what you're really seeing is that 2 players who've completely understood the assignment here, who have been very professional. They've completely, Mandana has batted better than anyone on the England side twice now. Amy Jones is probably the closest. And then with the bowling, we've got England have 3 seamers. That seemed to be their strength. And India's one of India's 2 seamers in her second Test match. I think she went in this innings, you'll like this, man, she went from the 40th leading wicket taker in Indian history to the 19th leading wicket taker in Indian history. So she's not an experienced player. 8 years ago, she'd never touched a leather ball. And she bowled in English conditions the exact way you want her to bowl in English conditions. And the England bowlers have not. They were wide. They showed one of the pitch maps before, one of the beehives, and it looked like Jackson Pollock has painted it, right? And India has not been like that. They have been more disciplined. They've been better in defence. They've been better when attacking. I thought their bowling changes were better. And just in every way, they've just played brilliant cricket.
I think what England have not done, that India have done so well, is chosen their moments. So India, yes, they played defensively when needed. The ball was there, take it on. That's Test cricket. You don't have to try and take on everything, and you don't have to continually block. And they prepared really well coming into this. You can say, we talked about it yesterday, India saying, we went out in that semi-final, we're really disappointed, but our focus is that Test match. And they have switched not just the physical aspect and how you play it, but their mentality into playing Test match cricket. And that's something that's really impressed me, actually, because you have to be able to switch into that. And India have done it so well. They've prepared for a test match, and they have played good test match cricket. Not your old school, just block, boring test cricket that we might have seen in the past. Perhaps a little bit at times today, but maybe that's just because people are getting tired, and maybe we're so attuned to seeing bish bash bosh cricket all the time that then it comes into, especially with the women, so then it comes into test cricket, it's almost a surprise because it's so unique. But India have done that so well, turning their game around into the test match and then being able to adjust to the occasion, not being overawed by it at all. And really, they showed up where England haven't.
It's really hard, isn't it, to focus on where the game might go from here. I mean, it's, as really poor chess players might understand, sometimes you realise that you're going to lose the game and you've still got about 20 moves to go on the board, and you realise you've already been outmanoeuvred and outplayed, but it's going to take a long time to finish it off. Raf Nicholson was talking earlier on commentary about England changing their focus from attempting to win the game to saving it, but there's 2 days to go. We're only halfway through.
Yeah, I think just at the end of the commentaries, Georgie was saying they might bat till tea. They don't need to in any way. Like, once they get 400 runs in front, they're so far in front, and that could be by lunch tomorrow. My guess is if I was doing it, I would probably try and bat just after lunch so that you throw out the England players a little bit more. But once they're 400 ahead, I just don't give yourself 5 sessions to bowl them out in case the pitch flattens out a little bit, and just take it from there. England cannot chase this. Like, I just don't think they have watching them play and watching the Indian bowlers, I think they won't be able to stay in for 5 sessions.
400 would be almost double the highest previous successful 4th innings run chase in a women's test.
It would be more than double, wouldn't it? Wasn't 198 the highest chase?
Okay, just more than double then.
Yeah.
I mean,
245 is the highest score in the 4th innings.
Yeah.
So we are talking about substantial amounts for women's cricket. Now, having said that, there aren't enough test matches played. We've seen chases of 300 in ODI cricket and everything else, but this wicket still has a little bit in it. I mean, it's hard to tell after just watching England bowl on it, but every time India bowl on it, it looks like it has a little bit in it.
It's got a bit for everyone, hasn't it? It's got a bit for the pacers, bit for the spinners. We've seen some real rip and turn at times. We saw the first one of those perhaps was yesterday with Maddie Villiers, and we thought, oh, right, her first test match wicket with the way it turned. Could this disintegrate into the next few days? It hasn't disintegrated because it's still holding up for the seamers today, as we saw with India and Kranti Gaud getting herself onto that honours board. But the spinners have come to the party too, whereas then England have come on. And honestly, it's as if something else is laid on top of it. And it's just completely different. They've batted completely differently. They've adjusted to the conditions, India. They've played the conditions beautifully where England haven't. But then they've also bowled the conditions well. And they've mixed around their bowlers. They've used their bowlers well, which England just haven't either because they haven't got an answer. So they sort of bowl one bowler a little bit too much and go, right, okay, now what? And then it's almost too late by that point. And then another bowler comes in and there's 2 well-set batters. And then it's, oh, actually, no. And now what? And they just don't have an answer for that now what.
with the advantage of hindsight and retrospection, did England pick the right team?
Oh, tough one. No, I don't think so. But then there is this talk of resting players X, Y, and Z. It's very strange.
Like, who needs a rest before a Lord's Test match?
I know. If I were a player and I were rested, I was told I was being rested. I don't know how much agreement players have on being rested as such, so I don't know. But you look at someone like Charlie Dean, great performer, can be gritty with the bat as well. England's vice-captain, really. So seasoned pro, she's played here before. She plays at London Spirit. She's captain here as well, so she knows the ground well. Great off-spinner, one of the best in the world, coming off the back of the T20 World Cup, and then she's being rested, which I think is very strange. Yes, she's also playing in the T20 for Somerset this weekend as they look ahead to the T20 finals this weekend. I know it's very different, she's playing in a T20, but you would think if you're someone who is usually a shoo-in to be in an England side, to then be rested, not injury, not, it's not that she's got a niggle or something that we know about, you're being rested for a test match at what is basically a home ground for her half the year. I'd be a bit irked.
Yeah, I think the focus in men's cricket, interestingly, has been changed somewhat. Not for England, obviously, because they don't care about the World Test Championship, but for other teams, other nations, they do care about, and then so there'd be a reason to try and fight to avoid defeat. This is a monumental occasion, an incredibly special occasion. There was a lot of emotion involved on the first day. But there are no World Test Championship points, and there isn't another game. It's not part of a series. And so, you know, for Charlotte Edwards, what does she say? You know, look, hey, there's a big crowd coming in on Sunday. You know, that you've got pride and your reputation and everything to fight for. But it's such a dispiriting second this day today for England. You know, it would be understandable if they found it hard to pick themselves up.
Yeah, I think there's not much more that you need to say than this might be the only Test match some of you play at Lord's. Your family and your friends here, not Izzy Wong's family, of course, but everyone else's family and friends are here. Today they played in front of, I think it was 1,800 kids came at the start of the play, so it was probably about 2,000 kids. How many of those are young girls? There's plenty to play for, right? There is plenty to keep going.
We should mention it was a world record crowd for a women's Test match, 15,224.
And tomorrow is expected to be another good crowd, right? Not quite at the same level as today, but especially now. Won't be as many walk-ins unless the Indians all come in. I don't think it's that hard to get them up. I think the harder thing is the technical side of things. We talk about women's players not being used to Test match cricket. Well, men are not used to blocking out draws. How would women be used to blocking out draws, right? They don't play multi-day cricket. It's very rare that anyone blocks out anywhere, and they might have to block out for 3 or 4 sessions, even to give themselves any sort of a chance of this game. So it really is, every single person should be playing for personal pride, and I think that's all they have left.
Final word should go to India, Georgie. You know, we have focused a lot on England. I have tried to do justice to the skill and temperament and the appreciation of the rhythms of Test cricket that have been shown by the Indian players. I mean, I think Sneh Rana was outstanding. Kranti Gaur obviously has she can, you know, there are lots of records in cricket that can be broken, but when you become the first to do something, and she's the first woman to have her name on the honours board. The batting of Smriti Mandana and Yastika Bhatia as well, you know, in the first innings as well. Jarrod, you said they didn't really capitalise from a position of 190 for 3, but they still put 285 on the board. I always felt at the time that was still a very, very good score. Maybe not the 350 you thought they were heading for, but they had. So it's not about preparation or temperament or anything like that. It's not. You're saying it's technically. So they are a more skillful team.
I think they have been in these conditions so far. They've bowled straighter, they've bowled more accurate. I think their batting techniques have been better. Yeah, there are some issues with the Indian batters as well. But how many England players today didn't have a straight bat when they were defending? Like, isn't that a thing that we're all taught when we're young? Am I missing something?
A basic.
Yeah. I mean, Alice Capsey, she's going to spend a lot of time looking at that footage of her with the perfect forward defence with off stump behind her.
Indeed. On that note, shall we bring this to a close?
Yes, I think so. We'll all be back tomorrow, and you never know, England might go away, be inspired by some football tonight, and come out tomorrow and say, you know what, football's not just coming home. Cricket is already at the home of cricket, and maybe cricket is coming home too. Play it out. You never know. You just never know. We could all play with a bit of optimism. They might go and have some honey-crusted cockroaches as the same as Manners for his dinner. Jarrod is looking at me very strangely because I think he missed that part of the conversation earlier. Go and have some honey-crusted cockroaches and you will come out tomorrow playing like Bradman.
This has been Following On with me, Neil Manthorp, Georgie Heath and Jarrod Kimber. And we'll have more ball-by-ball commentary shortly before 11 o'clock UK time on the talkSPORT YouTube channel. We look forward to your company once again.